And Toyota. Oh, what a feeling.
It's like Christmas Eve for every footy fan. Grand Final Eve 2004. Good afternoon and welcome to a special Fox Footy presentation. 5 hours of Grand Final Eve build-up starting in the city this afternoon with the traditional Grand Final parade. The two teams, Brisbane Lions and Port Adelaide, paraded through the city in front of their adoring fans. We'll have the press conferences, the last word from the captains and coaches of the respective sides, and then we'll head out to training, firstly to Port Adelaide, then to Brisbane, their final sessions. And there is some intrigue. And we can tell you straight off the bat that Jonathan Brown and Craig McCraig, neither of these players in the grand final parade as we speak. Jason Bennett alongside former Brisbane player Richard Champion. Champs, another last Saturday in September, another grand final for the Brisbane Lions. Welcome back.
Great to be here. Only seems like this time last year, doesn't it, Jace? We were here again. I've been called the Clark Keating of the Fox Footy channel. I only turn up in September, but it's great to see the Lions through again to another grand final. 4 in a row. It's just quite an achievement, isn't it?
And covering all the action from in the city, standing on the steps of the Treasury building in front of an adoring crowd. Good afternoon to Fox Footy's own Matthew Campbell.
Good afternoon, Jason, and good afternoon, Richard. And it's quite a good atmosphere down here, as you'd expect. Everyone waiting patiently for the two teams to arrive. And they've got this CD playing. It's the AFL Grand Final songs. And at the moment, we've got Billy Ocean, and we've had Eye of the Tiger, Survivor, and Angry Anderson, all the songs that Champ sings in the shower at home. So it's a great idea. It keeps the crowd up and pumped because they're very patient, as I mentioned. Some of them have been here for hours, waiting to be in the close or to when the players get here. So, yeah, the atmosphere is good. Not as big as crowd as the last couple of years, as you'd probably expect. One word for that, and that's Collingwood. No Collingwood over the last, well, of course, the last 2 years has been Collingwood fans everywhere. So a little bit of a different mix in the crowd. Probably more Lions supporters than Port Power supporters as we speak. Of course, the Lions have that Brisbane-based, the Melbourne-based fans from Fitzroy that are here, and also, of course, flown down for the occasion. And the Port Power fans, well, it's not too far for them to drive over from Adelaide. So they're here. There's plenty of them here. And I guess, Jason, just walking along the streets and coming up from Fox Footy, you just had a feeling that, as you'd expect, the Port Power fans are a little bit more excited. It's their first grand final parade, their first grand final. Whereas the Lions supporters, a bit like Champs, they're just here for another year.
And when you think AFL Grand Final, you think Billy Ocean, don't you? I mean, it's just the two go synonymous, hand in glove. Now, Champs, talk us through the build-up in Brisbane this week. A fairly gruelling preliminary final against the Cats last weekend. The Lions had the poise and the balance to do the right things in the last quarter and get over the line. How's the build-up been? I guess a lot of focus on their injury woes. Yeah,
well, I guess that's been the main focus of the last sort of 4 or 5 days. They've had 24 hours less in which to prepare for this game. I guess they're not ecstatic about that, given the fact they have got those injuries to overcome. But it's been a pretty low-key affair, I must say. I mean, the general interest around the place was still pretty big for the tickets. I mean, the public really wanted to get in there and get their tickets. Members slept overnight, or 2 overnight stays at the Gabba, actually outside there, queuing up to get the tickets. And they're very happy. There's a lot of supporters come down here, but as far as the players are concerned, they've been just going about their business. They've been here and done that for the last 3 years, and they just know the routine now. So I guess the main concern has been keeping an eye on those injury worries that they've got.
Well, as I mentioned, Jonathan Brown and Craig McRae, neither of those guys lining up for the grand final parade at the moment, which will start at the Arts Centre in St Kilda Road. For those who know Melbourne, it'll make its way down Swanston Street, turn right into Collins Street, up Collins Street to the top end of town at the Treasury building, where both teams will be presented to the public. The Premiership Cup, etc., will be on display. Have a little bit of a chat, a couple of interviews there for the crowd. And then from there, they'll go inside the Treasury building for the official press conference, the final press conference between the two captains and the two coaches. We'll bring you all that live and exclusive right here on Fox Footy. And as I mentioned, after that, we'll head down to the Port Adelaide final training session and then the Brisbane Lions, their final training session as well at the Albert Ground. So stick with us for the next 5 hours. What a massive build-up we have between now and a grand final day. Of course, we've got tonight the AFL Players Association MVP Awards from 8:30 Eastern, followed by the traditional grand final marathon. Myself, Ron Barassi, Kevin Bartlett will take you right through the night. 40 years of great grand finals. Then 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, we'll head live to the MCG for the traditional curtain raiser, the TAC Cup Under-18s grand final between the Quarter Cannons and the Eastern Rangers, followed by Fox Footy's grand final preview by 1 o'clock. And then by the time the game starts, we all just collapse in a screaming heap here at Fox Footy. It's been a huge week, as you can imagine, but we're pumped and ready to go, as is Matthew Campbell, who's down in the city, as we mentioned, soaking up all the atmosphere of the grand final parade. Matty, what do you got for us?
Well, Jason, since we're on air for 5 hours, we thought we'd come down and meet every single person here at the parade individually. But we've got some Port Power fans here. King Treadray didn't win the Brownlow on Monday night, but I'm sure he's going to be a huge player on the weekend. And some Port Power fans. Hello, how you going? A bit nervous now. What was your name, sir?
Yeah, Kate Wood.
Now, when did you're here at the front. Now, when did you arrive in this position?
About 10:15 this morning.
10:15, very patient. And where have you come across from?
Tail and Bend, South Australia.
Tail and Bend, of course, that's not too far out of Adelaide. It's on the road over. And, well, it's been a while, 3 years, but the power's finally here.
Yeah, we're here to win.
Here to win. I wouldn't be something else. We're moving along. Nice and patient, sitting here at the front, looking forward to the game.
I certainly am.
What can we expect from Port Power? There's lots of fans here today.
We can expect a good win.
A good win?
A good win.
OK, we'll keep moving along. As I said, Jace, we'll try and meet everyone. What was your name?
Amelia.
Amelia, looking very resplendent there in the Port scarf. What your first parade? What do you think about the atmosphere around?
Oh, very excited. Definitely looking forward to tomorrow.
Looking forward to tomorrow. That's a nice jacket. Can we get a shot of this jacket? Where did you get this jacket?
I bought it in Melbourne last time I was over here.
Don't lie, come on. And it is the fashion capital of Australia, as we know, Melbourne. I'm not sure about that one, though. And we've got some Lions fans. I know they come here somewhere. Give them an inch and they'll take a yard. We'll have it. What was your name?
Megan.
Megan. Now, you're a Lions fan, obviously, because you've got the flag here. Is this your first parade, or have you been here the last couple of years?
First parade.
First parade? Having fun?
Yep.
All right, we'll keep moving along. This should take us out to about 4:30. I just like coming in at us. All right, Jace, there's some more people to meet later on. Back to you for a second while I just have some fun with my adoring fans.
King of the Kids, Matthew Campbell, in at the grand final parade. Jason Bennett alongside former Brisbane player Richard Champs. It's vivid memories of you back in 1995 after that last round 22 game, and Brisbane Bears, as they were at that stage, made the finals for the first time. It had been a tough road, 8 long years through the Carrara days and through numerous wooden spoons and some very difficult times when the club looked like it may fold. Just to make the finals back in 1995, such a huge achievement. You were in tears after that game, sitting there watching it on the TV screen, and everything fell into place for you. Amazing to think so many of the guys that were with you at that time are still there 9 years later and lining up for their potentially 4th premiership medallion. They never in their wildest dreams, I'm sure, would have ever imagined that that could possibly happen.
They certainly wouldn't. I mean, that was the thing that I guess was so emotional about it. We've been through all the hard times down there at Carrara, down on the Gold Coast, and for the first few years, I guess, up at the Gabba. And to make it for that very first time, it was really something special. We had to rely on Plugger with Sydney then, kicking... I think he ended up kicking half a dozen that day to beat Collingwood, and we actually made the 8. We went straight up. Robert Walls was there. We went straight upstairs and then had a meeting and say, OK, look, this is our first time. It's all new to us, but you know, this is a great opportunity for us. Actually, on Fox Footy the other day, they showed the final us against Carlton. Yep. Sat down and watched that, and it did bring back memories. I must say, I think we got done by 13 points in the end. Yeah. And yeah, look, it was just a great atmosphere. I still remember walking over from the Centra, as it was called then, through the parklands, down through South Bank, and all of the support was for the Brisbane Bears then. I think they loved the underdog, and we walked through. We had a bit of a warm up in the morning, and everyone was saying, "Go you Bears!" You know, it's great to see you there. And of course, no one wanted Carlton to win, but they were the best team of the year. They went on to win the premiership. And you guys pushed them to 13 points, which was the best anyone got anywhere near them at all during the final series. They then smashed the Kangaroos and then annihilated Geelong on grand final day. So in hindsight, Brisbane's performance that day was a fantastic effort to get within a couple of goals of Carlton.
who ended up winning 16 straight, as you mentioned, and stamped themselves as one of the great teams of all time.
Yeah, you're dead right. And you mentioned the guys that have been there for a long time, and they've hung in there, and it's been well documented that a lot of these guys have taken pay cuts to actually stay at the club, and full credit to them. I mean, they could have gone elsewhere and probably got more money, but they wanted to stay at a successful club. They realise the opportunity they have there now of winning, or they've already won 3, maybe 4 in a row at least. And, you know, I think it's great that these guys have stuck it out through the hard times, and now they're relishing the good times.
Now, take your Brisbane hat off for a moment. Put your South Australian hat on, because, of course, you are originally a South Australian player. As we have a look at the Brisbane side arriving at the airport this last night, Jason Ackermanis.
Sorry.
Yes, the shrinking violet as always. Simon Black. There's Alistair Lynch, who has had a bit of an injury problem over the last... Well, he's had a shocking year for injuries. He's had one after the next. How's Lynch's body holding up at this stage?
Apparently it's been pretty good. Last week's game, he was tightening up everywhere, in the calf, in the hamstring and in the quad, and I think that's the reason why he was pulling a few kicks. He was frightened he was going to twinge something, but he's over that now. His body's feeling pretty good. And there's the man of the moment. Of course, everybody's going to wonder whether he'll take his place in the side tomorrow. Jonathan Brown looked pretty good coming off the plane, a little bit hobbly, but I think it's only a pain issue, and I think he'll overcome that. And in a couple of hours, I guess we'll see whether he takes to the training paddock.
Scans during the week cleared him of any structural damage, so it is more or less a pain management issue, or so the Brisbane Lions say. And as Michael Voss mentioned on White Line Fever during the week, if there's one man who can have the mental toughness to take a couple of jabs, get the painkillers into him and then go out and perform, it is Jonathan Brown. He's got an enormous pain threshold. As we saw on Saturday night in that game, he did that injury early in the game and played the rest of the match out. Didn't go off the ground, just ran it out and gritted his teeth and got on with the job. He's
a Warrnambool boy, country boy through and through. He's got a big heart, and we've seen how much courage he's got. So if he's got the courage to go back into packs like he does, I'm sure he's got the courage to play through pain, pretty much.
Speaking of courage and heart, here's Matty Campbell at the Treasury building.
Jace, well, they've shifted me. I've come away from the steps of the Treasury. I'm actually out here right in the middle of the path of where the parade will come through, and as you can see, it's just coming in nicely there. And they'll be coming through here shortly in about 15 minutes. But I thought, well, you know, get out and meet some of the crowd. I've got some Lions fans here, and look at these hats. They're just fantastic there. You can just see those beautifully. Now, the Lions chant starting over there. Who's your favourite Lions player? Blackie? No, just stop worrying about being on telly. Say good day to all the people watching.
Hello.
That's beautifully done. Now, where did you get these hats from, girls?
The AFL shop down up in Brisbane.
Up in Brizzy, beautifully done. And who's going to win tomorrow?
Lions!
It's an easy question to ask. All you do is actually just come out in the crowd. This section here is a Lions crowd. There's a lot of Port Adelaide people over there. And unfortunately, the camera can't get that shot. But it doesn't matter really where you go. Greg, you come with me. But we got any Port fans? Any Port fans? Here's a Port Adelaide fan here. Just... all the way from Adelaide. Well, that's where Port Adelaide are, so you'd expect to travel all the way from Adelaide, but there's a runaway bicycle gone straight past me, so back to you, Jason. We'll see where else we can find. Maybe some celebrity supporters, but maybe they see me coming and run away.
Matty Campbell down in the city. Festivities about to get underway officially down there. You're watching Fox Footy's Grand Final Eve special. Over the next 5 hours, we will bring you the Grand Final parade, the exclusive press conferences, the final word from the coaches and captains ahead of the 2004 AFL Grand Final. Then we'll head off to training, the final training sessions for both Port Adelaide and the Brisbane Lions in full, live and exclusive right around the country, right here on Fox Footy. And we'll be back with more from the Grand Final Eve special right after this.
Forget about the Olympics. This is the marathon everyone's been waiting for.
The 2004 Grand Final Marathon.
And up goes Jezza. Join me, Jason Bennett, with Ron Barassi and Kevin Bartlett as we bring you the greatest Grand Finals in more than 40 years of football.
A chance of Green pops for goal.
Into the pocket, Harm still after it.
We're bringing you 12 hours of Grand Final action, so get training.
The Grand Final Marathon starts tonight on Fox Footy Channel.
I love my footy, and now if I miss a game or TV replay, there's an answer to my problems. A great multimedia AFL website made exclusively available to Big Pond broadband customers. You can access a quarter-by-quarter news service, exclusive coach and player interviews, and post-match press conferences. If you're unable to watch it live, you can access the video archive and see your favourite games, highlights and audio interviews on demand anytime you like. You can even create your own highlights packages and video clips. It's exclusive and subscription-free to Big Pond Broadband customers. And Big Pond Broadband ADSL and cable customers enjoy unmetered downloads. Check it out at bigpond.com or call 1800 131 500 to find out more.
Your average no-frills home loan doesn't do much. But Home's no-frills home loan really performs. It gives you a super low variable rate. It doesn't charge an upfront application fee. And it lets you avoid transaction fees. So call us about our no-frills home loan. With frills. Life simpler at home.
These school holidays, Foxtel box office will. The choice is yours. Hitting your TV in widescreen with awesome sound. These school holidays, the only place to see movies is your place. So get in on the action. Foxtel Box Office, where movies come first. Experience Foxtel Box Office only on digital. Call now to upgrade.
Saturday, Fox Footy brings you the 2004 TAC Cup Grand Final live and exclusive. Join host Jason Bennett and Matthew Campbell alongside AFL National Talent Manager Kevin Sheehan. The TAC Cup Grand Final live and exclusive Saturday on Fox Footy Channel.
Welcome back to Fox Footy's Grand Final Eve special, 5 hours live and exclusive. The Grand Final parade in full. The two press conferences coming up shortly with the coaches and captains of Port Adelaide and the Brisbane Lions. Then both the training sessions as we build up to the 2004 AFL Grand Final right here on Fox Footy. Thanks for joining us right around the country. Particularly warm welcome to those of you in Adelaide and Brisbane. Delighted, of course, that we could bring you all the festivities here from Melbourne in the lead up to the big game tomorrow. Jason Bennett alongside Richard Champion with Matthew Campbell out on location in the city. We'll cross back to Matty Campbell shortly. Champs, originally a South Australian, of course, before you headed north to Brisbane. Just tell us a little bit about the Port Adelaide history. For those of us that don't come from Adelaide, we know that Port Adelaide, obviously, such a dominant force, 36 flags over the years in the SANFL. They really are the Collingwood of Adelaide, aren't they?
They certainly are. You actually took the words out of my mouth there. I was just about to say they are exactly like that. And from a South Australian's point of view, you either love Port Adelaide or you hate them. Now, I would have thought the general South Australian public might have jumped on their home state, I wouldn't say heroes, but a home state team at least. But that's not the case, apparently. Apparently, a lot of the staunch Crow supporters still don't want Port to win.
Well, that's a bit like Collingwood in the last couple of years. Everybody who doesn't barrack for Collingwood in Melbourne, as much as around the country, we can tell you from a Melbourne perspective, the papers and the press make a hell of a big deal about how Victorian-centric most footy fans in Victoria are. I can tell you they're not. And the vast majority of people in the last 2 years were barracking for the Brisbane Lions to beat Collingwood, unless, of course, you're a Collingwood supporter. Because that cuts deeper, as it does with Port Adelaide in Adelaide. It cuts deeper to have the local side win than it would to have an interstate side win yet again. So I can understand completely what you're saying.
Well, what's going to be interesting is who are the general Victorian public going to barrack for? I mean, you know the rivalry that exists between Victorians and South Australians. And, of course, I think everyone's sick of seeing Brisbane win flags too. So I reckon they'll probably wait till halfway through the last quarter and then maybe go for the underdog. But Port, look, full credit to them. They've worked very hard over the last 3 years. They've been minor premiers. They deserve to get to a grand final at least. And I hope the general public of South Australia get behind them and barrack for them and try to get them over the line. I think it's going to be a great game. I think it's going to be close, a lot closer than what a lot of people were thinking.
Port Adelaide arrived at Tullamarine last night, about an hour after the Brisbane Lions did. Huge occasion for them. There's their coach, Mark Williams, who played in a grand final with Collingwood back in 1981. They lost to Carlton that afternoon. But what an amazing family dynasty the Williams family is. And just tell us again a little bit about what the name Williams means in the Port Adelaide history.
It's synonymous with the Port Adelaide Football Club. Look, I think there's a little bit of difference between the Port Adelaide Magpies and the Port Adelaide Power. There's no doubt about that. I think times have changed and the perception from the South Australian public is a little bit different. But Foss Williams is the Port Adelaide Footy Club. The whole Williams family has been involved with the club over the last 20 or 30 years.
It's all about success, isn't it, with Port Adelaide and with Foz Williams? Such a famous name right around the country.
Pride in the Guernsey.
Yeah, pride in the Guernsey. That old-fashioned do it for the team, do it for the club, and they bleed black and white right throughout the Port Adelaide right through the Williams family.
They look very relaxed, don't they, actually, coming over. And Mark's been very jovial over the last week, I guess, at training and with the media. He's been very media-friendly, which I think was good. They did cop a lot of criticism for how they celebrated after their last week's game against St Kilda. Look, I thought that was great. There's a lot of emotion involved in finals footy. It was a close game, and you know, I think Mark Williams was quoted as saying that there's been a lot of pressure released off the club over the last 3 years, and to finally make it, I think it's great for the guys to go around and high-five the crowd and actually celebrate the fact that they're finally there, and they've got plenty of time to actually focus on the game at hand.
Well, speaking of the Williams family, let's head back down into the city in the middle of the grand final parade festivities. Matthew Campbell has a very special guest.
Thanks, Jason. Well, we're back at the steps of the Treasury, and the moat that was here before has now been filled with all the players, wives, partners, girlfriends and family of both clubs. Now, I'm standing here with none other than the wife of Mark Williams, Pauline Williams. Pauline, it's lovely to see you.
Oh, hi, Maddie. We go way back, don't we?
We do. Not that far back, but we do go way back from the old Brisbane days, and exciting times for yourself and Mark and the whole family.
Yeah, very exciting, actually. It's just great to be part of a great build-up like this. Oh, I'm on telly. Yeah, thanks for that. It's just, I was in the 1981 grand final when Mark was playing for Collingwood. I went to the parade and it was just good fun. And we've got all the rallies.
Yes, perhaps if we introduce them, we've got some absolute superstars here, haven't we? So,
Bonnie Williams.
Hello, Bonnie. Nice to see you. And you must be very proud of Mark today.
Yes, he's going to win it tomorrow.
It's going to be a great time. And who else have we got here, Pauline? Of course.
Auntie Bet and Auntie Sil, which are Mark's old aunties. They're the aunties as well, and they're both in their 80s, mind you.
Looking fantastic. And if we come in here, hello, lovely to see you, ladies. And aunties, can we just say, I used to serve this lady in the ANZ Bank in 1980, and I was a good bank teller, wasn't I?
Yeah, they've gone a long way, and I'm proud of you.
Oh, isn't that just priceless television? But ladies, very happy?
Yeah, very happy and confident.
And got front row seats. And Pauline, an exciting time for yourself and the family, but also we've got all the girlfriends, partners. We've got Meredith Walsh didn't want to be seen, Phil Walsh, the assistant coach, but we've snuck her in. But lots of fun time for everybody, and I guess
fun. It's really good fun. So hopefully we'll have a win.
That's right. Exactly right. Well, thanks for that. Enjoy the parade. You've got front row seats, and well,
we're pushy at Port Adelaide, so we push to the front. You know?
Nothing's changed, Pauline. Nothing's changed. Back to you, Jace.
Matty, if you're still there, can you just ask Pauline about the pressure that comes with having the Williams name attached to Mark? Does he feel the pressure of success, given that his father was so successful at Port Adelaide for so many years? It's almost an expected thing within the Williams-Port Adelaide clan?
Sure, Jace. Just Pauline, one question coming from the studio was, given that we're here with the Williams family, such a famous name in South Australia, of course, coming from Foss and through Stephen and Anthony, what's it been like for the pressure as far as to get some success under the Williams banner? I mean, you've come across from Victoria, living in Adelaide now with Mark and the family. How have you summed it up?
Well, I was feeling more pressure last week just to make the grand final. As you can see, I've got a cold sore out of it.
I still look gorgeous.
But I don't know, everyone, the family's really supportive, so I don't think you feel really any outward pressure, but everyone just bonds together at this time, and I know like Stephen's had success and we were happy for him, and obviously Foss has had success with his coaching, and we just think it's Mark's turn now. So.
And where's Jenny?
Jenny's in the bleachers somewhere, just cheering on the boys.
Yelling and screaming like only Jenny Williams can. Thanks, Pauline, once again.
Thanks, Matty. Jenny Williams being Mark's sister. And that explains a few things. He worked at the ANZ Bank in 1980 for all those years when the crowd used to hang over the fence and chant, "Campbell is a banker." Now I understand. I completely understand now. It all makes sense.
Right on. Well, you mentioned the Williams family there, and Jenny, of course, in her own right, is a brilliant sports person. She represented Australia in lacrosse and has been very successful in her own right. And yeah, great to see. I think a bit of Choco's confidence has rubbed off on Pauline. They're very confident about that. And his mum Von had a quadruple bypass not that long ago, so it's great to see Von make it along to the parade.
A fantastic day a fantastic weekend for the Williams family and for Mark Williams, and that's what it's all about. That's the precious silverware that Port Adelaide and the Brisbane Lions will be fighting for tomorrow afternoon, 2:30 Eastern, the opening bounce for the 2004 AFL Grand Final. Brisbane Lions going for their 4th straight premiership to equal Collingwood's mighty Magpies of 1927 to 1930. What a performance that would be. Port Adelaide, well, they're looking for their first AFL premiership flag to slide in alongside the 36 SANFL pennants that the Port Adelaide entity have won over the journey in South Australian football. The parade's underway, as you can see, just making its way from the Victorian Arts Centre up towards Flinders Street Station. A good crowd in. Plenty of supporters from Brisbane and from Port have come across from all parts of the country, plus plenty of Victorian footy fans just get out there to savour all the atmosphere and the build-up to the AFL Grand Final. You're watching Fox Footy's Grand Final Eve special. We'll go right through until 5 o'clock Eastern this afternoon. We'll take in all the action, all the colour from the Grand Final parade, followed by the press conferences with the coaches and captains. We'll head off to training Port Adelaide at the MCG and the Brisbane Lions at the Albert Ground. We'll bring you that action live and in full. So stick around. It's a big build-up to the 2004 AFL Grand Final. You will not miss a beat right here on Fox Footy.
This is it, the Grand Final, uninterrupted, siren to siren, Saturday.
Wanganeen, a major score.
Port Adelaide have overpowered all before them this year to earn the right to line up on football's biggest stage against the Brisbane Lions, aiming to become the game's greatest ever team.
Eckermanis can run in and drive it home.
Foxtel and Austar digital subscribers can also catch a fully interactive Grand Final replay Sunday from 2 o'clock Eastern. The AFL Grand Final, 6 o'clock Eastern on Fox Footy Channel.
We're here in Melbourne to relive a classic footy moment that has it all.
And who else could give us all this?
Who else but the maestro? Hey, James Hurd.
Hey, guys.
All right, so it's Essendon 131, West Coast 131. 30 minutes and 48 seconds gone.
Umpire has a ball up and it's on.
He's got it.
Hey, maybe Murphy should have kicked it. I'm not the umpire, I'm bully. Bully gets it at the head. Wait, the fairy tale's complete. James Hurd, you are a genius. Yes. Give it a hug.
I love my footy, and now if I miss a game or TV replay, there's an answer to my problems. A great multimedia AFL website made exclusively available to Big Pond broadband customers. You can access a quarter-by-quarter news service, exclusive coach and player interviews, and post-match press conferences. If you're unable to watch it live, you can access the video archive and see your favourite games, highlights and audio interviews on demand anytime you like. You can even create your own highlights packages and video clips. It's exclusive and subscription-free to Big Pond broadband customers. And Big Pond broadband ADSL and cable customers enjoy unmetered downloads. Check it out at bigpond.com or call 1800 131 500 to find out more.
Let's get into it! I'm your little red button, babe. You know we're gonna get on fine. I can get what you need. Push your red button on Sky News Active to vote on the issues of the day. But it ain't just about politics, man. You can vote on fun stuff too. So if you want to get interactive, vote and get more from your news, sport or weather, man, just press your red button. Touch me, I rock.
His name is David Letterman. And comedy is his game. His quick wit and clever delivery defy belief. With revealing celebrity interviews, Dave's never afraid to take the plunge into uncharted territory. Some call this the Late Show Theatre. Others call it the house that Dave built. The Late Show with David Letterman, 10:30 weekends on the Comedy Channel.
Sunday, it's SANFL Finals time as the Eagles clash with the informed Sturt at Adelaide Oval. After going down on a nail biter last week, do the Eagles have what it takes to down an injury-plagued double blues? Hit the goal! Eagles versus Sturt, Sunday on Fox Footy Channel.
Welcome back to Fox Footy's Grand Final Eve special. There's the king of the kids, Robert Di Pietramedico, Auskick ambassador. And what a great thrill for the Auskick kids to get the chance to walk down the Grand Final parade a once-in-a-lifetime experience that I'm sure they will never forget as the excitement starts to build. The players just getting into the cars way back at the Victorian Arts Centre to make their way up. The umpires will be at the front of the parade alongside the medalists from the year. And here are the players, Adam Kingsley and Brendan Lade. Brendan Lade left training early during the week. Port Adelaide quick to write off any talk that he was going to struggle for fitness to make the big game. He's an important ingredient in this side. And as I mentioned, the crowd building down in through the streets of Melbourne at the moment. Belinda Mellon and Sarah Jones, Fox Footy's intrepid reporters, out amongst the action.
How are the nerves now?
Yeah, it's starting to kick in a little bit now. Yeah, now the parade started and the build-up's starting to kick in. I'm starting a little bit nervous.
Good to be back down here in Melbourne and playing in another grand final.
Yeah, obviously that's what you play for, so yeah, it's good to be in another one. 4 in a row is pretty unbelievable, but yeah, hopefully we can get over the line tomorrow.
First grand final, how are you feeling?
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. You know, all this is a little bit different for us, but you know, just got to enjoy it and make the most of it.
Did Dad have some advice for you heading into the weekend's match?
Oh, no different to usual, I suppose. Just always have a quiet word to him before the game, and yeah, just usually says the same things as what he always says.
Chad said he told you guys not to wear sunglasses during the parade. I see you followed his advice.
Yeah, no, I've heard him say it a couple of times in the years gone by. I'm not sure why, but yeah, no, it's not that sunny, so it's not a problem for us.
Does it finally sink in now that you get to a stage like this?
Oh, I guess so. It's always an eventful week, grand final week. It's a little bit different to your general week, but this is great fun. It's, I guess, just to stay relaxed and have some family around you and just soak it all in. It's probably one of the most enjoyable parts of the week.
You joked about sleepless nights during the week. Have you managed a few Zeds?
I have actually. Look, I guess you try not to focus on the game too early, and but you know it does float in and out of your mind. But no, nothing to lose sleep over yet.
Stewie, how are the nerves now?
Yeah, it's pretty much sunk in at the moment, so it's looking forward to it. Just enjoy it.
You expecting many Port fans to come along?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've heard all week that they're coming over, and obviously driving in the bus then we saw a fair bit of Port colour. I think a few got in this morning just to get here for this, so it's good.
Missed out last year. It must be nice to be back down here in Melbourne on grand final weekend.
Yeah, very nice. I mean, I got to go on the parade last year, but hopefully tonight's selection puts me in the side, and look forward to playing on Saturday.
How are the nerves at the moment when you see all these fans out here?
Oh, not really nervous. A little bit exciting, I suppose, more than nerves. But when we go to train tonight, and nerves will start to kick in a little bit when we got to play with the balls and all that sort of stuff.
Tim Notting there, who missed the 2003 grand final, was a selection omission, certainly keen to atone in 2004. Well, that was at the top end of the grand final parade back at the Victorian Arts Centre. Just as the players were taking off, you can see they're making their way down Collins Street, that is there. There's Gavin Wanganeen and Peter Burgoyne, two important players in Port Adelaide's tilt at the 2004 flag. Let's fast forward up to the end of the grand final parade, the top end of town up in front of the Treasury building. And here's Fox Footy's Matthew Campbell.
Thanks very much, Jason. Well, we just slid across the front of the steps here. Now, we were talking before to Pauline Williams from Port Adelaide. I think it's only fair that we move across and talk to some people from the Lions camp. And joining me is the very beautiful, don't worry about Rebecca Twigley. This is the very beautiful girlfriend of Simon Black, Catherine Chappell. Catherine, hello.
Hello, how are you?
This is just old hat for you, isn't it? Just another parade, another grand final.
Yeah, we're kind of like we've been there 3 times before, so yeah, it does make it a little bit easier, but still you can't take these things for granted.
Now, I have to ask you, Simon, he was magnificent last year, as we all know, the Norm Smith medal. Yeah. Pretty hard act to top, but is he feeling confident that he's going to put in another good performance?
Yeah, he's a very dedicated, focused person, so you'd only expect the best from him.
Now, so relaxed are these ladies, and we'll just slide across here. Excuse me, Catherine, 1 minute. We've got Catherine McShay, who's the fiancée of Clark Keating. Catherine, congratulations, getting married to the big fella.
Yes, getting married end of November, so it's a busy end of year, but no, looking very much excited for tomorrow. So.
Yeah, what about the fact that he's a grand final specialist? People always talk about he comes good on the big day. Is he like that at home, just once a year?
Well, he very much looks forward to finals footy, but yeah, no, he's pretty relaxed and just ready to get out there tomorrow and
look at this.
And have a big match.
Can we get a shot of that? Oh, obviously, Crackers are on a pretty good contract with the Lions at the moment. That's half of South Africa. But, ladies, now, you're so relaxed. The Port people are pretty excited. It's their first parade. You guys have been here before. So relaxed this afternoon, just off for a bit of shopping.
Yeah, off for a bit of shopping, yeah. But we've been doing that the last few years. We're relaxed, but we're still as nervous as ever.
4 in a row? Is it a possibility?
I think it's very possible, but everyone will just have to get out there tomorrow and the boys will have to play well and and we'll see what happens.
You know, I'm very good on fashion. I'm very good on fashion. I think I should go. We might head down Little Collins Street and I can give you some tips.
Sounds fantastic.
We're off to buy some lingerie. I'm not sure where. But, Jason, we're going to do some shopping for the rest of them. You probably won't see me again. I'm off with the two Catherines.
Does Catherine McShay only just come out for functions around this time of the year as well? Does she lock herself away as Clark does for the most of the season, Richard Champion?
I think she probably does, actually. I was just wondering what date they're going to set the actual wedding date for. They could probably have it halfway through the season.
Well, it'll save on guests too, because the rest of the blokes are all playing.
That's right. So they can have it any time through the season, but just as long as it's not around finals time when Clark comes back into action.
And what would grand final week be without bagpipes? The AFL have this preoccupation with bagpipes in the grand final. It's on all their advertising, and I must say it's fantastic. It really does set a great atmosphere, but I'm just trying to think back historically as to where the bagpipe connection came from. I'm not exactly sure, but there is Simon Black, of course. We've just spoken to his girlfriend. There is the Port Power mascot. Power Man? I don't know what he's called.
I was trying to think of the name, actually.
Sparky? Not sure. There's Roger James and Stuart Dew. Roger James just sensational last week early, particularly for the Port Adelaide side. The first 14 minutes of play, Port Adelaide had 9 possessions. Roger James had 6 of them. He really did keep them in the game early when St Kilda started like a house on fire. It had a bit of a Port Adelaide-Sydney feel to it from last year when the Swans managed to get the jump over Port Adelaide.
Yep.
There's Mark Williams and Warren Treadray. But that break in play with Fraser Gehrig, we'll never know. It's all ifs, buts and maybes now, but it certainly was a different ball game after that.
Yeah, it was indeed. It did really cut down the Saints' run after that. I think Brad Scott might get a job on James. I don't think both sides are going to be too negative, but I think they have to watch James carefully. And of course, they have to watch a Black and a Laff, and I think they'll probably be the only guys tagged throughout the game.
There's the Auskick kids on the steps of the Treasury building here in the middle of Melbourne. Great opportunity and great exciting experience for them. We saw Lee Matthews in the car with Michael Voss. Lee Matthews, if the Lions win, will move into equal second for the most premierships in total as a player and coach, alongside Jock McHale with 9, behind Ron Barassi and Norm Smith with 10 apiece. An amazing performance from Lee Matthews. What a life in football he's had. 9 premierships he's shooting for this weekend. And interestingly enough, he'll also become the first coach to coach 4 consecutive winning grand finals. And for Collingwood fans who are saying, what about Jock McHale? Well, Jock McHale in 1930, the 4th and final grand final or premiership that the Pies won in that amazing streak, actually missed grand final day. He had a severe bout of the flu. And Jock was at home listening to it on the radio. He wasn't actually at the ground. The chairman of selectors gave the halftime address, and the players just basically went out and did it themselves. That is a phenomenal... Imagine to think that would be the case now if, say, Lee Matthews or Mark Williams were to be struck down by the flu and were home in bed in Brisbane or Adelaide, and the players basically had to go out and do it themselves. Footy's changed.
It certainly has. Well, you wouldn't see that. Well, they've got,
so many assistants these days, it wouldn't matter.
Assistant coaches, someone would certainly grab hold of the reins there and take over, but... yeah,
you'd have to just change the show. It'd go from the lips of lethal to from the gob of Gary or something. That'd be about the only change. We just have to change the show. And the opener, there's Blake Caracella, who's been there before with Brisbane, but also with the Bombers back in 2000, and Robert Copeland, who was a player when the Brisbane Lions first started this amazing streak, was a fringe player.
Yes.
And over time has been in and out of the side, but has certainly been one of those players who has just built his career nicely and moved into their best 22 over the years. And that's part of the reason why the Lions have been able to stay up for so long, Richard, is that they've been able to integrate new faces into the side as the years have gone by. Great
to see one of the local Queenslanders make the grade 2 into the big time. He's played all 24 games this year. He's played in 2 premierships. This is his third. Well, this may be his third premiership, certainly his third grand final, and he's really come along in leaps and bounds.
Nervous time for those two gentlemen, Brett Ebert and Damon White, both named, and also Stuart Cochrane on the right-hand side there. They're the 3 emergencies for Port Adelaide. And, gee, it must be a melancholy experience to go through the grand final parade. Mixed emotions for those guys. They know they've got the training session ahead to come at the MCG this afternoon. And look, as much as you'd hate to see any of your teammates go down with a hamstring or a problem at the last minute, it would give you an opportunity to play in a grand final. It must creep into your mind, Richard, as a footballer. It must creep into your mind that you never know, it might just be a chance. Someone could go down. You wouldn't wish it upon anyone, but at the same time, you'd love the opportunity.
Well, if you think back to last year, around about this time, Aaron Shattuck had to put Nigel Lappin through his paces and was pounding him into the ground and tackling him, hoping that maybe he would injure one of his teammates' ribs bad enough that he could actually take his spot in that side the following following day, but it wasn't to be. But yes, you have to have the emergencies there just in case, but you really have to feel for the guys who would miss out. There's the mouth from the north, of course. Jason Ackermanis loves the limelight, along with Craig McRae. In his final year, this will be his last game of his career tomorrow, after announcing his retirement some 6 weeks ago. And he's under a bit of an injury cloud himself with a hamstring, but that'll be tested in about 3 hours' time.
And that'll be one of the key points when we hang around for Brisbane Lions training. You'll see it all here on Fox Footy right through until 5 o'clock Eastern this afternoon. After the parade, we'll take in the press conferences live and exclusive in full. We'll head down to the MCG for Port Adelaide's final training session. We'll see the guys go through their paces live right around the country, and then we'll head to the Albert Ground, which is down in St Kilda Road, for the Brisbane Lions final training session. We'll see Craig McRae and Jonathan Brown, amongst others, be put through their paces. There are some other injury concerns for the Brisbane Lions as well. And I remember speaking with Nigel Lappin on Robert Walls' show, Return to Sender. We did a feature on Nigel about probably 6 or 7 weeks ago, and he was telling us all about his 2003 grand final experience and how he went through the Aaron Shattuck experience in the afternoon. We saw it here on Fox Footy, and then the morning of the grand final, he went out and did another fitness test, and basically they took the strapping off. The Brisbane physio said, right, I'm going to punch you. And he said, lift your arm up. He lifted his arm up, and he gave him 2 or 3 decent shots straight to the ribs. At that stage, they thought Nigel had a crack in one rib. Nigel got through, gritted the teeth, said, no, I'll be right to go. His best mate, Chris Scott, was stripped and ready to take his place.
Yes.
And they left it literally until the minute where the team list had to be put in for Nigel to make a decision. Lee called him into the room, said, what do you think, yes or no? Chris is there, his best mate, the best man at his wedding, dressed and ready to go, and Nigel had to make that call. He said, no, I reckon I can get through it, Lee. Took a couple of jabs, as it turned out, and there is Nigel. He didn't have one cracked rib, he had 3 broken ribs and a punctured lung. Fortunately for Nigel, or unfortunately, whichever way you look at it, the x-rays were poor quality, and he got away with it. Got through the game, because otherwise, of course, if they realised he had 3 broken ribs and a punctured lung, there was no way he was going to play. But got through, did himself and his team proud, and collected his 3rd premiership medal. So every year there are just some amazing stories that come out of grand final day. Quite often you don't find out about them until after the fact. Yeah, you know, you're dead right. And he was there with his new little girl, and alongside Brad Scott, of course, who missed out on last year's grand final, and his brother Chris playing in his 200th tomorrow as well. There's the oldest man in the AFL, Alistair Lynch, alongside Chris Scott there, as I mentioned, playing his 200th game. What a moment to play your 200th game of AFL football in a grand final. More than likely will be Lynch's last game. He hasn't said never, because his wife said never for the last 2 years, and but he's managed to talk her around again. But from all reports, this will be his last game. There's Tim Notting, as you mentioned, missed last year's grand final. So there's plenty of hunger within this group, even amongst the guys that have won premiership medals that have missed out either last year or the year before. And questions continually been raised over the last few years. Look, do they have the hunger to win 2? Do they have the hunger to win 3? Do they have the hunger to win 4? How do they stay up for so long? But that's essentially the reason, champs, isn't it? They have got 26 or 27 guys in this squad who are all regular senior players, and it's a fight amongst themselves to get a berth. That's where the hunger comes from.
Well, back here a couple of minutes ago, you saw the emergencies for Brisbane, Anthony Corrie and Joel McDonald. They were there. Again, they're waiting in the wings, but they'd be more than capable of stepping up and replacing a Craig McRae or a Jonathan Brown if those guys don't come up. But yep, they've been there and done that, and they've got such good depth there. That's been the secret to their success.
Alistair Lynch, who mentioned his age, will become, if the Brisbane Lions win tomorrow, the equal 4th oldest premiership player in history. Amazingly enough, joining Michael Tuck on exactly 36 years and 98 days to the day.
Is that right?
Exactly the same number as Michael Tuck. And Michael, of course, went on to claim the outright record when he won again in 1991 at the ripe old age of 38 years and 95 days. So Lynchy would have to go again for 2 more seasons to get past that, which just does remind you what a phenomenal career Michael Tuck had, 426 games.
One guy we haven't mentioned there and didn't see in the parade was Dylan McLaren, the ruckman, who, of course, has been given a great opportunity over recent weeks. One of the guys that Lee Matthews has ever become the closest of kissing, apparently, after his fantastic effort against St Kilda a couple of weeks ago. He's been given his opportunity through the absence of Jamie Charman getting injured, of course, and Bo McDonald, who's been out for the best part of 18 months. And he's relished that opportunity, and now he's going to play in his first grand final.
Just shows football works in amazing ways, isn't it? You're the 4th choice ruckman at the start of the season. You would figure, coming into the year, that your chances of getting a game, let alone a grand final, are pretty slim. You might pick up a game or two here and there if they get an injury or two, but as you mentioned, for Charman and McDonald to both go down with long-term injuries, suddenly Dylan McLaren, their fourth choice ruckman, if we can put it in those terms, lining up for a grand final.
There's Justin Leppich's new wife, Christy, and little Ava Louise there, who's...
Did he have an old wife, or you mean he's just recently married?
He's just recently married.
Just wanted to clarify that for everyone at home.
No, that's the first and only, apparently, according to Lepper. So Christy's Canadian. Met her on a football trip.
You did the Daniel Chick?
Yes, indeed. So they're a very happy couple at the moment. There's the two emergencies I was speaking about earlier, Anthony Corrie and Joel McDonald, who have both played a big part this year, I guess, in gap filling when they've needed to.
And there's Lethal Lee Matthews, as I mentioned, chance for his 9th premiership. He won 1 as a coach with Collingwood in 1990, shooting for his 4th as a coach with Brisbane to give him 5 as a coach. Throw in 4 as a player with Hawthorn in 71, 76, 78 and 83. And he has one of the most decorated careers of all time. We've spoken a lot about Brisbane. Let's talk about Port Adelaide some more. The Lions have been there and done it, as we mentioned. This is their 4th grand final parade. But, as Stuart Dew said earlier when he spoke with Sarah Jones, it's just starting to become real. They won the preliminary final last Friday night. They've had almost 7 days now to think about it and marvel at it and pinch themselves that they're in a grand final. But it's probably not until they get to right here that anything's different to any other week, other than obviously people at training and all the backslappers and people wishing them all the best throughout the week. But flying over on the plane probably more or less just feels like another game. But it's when you get to this point here that you start it really starts to sink home that we are in a grand final.
Must be a pretty exciting time for them. Look, I just hope they don't go away from their brand of football that's got them to where they are. They can't afford to go too negative tomorrow, trying to cut out the Brisbane Lions midfielders, and they need to kick a winning score. So they need to play their free-flowing football that they've done, which has got them to where they have been the last 3 years, minor premiers. So I hope they don't go away from that too much. I think Mark Williams is smart enough to actually not go too far away from his normal game plan that will throw off some of his great guns there.
There's an old saying in sport right around the world, you've got to dance with what brung you. It's not a very grammatically correct saying, but a saying nonetheless, and that's exactly what Port Adelaide, I'm sure, will be endeavouring to do tomorrow afternoon. Try to play the game on their terms, at their own tempo, and go out there and execute the way they have for the last 3 years. Phenomenal record, Port Adelaide. Let's take nothing away from them. They have the best record in the competition over the last 3 seasons. Won 57 of 74 games in total, compared to the Lions, who have won 55.5 out of 75. So there's nothing really separating these sides over the last 3 years, except, of course, Brisbane have delivered when it really matters most in September. Port Adelaide get their chance tomorrow.
They've had a couple of draws along the way. They've had some real close ones. There's Lee Matthews with his granddaughter there. Last time they met, of course, round 11 at the Gabba, the margin was 37 points. I guess you have to give the Lions probably 3 or 4 goal advantage up at the Gabba, but you can't take anything in the past into tomorrow's game, I don't think, because they haven't played against each other at the MCG before. I know Port's record isn't fantastic at the G, but...
better in recent times, though. Yes. Much better in recent times. The last couple of seasons they have performed very, very well, other than, of course, the preliminary final last year against Collingwood, which was very disappointing. And it's a good point you make about the home ground advantage. This is the grand final in many ways we've been waiting to see for 3 years. We've never had the opportunity to see these two sides slug it out on neutral ground. And really, such decided home ground advantages they both have at Amy Stadium or at the Gabba. 9 of the last 11 games between these two sides has been won by the home team. So they've pretty much gone down home ground line. So to see them run out on neutral territory tomorrow will be fascinating. It
will be. I'm interested to find out which way they will go with their negative views. I think both teams have to, as I said, mind 1 or 2 of the players, but it's going to be your big goal kickers that really have to step up. Treasury has to kick his probably 3, 4, 5 goals. Lynch down the other end has to do exactly the same. Whether Jonathan Brown will play, these big guns will play such a big part in this match tomorrow, and the midfielders have to get them there. So I think the weather, the forecast is about 19 degrees, which will favour both teams, the way they'll go about it. It'll be good, dry, free-flowing footy, and I think it's going to take until probably about halfway through the second quarter before both teams really get into their flow. It'll be really tight and hard early on. I'm looking forward to those first couple of clashes.
Well, the players have made their way up Collins Street towards the Treasury building. We saw them disembark from the cars. They're now getting ready to get themselves organised to be presented to the public. So we will take this opportunity to take a break and be back with all the action from the Treasury building. You're watching Fox Footy's Grand Final Eve special right through until 5 o'clock this afternoon. Don't go away. Right here, Fox Footy.
Coming up tonight, we'll have the last word on the biggest day in football. The grand final, less than 24 hours away, and tonight 3 of the biggest names in the game. International rule star and host Matthew Campbell, the irrepressible Slam and Sam Kekovich, and 2-time Norm Smith winner Gary Ayres take your calls. White Line Fever tonight.
We're here in Melbourne to relive arguably the greatest moment in grand final history.
Unbelievable moment.
And to help us, we have Mr. Wayne Harms. All right, it's 1979. It actually looks like the Pies are going to win a flag. That is, until Harmsy here comes to the rescue. You're going to come running in, slide along there, and it's going to be wicked. Yeah, we like it too.
Goal square! Goal square! He does it to Sheldon! Goal square! Yes!
Your average no-frills home loan doesn't do much. But Home's no-frills home loan really performs. It gives you a super low variable rate. It doesn't charge an upfront application fee. And it lets you avoid transaction fees. So call us about our no-frills home loan. With frills. Life simpler at home.
Australia's Danny Green, trainer Jeff Fennick's golden boy.
Oh, down goes Babe! Big right hand from Danny Green!
The WBC's interim super middleweight champion, face to face with Argentina's super middleweight champion, Omar Eduardo Gonzalez. The Green Machine, ready to rumble in the US of A. Live on Main Event, Green versus Gonzalez, Wednesday, 7 p.m. Call to book now. Foxtel Digital Press Box Office from September 27. Roy Cazaly, Daryl Baldock. Despite being isolated from the footballing mainland, Tasmania has produced almost 300 VFL AFL players throughout the history of the game. Ian Stewart, Peter Hudson. And from this rich tapestry of playing talent comes the Tasmanian Team of the Century. Only true champions are included in a side this magnificent. Royce Hart, Alistair Lynch. The Tasmanian Team of the Century, next Friday on Fox Footy Channel.
Welcome back to Fox Footy's Grand Final Eve special. And that is the Treasury building right in the middle of Melbourne. Good crowd assembled in there now. They've come from everywhere. Plenty of Brisbane and Port supporters and plenty of just footy fans as well. They're awaiting the arrival of the players out onto the Treasury building steps. They'll be presented to the public. Our MC Craig Willis will interview the coaches and captains and then they'll go inside for the formal final press conference. The last word from Lee Matthews and Michael Voss, and also Mark Williams and Warren Treasury. Jason Bennett alongside Richard Champion. Matthew Campbell will cross back to shortly in the centre of Melbourne. Big build-up towards the 2004 AFL Grand Final. We've got it covered from every angle here on Fox Footy, including the 2 training sessions live and exclusive for Port Adelaide and Brisbane this afternoon. There's Port Adelaide live from the MCG at 2:30 Eastern. Matty Campbell will be on the scene there. And then Brisbane following at 4 o'clock Eastern live from the Albert Ground. Then tonight, after White Line Fever at 7:30, we go to the Park Hyatt, live and exclusive coverage of the AFL Players Association MVP Awards. Then the Grand Final Marathon, the TAC Cup, and the big one itself, of course, tomorrow, right here on Fox Footy. There's the marathon, myself, Ron Barassi, Kevin Bartlett, stocking up on the coffees for a big night all the great grand finals, and then, of course, into grand final day. Let's return to the City of Melbourne now, the Treasury building steps for the grand final parade. Here's our MC, Craig Willis.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is a terrific sight standing up here looking at a massive crowd as we prepare for tomorrow's grand final. Would you please welcome, from Port Adelaide, led by their skipper, Warren Treasury, the team from South Australia, Port Adelaide.
It's more than a sport, it's a true Port Adelaide tradition. We'll never stop till we're top. There's history here in the making. We got the power to win. We'll never give in till the flag is ours for the taking. With our tradition so strong, we can't go wrong. We're the hours and brown, Port Adelaide proud. And the heroes are those who earn the right to wear the silver teal and black and white. And the more supporters standing tall, true believers, one and all. It's more than a sport, it's a true Port Adelaide tradition. We'll never stop till we're top. There's history here in the making. We got the power to win. We'll never give in till the flag is ours for the taking.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, they've done it for the past 3 years. Will there be a fourth? We'll have to wait till tomorrow to find out. Led by their skipper, Michael Voss, here are the Lions.
We are the pride of Brisbane town. We will go. We will always fight for victory, like destroy and there's our goal. All for one and not for all. We will answer to the call. Go Lions, Brisbane Lions, we'll kick the winning strong. You'll hear a mighty roar. We are the pride of Brisbane town. We will go on, move and go. We will always fight for victory, like destroy and there's our goal. All for one and one for all. We will answer to the call. Go Lions, Brisbane Lions, we'll kick the winning score. You'll hear a mighty roar. You'll hear a mighty
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I know you'll give a very warm welcome to the man who will lead Port Adelaide out onto the MCG tomorrow, Warren Treasury. Seemingly very calm, mate, but in reality, how are you feeling?
Very calm, surprisingly. We've still got a training session to go, so I dare say from now on the nerves will slightly start to kick up, but we get the opportunity to thank our supporters for making the trip. There have been a lot of people either flying or bus loads or cars that made the trip, and the support's been great today and hopefully even better tomorrow.
Yeah, I know that Alberton is a sea of port colours, but what about the response here today from the crowd? It's just terrific.
Yeah, and I also think obviously thanking the Port supporters, but we've got a feeling there's a couple of people who've changed colours for a day, so or the weekend. So obviously like to thank them for everything they've done, and also the people who've made the trip, as I said, and hopefully it's a big positive come tomorrow afternoon.
Mate, a terrific win for you at home to get into the grand final. What experience did you and the team bring away from that?
I think the positive was we won the game. We didn't play well. We were down over a number of areas, and I suppose 2 weeks previously, Geelong, everything sort of went well. So if we can take it, we need to bring what we had against Geelong out. It proves that good teams win games when you don't play well, and we did that last week, and we plan on doing that in a couple of days' time.
How's the coach? How's he bearing up?
Now, he's cracking jokes all the way down, so for Mark, that means he's pretty relaxed. So just looking forward to the challenge, and I dare say that the coaches are probably going to go through everything the players are doing, as well as our supporters as well.
Warren, we wish you the very best of luck. 2:30 tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
A date with destiny.
Thanks.
Warren Treasury. And now, ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome the man who for the past 3 years has captained the premiership side, Michael Voss from the Brisbane Lions. Well, something I noticed, Michael, when I arrived at the Treasury building today, that the Brisbane Lions bus has a permanent parking spot here now.
You never take these opportunities for granted, that's for sure. You know, when we came here in 2001, we never thought we'd have another opportunity like this, and yeah, we're going to try and make the most of them.
Is it been different from year to year, the build-up, in your opinion, and what about 2004?
Well, one thing we know is the week is pretty much the same, but on the day everything changes, and we don't know what's going to happen. We've got a different opposition. Even if we're playing the same side, you're still getting a different opposition. So, but look, we're looking forward to the challenge. It's going to be great, and our fans have come out in numbers again. So thank you very much.
I must ask you about one big fella. It's the most famous knee in Australian football at the moment. He'll have a run this afternoon. How's Brownie feeling?
Yeah, well, I reckon it's good someone else is talking about someone else's knee, so we can talk about his for a while, but no, he's going all right. Hopefully he'll be fine. We're going to have a run around this afternoon, and hopefully everyone's fit and firing. Craig McRae is ready to go, and so the guys are feeling good, and we're at a good stage, I think. Both sides are going in pretty confident and playing good football, so hopefully it's going to be a rip-snorter game.
Well, there's one champion player, a former Norm Smith medalist, who's not here. You've got a quick message for Shaun Hart.
Oh, well, what do you say with Shaun? You know, we love the bloke. He's the most respected member in our team. He truly is a guy who really does believe in the team ethics and does everything for everybody else, and you know, we just hopefully we can get a result for him.
Michael, a great delight to have you back in Melbourne. Good luck again tomorrow at the MCG. Michael Voss, the captain of the mighty Brisbane Lions side. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you'll give a very warm welcome this afternoon here in Melbourne to our Lord Mayor, John So.
Football fans, on behalf of the City of Melbourne, I would like to welcome you to the 2004 Toyota AFL Grand Final Parade. I would particularly welcome Port Adelaide to their first Grand Final. I would also like to welcome home again the Brisbane Lions to the original birthplace of Fitzroy. With the clash of Port Adelaide with the Brisbane Lions at Melbourne's MCG tomorrow, Aussie rules football is firmly in the hearts of Australians from the top to the bottom. Tomorrow, as a nation, we will unite in the celebration of this great game in Melbourne, the sporting capital of Aussie rules. On behalf of the City of Melbourne, I wish the players, the clubs, and the supporters the very best for the big game. May the best team win.
Lord Mayor, indeed, thank you very much. Michael, Warren, if you'd like to come over here together, maybe shake hands before a true heavyweight contest for the 2004 Toyota AFL Premiership. How about, fellas, just go over there and savour the moment. Grab hold of that Premiership Cup and hold it up for the crowd. Here it is, the two captains.
It's game on. Important point.
And again,
in every grand final day build-up. And the two captains get their hands on that Premiership Cup. And all that remains now is for the players to go back into their own private groups and go about their own individual and team preparations. Jason Bennett alongside Richard Champion. That's most of the pomp and ceremony over and done with, champs. Now it's business as usual as much as it can be in grand final week. The two teams for their last training sessions this afternoon, which is much as anything. I mean, nothing to do with training. It's just more or less to blow the cobwebs out and settle the nerves.
I think you're dead right there, Jason. It's very important to get that last training session in. Traditionally, the Brisbane Lions have always trained the night before every game, and so it's no exception this afternoon that they will do their training session. But you're right, I think just to settle those nerves and I mean, they've been sitting around there for the last couple of hours, sitting in the cars, just waiting for this to transpire. And now that's all over and done and dusted. That's pretty much the last of their media commitments, and now it's down to the job at hand. And look, I was very, very pleased to see the big crowd along there today, because there was a lot of people talking about that maybe it won't be very well supported, and maybe the final won't be very well supported because there's a lot of disinterested people here in Victoria.
Quite frankly, a load of ignorant garbage to think that there would ever be anything less than a full house and grand final excitement in Melbourne at this time of the year is absolute rubbish, and anyone who was saying anything different was just purely a doomsdayer, just trying to talk the whole thing down. But look, it's certainly got a different feel to it. There's no doubt about that, not having a Melbourne team there, in that just purely people come out of the office buildings and things with their Collingwood or Essendon or Carlton or whatever scarves on and things, but that doesn't mean it's any less important or any less enjoyable. The game's going to be any less because of that. And I think it's fantastic that a big crowd's turned out in the city this afternoon. Let's put all that negativity to rest. This is grand final week and let's get it on. Absolutely.
Well, living outside of Victoria, I know what a privilege it is to actually come here, and the Melbourneites should be so privileged that the grand final is still played here, you know, regardless of...
Right, now you've gone too far. Now you're pretty silly.
But truly, I mean, it's an event. I mean, it doesn't matter who's in it. I mean, people want to come to the MCG. It's the most sought-after ticket going around. I mean, people come from miles. People come from across the other side of the nation. Sometimes
people come from around the world.
Exactly.
I know friends of mine came back. They were Melbourne supporters, and they came all the way back from London for a weekend when the Demons made it in 2000, and the Demons were, you know, rank underdogs in that game. They didn't worry at all. They spent thousands and thousands of dollars to come back. They'd barracked for Melbourne all their lives. They just weren't going to miss it because they realised how rare these opportunities are. And as Michael Voss said, look, we don't take these for granted. I know it's our fourth one in a row, but it might be their last one. That might be it for these guys. They may never play in a grand final again. Who's to know when a dynasty comes to an end? And similarly for Port Adelaide, of course, these guys have waited for 3 long years, worked very, very hard to get there, fallen short so many times that they're not going to take it for granted either. This could be their one and only shot at becoming a premiership player.
I think you mentioned a good point a couple of minutes ago off-air that Port...
I usually do most of my best work off-air.
Port have got that X factor about them. We don't know how they're going to perform in the big games. They've got a couple of guys who, Mark Williams said last week, there's probably 6 or 7 guys down on form to where they should have been. They are an unknown quantity.
Well, we're inside the Treasury building now for the official final press conference. The last word from Lee Matthews, Michael Voss, Warren Treadray and Mark Williams, and then it really will be men separate, go off into your separate camps, and we'll see you at 2:30 tomorrow afternoon in front of a packed house at the MCG. Almost set to go. Patrick Keane, the AFL media manager, just issuing some last instructions to the media, getting everybody sorted. Watching this live and exclusive on Fox Footy right around the country. Thanks very much for joining us. As I mentioned, a very special welcome to Brisbane and Port Adelaide fans. Delighted that we can bring you all these festivities to you, wherever you may be watching right around the country. Here's the final press conference between Lee Matthews, Mark Williams, Warren Treadray and Michael Voss, and the Premiership Cup. That's what it's all about.
Can everyone be quiet, please? We're actually starting.
Might be the band, Patrick.
Lee, why did Jonathan Brown not take part in the race?
What's that? I'm not exactly sure, but I think he's probably being looked at in terms of availability to play. So that's... but I must admit, I didn't know myself until he wasn't there.
For this afternoon's training session, or...?
Well, I can't really give you an answer. I'm not sure of myself, because I'm not fledgling around. I'm not exactly sure why he wasn't here. He must have been having some treatment done that was felt to be a higher priority than the parade. That much I know, but I can't fill you in any further.
Is he more doubtful today than he was yesterday? You're saying leaving away 90%?
No.
99%?
Sorry?
Still only 1%?
Well, I haven't been told that he's ready to play, so he's only 90%, yeah. I've been told he is ready to play, so he's 100%.
Mark, do you expect Brown to line up tomorrow?
Yeah. He's a very tough player. He'll play.
What's that based on, Mark?
He's a tough player. I saw him get smashed, actually, and shook his leg and just got on with it, so I'm sure he'll play.
Michael, they talk about the hunter and the hunter. Does that not count in a grand final, or have you made a hard form of being the hunter, even if you're the favourite on the bookies?
Oh, Hunter, I don't know who that is at this stage of the year. But I guess you try to get out there and you try to compete as hard as you possibly can. I don't know who that makes the hunter and hunted, but you got your starting points that you want to start every game with, and you work from there.
Warren, what about your knee? You got a knock last week against St Kilda.
It was an ankle, not a knee. So, no, I got up and had a shot straight away, so it was more, I think I stepped on Stewie Dew's boot, so just landed funny. No issue, haven't missed any training this week, so.
How was the experience out there, Warren, for the team? You all look pretty relaxed and like you really enjoyed it.
Yeah, well, it's been a pretty relaxed week, considering what you expect. It's our first time here, but playing in a grand final. But, you know, Adelaide at the best of times is a pretty hectic thing throughout the footy season. We've got two teams in one town and everyone always looking for a story. So when you got in last night, you probably realised for the first thing you're really playing in a grand final. And I suppose when you think about dreaming of it as a kid, you'd expect a whole lot more of the build-up. But, yeah, the guys are very relaxed. We know that, tomorrow's our day with destiny, and if we're good enough, we'll be there at the end.
You feel like underdogs?
I would have thought we're underdogs just from our previous finals campaigns. Brisbane are the reigning premiers the last 3 years, so I think if anything says that, I think that says they're underdogs, but we like to think any game's a 50-50 game. We've pushed that all season, and it just proves, the times when people think you're going to win, that doesn't necessarily always happen. And times when you're tested against the tide, you come out and you win. So we're looking forward to giving our best show tomorrow afternoon.
Mark, when you get your word from what Brisbane does this afternoon, will any of that shape what you want to do with your Lions?
No. We're picking our side as it was in the paper, and that's how the 22 will be playing.
Was it a hard decision to leave Cochrane out, Mark?
It's always hard to leave players that have played a major part of the year, but it would have been also difficult to leave someone out that's played the last couple of finals as well. So, only 22 get in, and that's the way it's going to be.
Lee, did the week off before the previous week affect your performance last week?
Yeah, I think a little bit. It's amazing. I think both the teams go into tomorrow's game probably feeling a little bit that way. We both had really good wins in the first final, had the fortnight off, then had real struggles to get home. I mean, that may be underestimating St Kilda and Geelong, but both sides have had similar build-ups from that point of view. So I think we'll be a bit more match-hardened in terms of, the intense type of footy that tends to be there most weeks. But again, I think Port Adelaide have had exactly the same sort of prototype preparation.
Is it an advantage, Lee, that they haven't had to travel in recent weeks while you've been?
Oh, slightly, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we hadn't travelled last week, but we hadn't travelled for 4 weeks prior to that. So we were... and Port haven't travelled for, 4 or 5 weeks themselves, I don't think, whatever that is. So that's the slight advantage is we travelled last weekend and they didn't. But, it would be more an issue if we'd had done a lot of travelling in the last 4 or 5 weeks. Unfortunately, we hadn't.
What made White be the nod ahead of Gra and McDonald?
A bit taller. We decided to go with a player more capable of playing a little taller than more ground level.
Lee, how pleasing was it from a national competition point of view to see so many people out there today? I know there's been an influx from Brisbane and South Australia, but they're not all out of town, is there?
Well, I mean, I think just that we've said all during the week, the national competition is about any team from Australia could end up playing on grand final day, and but the grand final will always be in Melbourne. I don't think any scary of thought. You know, some people suggest it every now and again, but I think the grand final in Melbourne at the MCG is the way it will be and should be. But it's slightly more vindicated, I guess, when you get... I guess we're hoping that you get the full crowd tomorrow, but certainly on the grand final parade in the city of Melbourne, certainly seem to be as many people around here this year as it has been the last few. So that vindicates in a way that this is the big population centre in the AFL world. So this is where you play the biggest game.
Were you surprised by the turn? I mean, it was the great unknown, really, wasn't it?
Yeah. Not really. We always seem to have had, you know, plenty of... I mean, we are partly the Melbourne club. We've got 7,000 Melbourne members almost, and therefore probably twice as many at least who are pretty keen supporters. So you always think that we get good crowds at our Melbourne games anyway, and we've got good crowds at our Melbourne Grand Final parade. I'm sure a lot of Port Adelaide people, Port Power people have come across.
There was a lot of Bears people actually there too, Lee, supporting me. They're all yelling at me. I think that's what they were saying.
Whatever. But there was plenty there. And it was great just to see so many people out there. And I know, you say, am I surprised? I'm not surprised, no. I think Melbourne people, that's where big crowds go to. I remember go to a lot of events in Melbourne. I remember 87,000 went to a rugby league State of Origin about 15 years ago. So the Melbourne people go out to big events.
So, Mark, just based on what Lee said then about, the big, the Fitzroy connection, of course, and a big Lions supporter base, do you consider yourselves very much the away team?
No, not really. We're going to have a great support here, and also I know that, the Victorian population, I think, gets behind an underdog side and one that hasn't achieved anything, so I think we'll get great support from those that are pretty neutral about the whole game. So we look forward to pretty equal support.
Well, even South Australia.
Sorry?
Even South Australians, you think Victorians might get behind South Australians?
You don't get me in that fight. I married a Victorian and I love Victoria, so spent most of my adult life here, so had a wonderful experience both at Collingwood and Essendon. So if I get those two teams behind us, I think we'll have a fair crowd there, won't we?
Liam, I'd ask you both in turn. Port Brisbane games generally have been decided on a home ground advantage. What do you think the neutral MCG does to the event?
Makes it a draw then.
I think it'll be a terrific game, and as you said, it has seemed to go a little bit that way. Both of us have won one or two games away, but generally, we pretty well win when we're playing at our home ground. So, we'd be very thrilled to be involved in such a close contest with Brisbane, because obviously their last three premierships show that they know what to do.
Mark, having not done this the last 2 years and watched on, I was wondering whether grand final week has been what you expected, 24 hours out from a game?
Yeah, look, I'd have to say that the last, I would say 25 years I've come to every grand final. From the young days when my uncles and my dad and my twin brother would get in the car and drive from 2 o'clock in the morning to get here and watch the game and then drive home the same day to watch every game, except last year I just couldn't draw myself to go to it. It was too disappointing for me because, we've worked really hard over the last few years not to make the grand final. So I think this year we've been building up for, as I said before, it's not this week or 1 week or the final series. We've been waiting for a fair time to have a crack at Brisbane, and we're looking forward to it.
So have you enjoyed the week, or is there
it's been fantastic.
anticipation for that?
No, it's absolutely fantastic. I talked to the guys after we get off the motorcade, and they thoroughly enjoyed every minute of it. We can't wait for having a kick at the MCG again. We've played there 3 times this year and trained a couple of extra times as well, just in case we got to this event. And, so we'll be looking forward to having another stroll around there and getting ready for Saturday.
Michael, have you turned your mind to the fact that it's the last time this group, as you know, will be playing together? You're going to lose McRae, Hart, possibly Lynch, maybe one other. Have you thought about that at all?
I can't say it's occupied a whole lot of my thoughts. Asked earlier in the week about that possibility and whether it's does it make you any more motivated. I don't think when you get to this stage of the season by certain blokes retiring makes you more motivated to get the result at the end of the day. I think it speaks for itself, obviously, but it is, and that's the likelihood every year, because every year
there's probably 6 or 7 people that turn over a list every single year. So the reality is probably every year you're not going to have the same list of players there, and the likelihood at this stage is that we've got a few guys that may retire. I don't know. At this stage it's only one, so let's hope it stays that way.
You'd be delighted though, Bossy, that Fly's going to be out there with you.
Oh, yeah, I am. I mean, he's been a mate of mine for a long, long time, a teammate, and to be able to have him out there and the people that you trust and respect around you is very important when you need to rely on them on the biggest day, and to have that sort of player out there is going to be fantastic for us, as opposed to what he actually means to our team at the same time, which is he's a pretty valuable guy to have.
Michael, aside from those guys you might lose through retirement, would a win or loss make any difference to holding the rest of the list together? Would a win, as it's done the last couple of years, entice more guys to stay on?
Oh, I've got no idea. Honestly, I can't answer that because I don't know how everyone's thinking, but I'd like to think that the guys are depicted by a lot of things that happen in post-mortem of the grand final, but you'd always like to think they want to stay on, but if they're going to retire and they don't want to play, then they don't want to play, do they?
Lee, how important has been that ultimate success as making your job easier in terms of keeping the group together, and how much more difficult would it be if you don't have a grand final win to build on going into the next post-season?
Players want to play in successful teams, and I guess success, the ultimate success that we think we've got a chance of playing, the ultimate success, which is in grand finals and premierships. So, I think that's a fact.
Given your historical ties at Port, what would a premiership mean personally?
I think it's a little romantic to think that it means too much more than it's great for the community. It's great for the club. To be part of something that hasn't happened before is always terrific. Personal things probably don't come into it this week.
Mark, how much have you drawn on Josh Franco and Matty Primus this week? 2 guys who've been there basically all the way but can't be there on the field. How much have you used them in terms of the group and motivation and sort of this week?
Honestly, we haven't used them at all. It's hard to rely on people that aren't there, so they just do minor roles in the background and very important roles, but them as motivating factors is none to our side win.
Well, Warren, it's been variously written that you need to either play, either kick 3 goals or kick 4 goals or play the game of your life and various things for Port to have any chance of winning. How do you see your responsibilities tomorrow?
I think if I play my role, play a role within the side, we kick a winning score, then I've done my job. I'm one who believes, best and fairest are very big awards in footy clubs, and I know that, some games, I haven't played well, but the side still won. I think that's the group of the side and the movement of the side has come to a positive direction where, we can have 5 players who don't play well. For example, last week we had a number of players down, but we won the game, and I think where in the past certain issues may have been raised, but now I don't think it's an issue at all, where I think within the side there's a number of guys who can chop and change and play the role of the side and get us over the line.
Lee, do you think Port Adelaide's very different to anything we've seen before this year?
What, from who? From them or other teams?
No, from themselves.
Oh, I wouldn't have thought so. I mean, no, I mean, I don't think they've gone any metamorphosis or something over the last week. I mean, they're not quite sure what you're getting at, Michael.
Well,
you mean, do they play different or something?
Yeah, I mean, we've all made the point that from 2001 every year.
Oh, you mean over 3 or 4 years?
Yeah. I mean, finally they've got to the point where they wanted to reach, but do you think that they're different now that they are at that
I think they won the extra game, mainly. I mean, that's all footy's all about. Footy gets... tomorrow's only one game, and if Port Adelaide win it or we win it, doesn't make us much different than we are today, except we go in the record books. That's the way it works. And Port this year have just got a game further. I think they've been a very good team the last 2 or 3 years, but this year they won the preliminary final, obviously. Lost a couple, so it's one game difference when it's all boiled down. Big game, I know, but one game difference.
Well, has Shaun Hart caught up with the group yet since you moved back to Melbourne?
He came down and had a meal with the group last night just to catch up with them, just so that they could see him, really, see that he was one piece and recovering, so that was good.
Michael, what did that do anything for the group aside from just being good to see you, mate? And
no, it was just great to catch up with him. I mean, he's been in Melbourne all week. We obviously saw the what happened after last week, and of course everyone's like what I said about Shaun 1,000 times this week. He's just a very valued and respected member of this football club, and the way he puts his body on the line and commits to the team, you know, we love to have him out there with us. He's not out there, but it was a great point just to be able to say good day, check how he was going. He's going fine, and as usual, he was just asking about how we're going. Wasn't really fussed about how he was, and but that's him in a nutshell. Just worried about the team.
Any special messages for you or the group individually?
No, not really. I mean, he just wanted to do what wishes all the best, basically, give an opportunity to wish all the best, and probably the next time we see him will be afterwards.
Michael, today did it seem like there'd been 3 of these grand final parades? Did it seem like a lot of Brisbane flags and colours out there?
I mean, one thing that they've always surprised me with our fans is that they just come out and they really, really do support us, and no matter what it is, they come out and they support as well. And the last few years, they've been very, very good in that area, and certainly in the big supporter bases that they've had when we've played Essendon and Collingwood, they've had big supporter bases, and I would have thought our numbers have been very comparable to that. So, and this year, once again, they haven't let us down. They come out and show their thanks, and for us to thank them too at the same time.
Has the group collectively virtually been feeling an insult by the tone made about the hardball against that you ranked number 16?
Well, stats are stats, and I know we instead of looking over the overall stats within the side, we look at versus our direct opponent. And as far as I know, over the past 6 or 8 week period, we've improved a lot in certain areas. It's well documented as saying that I mean, we're 15 or 16 and they're 1. The difference isn't that big. And as I said, over the last period of time, we've had areas we've worked on and we've come dramatic improvements. So tomorrow will tell how far we've really come, because we're up against the best.
Mark, you mentioned Matthew and Josh had background roles. Can you elaborate at all on what their roles might be tomorrow?
Well, basically, Matty has a real connection with the ruckman, so he talks to them and looks at the opposition ruck and gives us ideas on what we might do together with David Pittman, who, you know, we as coaches rely a little bit on, given the fact that he's been in this situation as well, so that's been good. And, you know, Josh has a wonderful relationship with quite a few of the on-ballers, so he just works through that stuff. The things they're good at, the things they understand.
Mark, there was a back page lead in the Herald Sun this morning that suggested you might have a personal axe to grind tomorrow. Was there any substance to that?
I didn't read it.
Dating back to your days at Collingwood and League at the end of '86.
No, not at all. I always stated that I've admired Lee as a coach. He's a wonderful, wonderful coach, and he was right back then as well. And you know, everything he's got out of coaching, I'm sure he deserves.
Warren, given your experience, do you find it increasingly easy to just treat grand finals as another game, 24, 48 hours out?
Oh, I wish. No, I wish. No, you can't. I mean, regardless, we know it's only one game of footy, but it's the last game of footy. It's the one that goes in the record books, all that stuff. And it's the ability to actually concentrate on what you have to do, and within that tension and pressure and all the things that sort of accompany it. I think most of us who are closely involved with the teams are happy that this part of the week is now finished, and now it's at least you don't have to do anything else. It's particularly and specifically grand final leading into the tomorrow afternoon's game. But I think the players handle it better than the off-field staff, to be honest, because they go out there and physically perform. We don't get to just get rid of our nerves in a physical sense.
Lee, do you give any advice to the players this week, or particularly these couple of days, about media? Do you suggest to them they don't read papers, watch television, or is that an individual thing?
No, I haven't gone down that track, I've got to say. No.
Warren, there's been speculation about where your group is at, whether you're getting near the end with this group, or whether it's, you know, you can steamroll on for another 1 to 2 years. Where do you see them?
I've got no interest in that particular question today, I've got to tell you. We're only interested in how we can come up tomorrow afternoon, then we'll worry about the future.
What have you considered the issue of when you leave the change rooms tomorrow afternoon, the 80 minutes before the first bounce, how to handle that? Is that a responsibility that falls very much on you, or will you spread it among all of you?
I was made aware of it a couple of days ago, and I've thought about it, you know, probably for about 5 minutes at a time, maybe a couple of times over the last few days, and I dare say I'll probably have a little bit of a chat to Mark over dinner tonight about, you know, various ideas, but I wouldn't have thought. I think the group has come such a long way in improvement that our group takes care of itself, whether I'm leading the side or not. We've got the maturity in the group to say that, you know, we're not going to be jumping out of our skin with 18 minutes to go before the first bounce.
Lee, last year much was made of how important the medical room was to you on grand final day. How important will it be tomorrow, given the issues you've had to deal with the last couple of weeks?
Right, well, you'd like to think it'd be nothing tomorrow. I mean, in terms of getting players up, as it were, and actually giving us the okay that, yes, they're ready to be selected, they're very important in that regard. You hope they don't need to do much during the game, but that's, of course, something none of us really know until the bounce goes.
Well, how do you feel about the MCB nowadays? And reflecting back on that first time you guys went there in '97.
I wasn't there in '97. I got the last flight back to Adelaide to play against Sturt, so that was a refreshing experience. But last time we played there, we took a huge amount of confidence out of playing Collingwood. That had some star players back in this side, and Tarrant and Buckley. We won. When everyone says that it was a bogey game, we come out and we won convincingly. So we got full of confidence playing there, and that can only continue once we train tonight and, you know, get a feel for the atmosphere and bring it on again tomorrow night.
I have 5 more questions and finish up, thanks. Mark, mentally is the first quarter more important for your team than Lee's team, do you think, given they've been there 3 times before? Do you need to get a foot in the door in that first quarter?
Every time you play, you like to set the game up in the first quarter, but so does the opposition. So, you know, you can't rely on being in front at quarter time. You need to have a purpose about the way you play and way you plan to be in front at the end of the game, and that's what we're about.
Well, you don't want to talk about another question you won't want to talk about. It's 4 in a row, but you must concede it's a hell of an achievement.
Oh, yeah, no, we don't. So there's just no point talking about it because there's no point us talking about it. You can talk about it all you like. And we know exactly that would be what tomorrow would give us. But again, if you think that makes us more motivated than Port are for 1 in a row, is just patently stupid and ridiculous. That's all I say. So there's no point building it up from our point of view because it doesn't add to what we're trying to do.
Michael, has it been mentioned amongst the 13 or 14 Brisbane players that are going for that have been in all 4 sides? Is it something that's been mentioned between you, or you just...
Oh, other than the fact that it'd be nice to be able to do, but I can't say it's consumed a hell of a lot of our thought process. You get so focused on what you want to do next and what you want to be able to get to next that I think that sort of the whole big picture you don't very often sit back and look at because you want to do the next thing and you're concentrating on achieving the next thing. Gets spoken a lot about in the media, as we know. I've been getting asked that same question since November last year when we first turned up in our pre-season training session. And, you know, for us, it's about tomorrow and we have to get the result. Otherwise, 4 in a row means diddly because unless we get it, it doesn't mean nothing.
Mark, you're sure Jonathan Brown will play? You're sure about Craig McRae?
I actually coached Craig when he first started his footy and I've admired the way he's gone about his footy up in Brisbane. He's a wonderful player, and as Michael said, he always had those attributes before he got there, but I expect him to play. All my mail is that he's playing.
Lee, there's one for the Romantics about the Fitzroy merger allows them Port Adelaide to join the AFL. What have you thought of the rivalry between the 2 clubs since that time? You guys have both been pretty much the rivalry for the 2 clubs since they've joined.
Oh, well, yeah, for the last part of it, I mean, I guess there was a couple of draws early on, certainly before I was involved in Brisbane. I think there's a couple of draws between Port and Brisbane. Oh, no, that's the historical. No, I mean, the rivalry's there because we both got to the last game this year. I mean, the rivalry was with Collingwood because we got to the last game this year. Sort of, your rivalries, you have some that are built up over decade after decade after decade, and that's obviously your Essendon, Collingwood, Carlton, those kind of rivalries. And the other rivalries tend to be depending upon what's happened in a short year of time. Now, quite obviously, Port have finished first and we've been second or third the last 3 years. So both teams have been right up around the top of the action. So I guess you have that short-term rivalry, but the rivalries tend to ebb and flow, I think, mostly.
How do you feel about that?
I've been quite jealous of Brisbane winning all the flags and we were finishing top of the ladder, no doubt about that.
Last question.
guys. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
The final word from the coaches and captains of the two grand final teams, Mark Williams, Warren Treasury, Michael Voss and Lee Matthews. Not a lot of hard-hitting questions there, Richard Champion, really, and you do get the distinct impression that they would all have rather been somewhere else.
Well, there wasn't too much. I would have liked to heard a little bit more about the game and what sort of strategy they're both going to go in with, and matchups, and who's going to tag who, and didn't quite get into that. So maybe we'll have to wait until tomorrow to find that out.
And we'll just check in with Mark Williams in another 10 minutes whether he thinks Jonathan Brown is going to play. Well, in fact, we'll give you 10-minute updates right throughout the afternoon as to whether Jonathan Brown will play. Plenty more to look forward to as we build up to the 2004 AFL Grand Final here on Fox Footy this afternoon from 2:30 p.m. Eastern from the MCG Port Adelaide training session. Matthew Campbell will be our man on the spot. We'll also be joined throughout the afternoon by the likes of Terry Wallace and Donald McDonald. The Brisbane Lions, well, it's their turn to blow out the cobwebs and go through final preparations, and we will keep a close eye on Jonathan Brown and Craig McRae as the Lions train later on this afternoon. Plenty more to look forward to here on Fox Footy as we build up to the 2004 AFL Grand Final. Richard Champion, thank you for your time. We'll catch up with you a little bit later in the afternoon.
Absolutely, Joe's. We're back at 4 o'clock for the Brisbane Lions training session.
Keep watching right here on Fox Footy. You will not miss a beat as we build up to the game of the year, the 2004 AFL Grand Final.
Forget about the Olympics. This is the marathon everyone's been waiting for.
The 2004 Grand Final Marathon.
And up goes Kevin. Join me, Jason Bennett, with Ron Barassi and Kevin Bartlett as we bring you the greatest grand finals in more than 40 years of football.
A chance of Green pops the goal.
Into the pocket, Harm still after it.
We're bringing you 12 hours of grand final action, so get training.
The Grand Final Marathon starts tonight on Fox Footy Channel.
We're here in Melbourne to relive a classic footy moment that has it all.
And who else could give us all this?
Who else but the maestro? Hey, James Hurt.
Hey, guys.
All right, so it's Essendon 131, West Coast 131. 30 minutes and 48 seconds gone.
Umpire doesn't ball up and it's on.
He's got it.
Hey, maybe Murphy,
you're the umpire.
not the umpire, I'm bully. Bully gets it out the head. Wait, the fairy tale's complete. James Hart, you are a genius. Yes. Give it a hug.
I love my footy, and now if I miss a game or TV replay, there's an answer to my problems. A great multimedia AFL website made exclusively available to Big Pond broadband customers. You can access a quarter-by-quarter news service, exclusive coach and player interviews, and post-match press conferences. If you're unable to watch it live, you can access the video archive and see your favourite games, highlights and audio interviews on demand anytime you like. You can even create your own highlights packages and video clips. It's exclusive and subscription-free to Big Pond broadband customers. And Big Pond broadband ADSL and cable customers enjoy unmetered downloads. Check it out at bigpond.com or call 1-800 131 500 to find out more.
Bill Collins' Golden Years of Hollywood presents Saturday Night Classic Westerns.
Let's have them. Or do I take them off you? Nobody takes my gun.
Classic gunfighters.
So you're the famous Wyatt Earp, lawman, judge, and jury.
Classic shootouts.
Anybody else want to try their luck?
Classic legends.
Nobody asked you to come here. Well, I'm here, Mr. Wagaman. I'm going to stay here. This town better get used to the idea.
Saturday, 8:30.
I came 1,000 miles to kill you.
James Stewart, the man from Laramie.
You just can't let a day go by without picking a fight, can you?
Forever Classic Westerns.
Make some music!
Fox Classics.
Monday on Fox Footy, get ready for the On the Couch season finale. All year long, the boys have brought you all the issues, opinions and analysis of the AFL while asking the biggest names in the game the questions you want answered.
I'm interested about where Stephen Milne stands in the context of the St Kilda Footy Club. It seems to me that you can't win a game and you need a crummer and you won't play.
This week, the panel wrap up in style as they cross live to the captain of the winning premiership team. On the Couch Premiership Special, Monday, exclusive to Fox Footy Channel.
Welcome back to Fox Footy's Grand Final Eve extravaganza. Stay with us throughout the afternoon. We'll cover off the 2 training sessions from the 2 great sides, Port Adelaide and Brisbane. We'll have those for you exclusively here on Fox Footy as both sides go through their paces and the fitness tests. A little bit of intrigue, particularly in the Brisbane Lions camp, but also interesting to see how all the Port Adelaide players get through this afternoon. Lots more to look forward to as we build up to the 2004 AFL Grand Final. Don't forget, of course, White Line Fever tonight, then the AFL Players Association MVP Awards. I'll get that out eventually. The Grand Final Marathon from 10 o'clock this evening right through the night. 40 years of fantastic Grand Finals. Myself, Ron Barassi and Kevin Bartlett to join you right throughout the night. So set the clock for that one, and then tomorrow morning the TAC Cup Grand Final from 10 a.m. Eastern at the MCG. The Calder Cannons versus the Eastern Rangers, and we'll wrap it up with Fox Footy's Grand Final preview. And then, of course, the big game itself tomorrow afternoon, and a full replay, uninterrupted, siren to siren from 6 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night right here on Fox Footy. You'll see every minute of the 2004 Grand Final. Terry Wallace to join me shortly. In the meantime, let's take a look at the 2-team lineups as they were selected on Thursday night. We'll start with Port Adelaide, the minor premiers in the last 3 seasons. Down back for Port Adelaide, well, it's going to be interesting to see how they do line up. They've got 3 talls named in Corns, Wakelin and Matthew Bishop. Who will get the job on Jonathan Brown if, in fact, he does play? You would expect Wakelin to go to Lynch. Will it be Chad Corns, or will Port Adelaide like to free Chad up to play his more attacking role off half-back? We'll put these questions to Terry Wallace shortly. Or will they throw a surprise and put someone like a Brett Montgomery on a tall such as a Bradshaw or Lynch? Through the middle of the ground, Burgoyne, Josh Carr and Michael Wilson. During the week, Michael Voss on White Line Fever suggested that he expected Josh Carr to get the job, tagging him. Josh has had that job for the last couple of seasons and done a reasonable job up against Michael Voss. Half-forward line of Byron Pickett, Warren Treadray and Josh Marnie, one of the great stories of the 2004 AFL Grand Final, discarded by the Magpies and the Bulldogs. Spent the last 3 seasons playing with Williamstown in the VFL. Port Adelaide threw him a most unexpected lifeline to resurrect his AFL career. Less than 12 months later, he's lining up for his first Grand Final. Gavin Wanganeen, Brendan Lade and Sean Burgoyne across the forward line for Port Adelaide. Will Burgoyne play forward or will he play back? Wait and see. Gavin Wanganeen, well, we saw how devastating he can be late in the preliminary final last week against the Saints. First ruck combination of Brogan, James and Kane Corns. And then the benches, a little bit of experience and a little bit of youth. Dominic Cassisi has established himself in this side this season for Port Adelaide. Originally from Western Australia, Cassisi come in and has played 24 games for Port Adelaide this season. Damien Hardwick, the veteran, playing game number 207. It will be his final game, win, lose or draw at AFL level. He's one of just 3 players in the Port Adelaide side who has already played in a premiership, the other 2 being Gavin Wanganeen with the Bombers in '93 and Byron Pickett with the Kangaroos in 1999. Toby Thurston's the youngster, gets his chance, and Stuart Dew, the left-footed dynamo across half-forward for Port Adelaide. That is their lineup, as I mentioned a little bit earlier. The most dominant team in the competition, wins and losses over the last 3 years. A fantastic record. They've won 57 of 74 games. They've won 12 of their last 13 coming into this game tomorrow, including their last 6 straight by an average of 47 points. But the side they're up against has been dominant when it matters in September. The Brisbane Lions, of course, the triple reigning premiers, going for premiership number 4 to equal Collingwood's record. And from the back line, Johnson, Michael and Martin Pike. Martin Pike could become just the 22nd player in history to win 5 premiership medals. 4 with the Brisbane Lions if they win tomorrow. Of course, he won 1 with the Kangaroos in 1999. Fantastic performance from Martin Pike. He'll also play his 27th final tomorrow, which brings him into equal 9th all-time for most finals played. And alongside esteemed company, he will join Dick Reynolds, Kevin Bartlett and Harry Collier on 27 finals. Those 3 are all-time legendary greats of the game. Martin Pike certainly racking up a record that puts him in elite company. Chris Scott returns to the Brisbane Lions Grand Final side after missing last year. Justin Leppich, centre half-back, expected to get the role on Warren Treadray, and Robert Copeland, a young player who has established himself over the last few seasons and gets another chance on Grand Final day. Look at that centre line. Nigel Lappin, Michael Voss and Jason Ackermanis. Almost speaks for itself, doesn't it? Across half-forward, Richard Hadley, the youngster who played in a premiership in just his 4th senior game of football this time last year. If he plays in one tomorrow, it'll be 2 flags in 27 games of league football, which is an incredible performance. Still trailing a little bit behind a bloke named Alf Lauder, who played for Collingwood and played in 3 flags in that wonderful 4 premiership streak. Alf Lauder played in 3 flags in a total career of just 36 games. Plenty of experience there in that Brisbane lineup, and we will come back and analyse that in more detail with Terry Wallace shortly. let's head back into the city now. Huge crowd in for the grand final parade. In fact, it was a press conference earlier in the week. It was Chris Scott, as I mentioned, comes back into this grand final side, and here's what he had to say during the week. Chris Scott from the Brisbane Lions.
I think it's a little bit difficult in the build-up, particularly, you know, if you were there for the first time. I think back to 2001, and the build-up to that game was difficult because you didn't really know what was going to expect, or what to expect. They, you know, they talk about, you know, the game's different and the build-up, and obviously the prize at the end of the day is huge. But you know, that week can be a little bit difficult. But you know, once you're out on the ground, it's you know, it's really another game of football, and you've got to concentrate on doing what you do as an individual to help the team. I don't really like to talk about what the opposition's feeling because I don't know. You know, I can compare it to what I felt back in 2001, but you know, I think we are probably better prepared because we've done it before. How they will cope with it is an unknown to me. Personally, I think the fear of failure is a motivating force every game you play. I can honestly say every game I've played in my career, I've never gone into the game thinking that we're a certainty to win. You know, I've always had in the back of my mind, if we don't perform or if I don't perform as well as I can and do the things that we need to do to win, then you know, it's going to be a terrible feeling at the end of the day. So you hear players that have played in losing grand finals talk about the pain of, you know, getting so close but not quite getting over the line, you know, and you know, the feeling of, or the hollow feeling that they have after that game. So definitely, you know, as in most games, the fear of failure will be there. It's just this week it's a little bit stronger.
It's an interesting prospect, isn't it, the matchup between Brisbane, who have been there and done it so many times before. We know what to expect from them on grand final day. They know what to expect from themselves. Port Adelaide, well, they're the X factor. As I mentioned before, only 3 players have played in a premiership side in Port Adelaide, in this current Port Adelaide side. Gavin Wanganeen with Essendon in 1993, Byron Pickett with the Kangaroos in 1999, and Damien Hardwick, Essendon 2000. Here's what Damien had to say during the week.
It's probably exciting because, look, it's Port's first, you know, chance of a flag, so it will be a great part of that, you know, great to be part of that inaugural side to win that premiership, so it's something I'm enormously looking forward to.
You're one of the more experienced guys. What sort of advice can you give to the young ones this week?
Yeah, look, it's just trying to keep your week as normal as possible, really, you know, trying to avoid those phone calls, avoid the relatives coming up wanting a ticket, and, you know, let your parents take care of that sort of thing, so I don't know, just try and keep your routine as normal as possible and look forward to the weekend.
Is that almost impossible?
It is to a degree. It's lucky, you know, most guys probably have a live-in partner or something like that can take the slack a bit, which, look, they're an enormous part of our lives, and there'll be a lot of responsibilities going towards them this weekend.
Damien Hardwick playing in game number 207, his final game of a very successful AFL career, originally from up at the foot of the hills in Melbourne here at Belgrave Way. And, well, had a good career at Essendon, played in 3 minor premierships. Amazingly, he's played in 6 minor premierships in a row. I think it's the first time in history that's ever happened. The Bombers 99, 2000, 2001, and then the last few years with Port Adelaide as well. So only 1 premiership to show from it, of course, back in 2000 with the Bombers. One man who's already got 3 premierships and is hunting down number 4 is Michael Voss. We've heard from him this afternoon. Here's what he had to say during the week.
Vision over that the last couple of days reiterates that for me. The lines and the queues down in Victoria to get tickets is absolutely amazing, and it's probably those times when you realise just how many supporters and how much it's grown over the last, you know, 5 or 6 years from what it's come from to what it is now. That you realise that not only we've got the existing Fitzroy people, but we're getting new young kids that are supporting us, and that's fantastic for the future of this club. And one of the great things, you know, playing at the MCG, it feels like home for us, but having supporter base there makes you more comfortable there because you're not going into a strange environment. It's very familiar to us, and you know, and that, because of that supporter base, that makes it more familiar to us because you're not frightened about going there. As it's not as formidable as, say, going to a football park where you've got about 2 supporters, or going to Subiaco where you've got 1. You know, like, so it's it is fantastic, and certainly from our players' point of view, we can't thank them enough for the support they've got. So we do very much think that we are a Melbourne team also.
You're watching Fox Footy's Grand Final Eve special here. Stay with us. We'll have the 2 training sessions coming up shortly. Then, of course, tonight, right through the evening, plenty of fantastic entertainment, kicking off with White Line Fever, the AFL MVPs, the Grand Final Marathon. Tomorrow morning, the TAC Cup from 10 a.m. Eastern. And then, of course, tomorrow afternoon, the AFL Grand Final for 2004 between Port Adelaide and the Brisbane Lions. Jason Bennett with Terry Wallace to join me shortly. And some breaking news here at Fox Footy. I can tell you that Brad Ottens has quit Richmond. Brad Ottens has given notice this afternoon that he wants out at Punt Road. Needless to say, Terry Wallace has a bit on his plate. He's just working his way down here to Fox Footy, and he will be with us shortly. It's a lot of a coach, and speaking of a coach, there ain't too many more successful than Lee Matthews. Lining up this weekend, he hopes for his 9th premiership of a glittering career. He's been there and done just about everything there is to do in football. And during the week, well, a bit of sadness in the Brisbane camp. They lost, of course, Shaun Hart with that horrific facial injury last week in the preliminary final. Here's what Lee Matthews had to say about their great clubman, Shaun Hart.
We love Shaun Hart. I mean, it's a funny word, and I know we don't use it because he is just the most magnificent human being. I've said it many times. And, I mean, it's a dangerous game you play, and a lot of big bodies running around in an uncontrolled manner, and whether they be opposition or your own teammates, it's easy to run into each other, which is unfortunately what happened to Shaun. But what it holds for the long-term future, I'm not so sure. I mean, certainly he won't play this week, obviously, and it's some quite nasty surgery probably that needed to be done in terms to stabilise him, but you know, he'll recover fine. But certainly it'll be an uncomfortable few days, and he has been an integral. I mean, you talk about the heart of the team, and as much as anything, he's the heart and soul of the team, along with a lot of other players. But we've got enormous regard for Shaun. So yeah, very sad that he won't be there with us. So I mean, I'm told this morning that they're expecting that Craig McRae will be available. You know. And our medical people, I've had great faith in them, and their faith has been earned by the fact that when they've put a bloke on the field, he's normally been okay. So they're expecting he'll come up. I mean, Shaun's the only one definitely unavailable. Brownie we won't know all week, really. I mean, he's going to be hobbling around all week. The question will be, you know, are you going to be able to get him on the field? Like, why is he hobbling, in other words? Well, he played the second half. So, you know, unless after he hurt himself, he still played on and played well. That would make you think he'd probably come up for this week. But you know, I guess whatever he's done himself, whether he's further harmed during the game in terms of swelling, all that kind of stuff. He's certainly very sore yesterday, and he'll be very sore these couple of days. So there'll be some uncertainty through the week, I would have thought.
Well, the Port Adelaide theme song may say there's history here in the making, and indeed there is for Port Adelaide, going for their first AFL flag this weekend. But as we know, some precious history on the line for the Brisbane Lions as well as they chase their 4th consecutive premiership. Here's what Lee had to say about the four-peat.
Oh, well, it's not of any great value. I mean, I don't know how many times competitors say the way it is, which is you've got to worry about what you've got to do, not the end result. The more you worry about the end result, the less competent you're going to be to play the game. And that nothing has ever changed on that. So you know, once you get to the grand final, the prize for winning that particular game is the premiership. I mean, that goes without saying. So, but the whole mental focus is in what have you got to do during the game. Now, it's not only telling fibs or telling stories. That's the way it is always. So therefore, building up any, you know, I mean, I've said quite often, is the 4th premiership. 4th premiership would be lovely because it'd be really, you know, a great thing in footy history. But you can't be any more motivated than Port Adelaide are going to be because they're going for their first, or we're going. You know, it's four. You can't try any harder than your hardest. You know what I mean? So above and beyond that, it's how well you actually can focus on what you have to do. And in fact, forget about the result of the game until the final siren. Then the result of the game is obviously in the books. One of the great challenges in sport is to go and play a really big game, say a big final, night times in a strange city, because the hanging around during the day is really gets you, and it's very hard not to. I think all of us are happy to be playing Saturday afternoon, so you wake up Saturday morning, that goes pretty quick, and then the game's on. But a night game, if you're at home, you have the slight comfort of your home environment. But if you're away, you're just hanging around all day, and that I think that tends to get you a bit uptight. And I thought we played a bit uptight. I also thought we've probably come off a month where it's ended up. I mean, we didn't play the previous week, and in the previous 3 weeks, it ended up that we had really big wins. And you know, in terms of being ready to as I call it, a bun fight, you know, which is a really tough, hard, close quarters game of footy. You know, we were a little bit fumbly. We just weren't as ready for that as sometimes we can be. And that we'll be better off for the game. I suspect Port might well be saying the same thing, because I think both sides will be better off for the preliminary final for what they're capable of giving on grand final day.
We'll take a break on Fox Footy's Grand Final Eve's extravaganza as we build up to AFL Grand Final Day 2004. Don't go away. Back with more right after this here on Fox Footy.
Saturday, Fox Footy brings you the 2004 TAC Cup Grand Final live and exclusive. Join hosts Jason Bennett and Matthew Campbell alongside AFL National Talent Manager Kevin Sheehan. The TAC Cup Grand Final live and exclusive Saturday on Fox Footy Channel.
We're here in Melbourne to relive arguably the greatest moment in grand final history.
Unbelievable moment.
And to help us, we have Mr. Wayne Hart. All right, it's 1979. It actually looks like the Pies are going to win a flag. That is, until Harmsy here comes to the rescue. You're going to come running in, slide along there, and it's going to be wicked. Yeah, we like it too.
Goal square, Harmsy, goal square! He does it to Sheldon! Goal square! Yes!
Walt Disney Pictures presents Buck.
He must be taking stupid lessons from that buffalo.
The Girls.
We don't eat meat. It's kind of like a professional courtesy.
And Alameda Slim.
I think these cows got it in for me.
You go, cowgirl.
In a story of courage.
They're stew meat.
Teamwork.
Move on, bounty hunters. Now I've seen everything.
And utter madness. Disney's Home on the Range.
Who put this here?
For every beginning, there must be an end.
See how it ends.
Even for a Slayer. Slayer Fest 7, The Armageddon, starts Saturday, October 2, Fox 8.
Foxtel Box Office invites you to go all the way with Lara Croft.
Hello, boys. You're all wet.
His name is Jonathan Rice.
He doesn't care who his weapon to kill or why.
Rice is going to find Pandora's box.
Do you mean the Greek myth?
That's the Sunday school version, yes. It's a weapon more powerful than you could ever imagine.
She doesn't do it for the money.
Her Majesty formally requests that you find and recover this box before Dr. Rice.
Well, now that I have Her Majesty's permission.
She does it for the thrills.
Take me to Pandora's box.
It's your destiny to see what's inside. Angelina Jolie is Lara Croft. Tomb Raider, The Cradle of Life, now showing only on Foxtel Box Office.
Experience Foxtel Box Office only on digital. Call now to upgrade. Roy Kazali, Daryl Baldock. Despite being isolated from the footballing mainland, Tasmania has produced almost 300 VFL AFL players throughout the history of the game. Ian Stewart, Peter Hudson. And from this rich tapestry of playing talent comes the Tasmanian Team of the Century. Only true champions are included in a side this magnificent. Royce Hart, Alistair Lynch. The Tasmanian Team of the Century, next Friday on Fox Footy Channel.
Welcome back to Fox Footy's Grand Final Eve special. Stick with us right through till 5 o'clock Eastern this afternoon. Coming up shortly, we'll head to the MCG and take in Port's training session, final session, live and exclusive. And then a little later on at 4 o'clock Eastern, we'll head down to the Albert Ground here in Melbourne and take in the Brisbane Lions. Final training session before the 2004 AFL Grand Final. Lots more to look forward to, so don't touch that dial between now and, well, tomorrow night. Maybe, in fact, just leave it on all summer. It doesn't matter. There's always something happening here at Fox Footy. Well, Grand Final Day presents some fantastic opportunities for individual players. We've spoken about some great stories, the likes of Dylan McLaren, the fourth-string ruckman who'll get his chance for Brisbane. Josh Marnie, who was discarded by 2 clubs, only to have his career resurrected at the death and to come back, and now he will line up in his first Grand Final tomorrow afternoon. Another Port player making his Grand Final debut is Dominic Cassisi, a young man who came across to Port Adelaide from Western Australia. He caught up with Fox Footy's Nicky Barnett during the week, and Nicky pointed out, Dominic, very young to get a great opportunity to play in a grand final.
Yeah, I haven't really thought about that, but yeah, I am, I suppose. And you know, there's guys that go through their whole career and don't get the opportunity to play in one, and you know, I'm grateful that I'm going to get the chance this week and hopefully do my best to help the team out.
Yep. How much improvement do you think is in the side from Friday night's performance?
Yeah, I think we've got plenty of improvement. You know, I think after the game, I think a lot of guys know that they've got a lot of room for improvement, and I think everyone's just looking forward to getting out there this week and just doing their bit to help the team.
What's the main areas you think we've seen improvement Saturday afternoon? Stoppages or?
I guess just all over the ground we can improve a little bit, and you know, to get over the Brisbane, we're going to have to be at our best, and this week will give us opportunity to fine-tune our tactics and get our skills right, get our bodies right, and everyone got through the game well, pretty unscathed, so we're looking forward to getting out there and giving it a good go.
Does it make it even better that it's against Brisbane, arguably one of the best teams ever? If you actually beat them, it's amazing.
Yeah, it will be. It'll be great, and you know, it's going to be a great challenge for us, and you know, they're going to have to come out with their game as well to beat us. So you know, we're looking forward to it, and it's going to be a big day.
Was it good watching them Saturday night just get so absolutely battered, knowing that so in less than a week when you're going to play them?
Yeah, you know, what happened to Shaun Hart, you don't really wish upon anyone, but you know, they by the sound of things, they've got a few little injuries, but you know, I think their medical staff is are pretty good, and most of those guys will probably get up and play, and you know, no matter who they put out there, we're going to still have a go at them, and we're going to stick to our game plan and just have a good go at it.
Do you think the extra day's break will make much of a difference?
Yeah, I think so. I think the extra day gives us a bit of a mental break as well, and you know, yesterday was sort of good for the boys to not have to come into the club and just enjoy it and look forward to the week ahead.
Yep, so Brisbane, obviously they're so experienced in grand final. Is that going to be an advantage, or could that be a good thing for you because you don't have that extra pressure?
Yeah, I guess experience is a good thing, so you know, it's probably an advantage for them, but we're going to come out there and we've got, you know, nothing to lose. We've worked hard to get here, and we're just going to go out there and stick to what we know, and it's going to be a good game, I think.
Who do you think you'll pick up?
Not too sure. In the past, I've played on Ackermanis a little bit, and I've had little bits of a few of their midfielders, so I'll probably know by Wednesday or Thursday what I'll do, and I'm looking forward to finding out, so it should be good.
Dominic Cassisi there with Fox Footy's Nicky Barnett during the week. Some fascinating matchups to look forward to, aren't they? That really is the grand final that we've been anticipating for the last 3 years. Of course, Port having some problems and falling over before grand final day in the years gone by, but these are, make no mistake, the two most consistent sides over the last 3 seasons. Their records are impressive. Let's take a look now. It's difficult to pick a winner. Let's take a look and go through this game in some more detail. We'll have a look zone by zone, and we'll start Port Adelaide's attack versus Brisbane's defence. Overall, the Lions ranked second in the competition in defence in 2004. Port Adelaide are ranked third. The efficiency rating means for Port Adelaide how many times they take an inside 50 and turn it into a goal. As you can see, they are the best in the competition at converting inside 50s into goals. And you look at the Brisbane defence, well, their efficiency rating is exactly the opposite. How many times the ball comes inside their own defensive 50 and they take it out again without an opposition scoring a goal. They're ranked fourth in that department. So two very effective zones go head-to-head tomorrow afternoon at the MCG. Port pretty solid right across the board. Set shot goals, snap goals and goals on the run. Then across, you look, of course, to the Lions' defence, and they are excellent as well. Set shot goals, they're fifth best at defending those in the competition, and they're the best in the business at preventing opposition sides from kicking snap goals or goals on the run. That last stat there, the contested marks, Brisbane ranks 16th. You might look at that and say, well, gee, that might be a potential weakness for Brisbane, but the reason behind that is they're the #1 spoiling team in the competition. So the likes of Michael, Lepich, Pike, Chris Johnson, they play the percentages. Rather than try to take a contested mark in their own defensive 50, they get up, punch it away, get it to ground, and then, of course, they've got a fantastic fleet of runners who can take the ball and sweep it away from their own defensive 50. Let's take a look at how they might line up. There's some great flyovers, some great matchups here to have a look at in the Port forward line. Brendan Lade, will he go to full forward? If he does, you would expect that Mel Michael will pick him up. Toby Thurston's the other key forward option aside from Warren Treadray down forward for Port Adelaide. Sean Burgoyne's an X-factor, so is Gavin Wanganeen. What a great contest it'd be if Gavin Wanganeen was picked up by Chris Johnson. Martin Pike gives the Brisbane Lions defence such incredible flexibility He seems an ideal matchup for a player along the lines of Sean Burgoyne. Take a look at the Port half-forward line. Warren Treasury looms as the key inside 50 for Port Adelaide. He's booted 80 goals, 42 for the season. The next best for Port Adelaide is 30 goals apiece to Dew and Lade. So Warren Treasury has kicked more than 20% of their goals for the entire season. You would expect he needs a big game tomorrow afternoon. Or Byron Pickett, the big stage. Who knows? Anything's capable from Byron Pickett. And certainly if we talk physical presence and being able to have an impact early, Byron can certainly do that. Josh Marnie on the other half-forward flank. Well, it is a Cinderella story for Josh Marnie. And wouldn't he love to get a premiership medal after his career was well and truly washed up for the last 3 seasons. Justin Lepich at centre-half back will go head-to-head with Warren Treasury, you would expect, with Scott and Copeland on the other half-back flanks. Let's take a look at Port Adelaide. As we mentioned, Warren Treasury, 80 goals for the season. Dew's kicked 30, Lade's kicked 30, 21 to Thurston's, 20 to Wanganeen. And this man, Warren Treasury, with 80 goals, 42 for the season. Only averages a goal and a half a game in finals, but largely the reason behind that is that he does tend to spend so much time up the ground. Works a lot around about the 50 and even outside the forward 50. Byron Pickett, a gold sneak. Brendan Lade, as we've mentioned. Look, a great story Brendan Lade is in his own right. He's had 2 knee reconstructions. His career looked washed up as well. And this man, Gavin Wanganeen, well, as we know, it's pretty difficult to keep him quiet for all 4 quarters. And here's the guys I'll be going up against. Darryl White, a late inclusion. He's the man who's come in for Shaun Hart. Some more experience for them. Richard Hadley floats back and provides defensive assistance. And Mel Michael, one of the best fullbacks in the competition over the last few years. Played in 3 premiership sides. He'll be crucial again tomorrow afternoon. Justin Lepich, Chris Johnson. It is a star-studded lineup down back for the Brisbane Lions. Chris Johnson, one of the best small defenders in the competition. And here's their ability to get that spoiling, as I mentioned. That is the game plan for Brisbane down back. Just get it to ground. They know they've got plenty of run in their legs. They've got plenty of good users of the football. And look how quickly they can go from one end to the other. That's transition football. They've done it well against the Magpies in grand finals in years gone by. And they have the flexibility to have the likes of Michael Voss. That was back in round 2 against Adelaide when Voss kicked 7. To be on the end of all that work. And again, we see the run and the overlap. Nigel Lappin, Jason Ackermanis, they are so good at getting their midfield crew back inside defensive 50. That's the role of Jonathan Brown, to provide that mobile marking option up around the wings and the flanks. And then the strategy is pretty simple. Get it in long to the likes of Bradshaw and Lynch. We've got plenty of crummers, the likes of Power, Carousella and McRae front and centre to kick goals. It's a pretty basic game plan. It's one that they've used very effective in the last 4 seasons. Just because it's simple doesn't mean it is simple to stop. And you can guarantee that is how Brisbane will go about their football again tomorrow afternoon. Port Adelaide know that. Whether they can stop it is another issue. Well, the midfield. Games are usually in modern-day football won and lost in the midfield, and there are going to be some fantastic midfield battles for us to look forward to tomorrow afternoon. Let's take a look at the numbers first. Here are the numbers in close, around the stoppages, etc. Port Adelaide, #1 in the competition for hit-outs to advantage. They've got a very strong ruck combination led by Dean Brogan and Brendan Lade. In clearances, however, the Lions don't rely so much on hit-outs. They rely on winning the football when it hits the deck. And as you can see, they are #1 in clearances in the competition. They are also #1 at converting clearances into goals. At stop plays, so that includes centre breaks, throw-ins and ball-ups. Across the course of the season, Brisbane have kicked more goals from stoppages than any other side in the competition. Port Adelaide, no slouches in that department either. As we can see, the 2 best sides in the competition at getting the ball out of the middle. So you can guarantee tomorrow's centre clearances is a stat to keep an eye on throughout the course of the afternoon. Whoever can get their first hands on the football out of the middle, very, very dangerous. You take a look at all the different types of split-ups as well. Ball-ups, not particularly strong for Brisbane. They are very, very good at throw-ins. Brisbane, a very, very good tackling side, ranked 4th for tackling. Port Adelaide, just 15th for tackling. That's not the style of football they like to play, and we'll get to Port Adelaide's game plan shortly. And hardball gets. A lot's been made of that during the week. Brisbane, the best in the competition at hard gets. Port Adelaide ranked 16th. But again, offsetting that is the style of football that Port Adelaide do play. Let's have a look at out wide, and this is where Port do dominate. This is the style of football they like to play. #1 for handball receives, #1 for running bounces. They like to win uncontested possession across half-back in a similar sort of a way to Brisbane, in that the likes of Chad Corns and Brett Montgomery, very, very good at being the 3rd man up, getting the ball to ground, and then they sweep it forward with precise, quick disposal and get it inside 50 as quickly as they can. It's a form of keepings off football. It has worked for them in the past. It has been broken down by severe physical pressure in finals, though, and I'm sure that is exactly what Brisbane are looking to do tomorrow afternoon. Let's have a look at some of the matchups through the middle of the ground. There are some mouth-watering propositions there between the Port Adelaide side and the Brisbane Lions. Port Adelaide, well, Brisbane, as we know, have got the Fab Four, which have become now the Fab Five. The dilemma for Mark Williams is which of these guys do you tag? You can't go head-to-head with them all. You've got to tag some, but at the same time, they need to free up some of their own playmakers to get in there and do some damage for the Port side as well. We saw the likes of Roger James being so important last week against St Kilda. Josh Carr, well, he usually gets a job on Michael Voss. He'll be important again. One thing Port Adelaide do have is that they have some good on-off players, and by that I mean players who can be taggers but then break clear when they win the football to do some damage themselves. Here's some potential matchups. Peter Burgoyne, Josh Carr and Michael Wilson. Michael Wilson may well get the job on Jason Ackermanis because out of all those midfielders, Acker is the one that's most likely to push forward inside Brisbane's own 50 and kick goals. In fact, he's Brisbane's leading goal scorer for the season. He's booted 41 for the year. So Wilson, traditionally a defender, could get that job. As I mentioned, Josh Carr and Michael Voss, well, they've got a long history in recent years of going head-to-head in big games. Peter Burgoyne, an ace in the pack for Port Adelaide, looked a little bit tentative at times last week against St Kilda, but when he's up and going, he's a very, very dangerous midfielder, can push forward. And Nigel Lappin, well, many think he's due to win something. Everyone else has got individual awards in this brilliant Brisbane midfield, be it all Norm Smith medals or Brownlows. Could it be Nigel's turn tomorrow afternoon? Here's the ruck combinations. Dean Brogan will go head-to-head with Clark Keating, the September specialist. Roger James, well, he's probably their prime mover in the absence of Josh Franco, out for the season with a knee injury. Simon Black, last year's Norm Smith medalist with 39 possessions against the Magpies. And Luke Power, well, he has transformed himself from a handy goal sneak into a genuine gun midfielder in his own right. Kane Corns may well get the job on Luke Power tomorrow afternoon, but Kane Corns, a ball winner in his own right. As we take a look at some of the midfield battles, there's Stuart Jurt, what a crucial player he's going to be. Brendan Lade, Thurstons and Burgoyne. These are the midfielders that can push up and kick goals. I mentioned the significance of Peter Burgoyne. He's one of the players in a similar mould to Jason Ackermanis that they need to keep an eye on because he can push forward and be a goal kicker in his own right. Josh Carr, tough little nut. Plenty of speculation regarding his future. Is he headed home to Fremantle to join his brother Matthew? All will be revealed in the next couple of weeks. As trade week kicks in a couple of weeks' time, we'll have all of that covered for you on Fox Footy as well, including a special trading places on the Friday of trade week, 7:30 Eastern on Fox Footy. We'll go through all the details for you. Stuart Cochrane's an emergency in this side. Will he get his chance? He's come across from the Kangaroos. Got to get through one more training session yet to Port Adelaide. And the man himself, Warren Treadray there. We see Roger James again. The significance of Roger getting the ball out of the middle. For the likes of Byron Pickett, as I mentioned, he's a wild card. He is an ace in the pack for Port, capable of the mercurial. And if the likes of Wanganeen, Pickett and Dura on song at once, the Brisbane defence will certainly have their hands full. Jamie Charman will be missing tomorrow afternoon. Huge loss for him. Disappointment for the young fella, having developed into Brisbane's #1 ruckman. And here is their running football and their midfielders getting on the end of it and doing some damage. The Brisbane Lions, their top 5 midfielders for this season, have contributed an incredible 117 goals between the 5 of them. You contrast that to Port Adelaide's top 5 midfielders, just 56 goals. So more than double coming from Brisbane's top 5 midfielders, the likes of Power and Ackermanis. Boss, Notting, they all bob up and kick goals. And Simon Black again setting up Luke Power. So that's the difficulty for Mark Williams and indeed any side that come up against the Brisbane Lions. You have to be able to sit on their players, but at the same time, you have to be able to go forward and win some of the ball yourself to do some damage. You can't go completely defensive because that plays into Brisbane's hands, but at the same time, you roll the dice, you run off your man, Brisbane can certainly punish you going back the other way. Well, Brisbane's forward line has been dominant in recent times. As I mentioned, it's a pretty settled game plan, but at the same time, it's very, very difficult to stop. Once again, the Lions, the best attacking side in the competition in season 2004. Port, no slouches in defence, and it's been a wonderful performance from Port Adelaide to finish the season in 4th because they had a lot of injuries and they've also had a couple of crucial retirees, the likes of Stephen Paxman out of this side. They've reshuffled and had Chad Corns put in down back. Again, we see Port as good as almost as anybody They're turning attacking forays around inside their own defensive 50. Snap goals, well, that's an area that the Lions haven't relied on heavily in recent years because they do have, I guess, such a settled forward plan. Midfielders run the ball forward. They'll go deep to Lynch, Bradshaw and Brown on a lead, hence their set shot goals are so good. Or they just kick goals on the run, the likes of Ackermanis and Power. We've just seen the highlights. They are as good as anybody at streaming inside 50 and finishing off the work themselves. It's going to be a crucial forward 50 zone, this one. The Brisbane Lions attack led by the likes of Lynch, Brown and Bradshaw. Port Adelaide, are they one tall short? They've got Toby Thurston's named on the bench to start, so they do have some forward, some big man power. They would like to set Chad Corns free and not give him a matchup, I'm sure, and let Chad just float around and be that third man up. Let's take a look at some of the matchups and how they may well pan out, though. Alistair Lynch, Darryl Wakelin, you would expect, will get the job on him. Craig McRae playing in his final game. He's got a hamstring problem this week. Lee Matthews said in the press conference a little bit earlier here on Fox Footy, he expects him 100% to play. Adam Kingsley, another great story out of this grand final. His career was shot to pieces 12 months ago. He was put on a list of players that Port intended to delist. He lost 6 kilos during that trade period and got himself into shape. Port Adelaide redrafted him and gave him another chance. Daniel Bradshaw would have to rank alongside maybe Brian Taylor as the best backup full forward in the history of the game. As I mentioned, Chad Corns. Will he go to Bradshaw? Will he go to Brown? Or will they try to get him isolated so that he can do some damage himself, Chad Corns? Such a crucial player in this Port Adelaide lineup. So we take a look at the half-forward lines. Jonathan Brown. Maybe Matthew Bishop might get the job. That would free up Chad Corns a little bit more to do some damage of his own. Richard Hadley, as I mentioned, a chance to play in his second flag in just 27 games. Tim Notting missed last year's grand final, gets a chance to atone tomorrow afternoon. Jared Schofield was one of the players that some Port fans were pointing the finger at as maybe his position was under threat. His form hasn't been quite so good in recent weeks. And Brett Montgomery gets his chance after crossing from the Western Bulldogs a couple of seasons ago. So that's how it looks. Plenty of matchups to have a great look at. Let's have a look at some vision from the Brisbane forward line and the Port Adelaide defence. And this is all about pressure. Pressure has created that goal for Brisbane. Bradshaw on the end of it. They are a very, very disciplined side at creating pressure and preventing opposition defences sweeping the ball out of half-back uncontested. We're seeing some midfield goals here from some of their big men, some of their small men, and that man, Jonathan Brown, he is a man mountain at centre-half forward and an important link in the chain, because if Brown can get out there and provide a contest, their crummers can get front and centre. They know where the football's going to go. As we see right there, the likes of Simon Black can get on the end of it. Bit of overlap run and finish off. Here's Luke Power yet again. He's booted plenty of goals this season, Luke Power. Ackermanis with 41 leads the way for Brisbane. Alistair Lynch has kicked 40 for the season. Brown with 39. They've just got such an incredible spread of scoring options, Brisbane, which makes them so difficult. This is the one area that Port are as good as anybody in the competition at. Getting across, being the third man up and winning possession across half-back. The likes of Montgomery, Corns, Wanganeen when he's across half-back. And this is how they like to play their football. They win it at half-back and then they sweep it forward uncontested to orchestrate a shot at goal inside 50. So whether they find Treasury or Brogan or Lade, as they do on this occasion, going to Warren Treasury, or whether the midfielders just sweep forward themselves and kick the goal. So it's very much going to be very much a battle of tactics. Brisbane like it tough and in close. Port Adelaide like to swing it wide and run the ball forward like we're seeing here with Peter Burgoyne. Which game plan will win out? We'll find out tomorrow afternoon. And there's Chad Corns, as I mentioned, such a devastating offensive weapon, even inside Port Adelaide's own defensive 50. He's ranked number 4 in marks in the AFL for the season, number 4 in AFL short kicks, and number 2 in AFL rebound 50s. And of course, as we know, an All-Australian centre-half back is Chad Corns, will be a crucial element tomorrow afternoon. So there's some of the matchups. We hope that gives you some more information, helps you pick a winner for the 2004 Grand Final here on Fox Footy's Grand Final Eve special. Plenty more to look forward to. We've got the training sessions from both sides coming up. And speaking of that, Port Adelaide about to train at the MCG. Matty Campbell is our man on the spot. G'day, Matty.
Good afternoon, Jason, and brilliantly done, I must say, my friend. You've been talking with great aplomb for about 10 or 15 minutes there. Yes, we're down here at the MCG. We've moved on from the parade, and Port Adelaide have actually come out a little bit earlier than expected. They expected to start at 2:15. Whether that was to be start their warm-up at 2:15 or start training proper at 2:15, they came out at 5 minutes past 2, and it's just gone 1/4 now, so they're actually in their last couple of minutes of warm-up. As you can see behind me, they're just going through some run-throughs and kicking the ball through. So Port Adelaide out early, and in stark contrast to what we're used to seeing, say, at Victoria Park over the last couple of seasons, or the Brisbane Lions this afternoon, which will be down at the Albert Ground, where there's a huge crowd in attendance of sort of 4,000 or 5,000, or even more, 10 as we know over at Collingwood. This is a closed session here at the MCG. The only people allowed inside at the moment are the media, like ourselves. There's a lot of photographers around, and also there are some corporate people in some suits. I think there must be a luncheon on somewhere, and wouldn't you know it, that the MCG tour is on at the minute, so people have paid their hard-earned money to come have a look at the MCG, getting a bit of a bonus with the Port Adelaide team training at the moment. So they've been very low-key, and just as you can see, going through their final part of the warm-up, just going through in pairs. And from the point of view of this being a low-key training session, I actually think it's a bit of a benefit for them. They've had the first experience of the parade a couple of hours ago, which is all very exciting, all very new, and so they've had all the crowd and all the noise and all that sort of thing. So now they're back into their comfort zone of just training on the MCG, a quiet session without all the hoo-ha and hoopla of just people everywhere. So we know the Lions are used to that, so it won't be a problem for them when they get to the Albert Ground later on. But for Port Adelaide, I think this is a really good idea, even though it is the MCC's rules. But I think this would be a nice benefit for them, just to settle down, get the parade out of the way, forget about that, and then just have a nice, easy, relaxed training session.
Matt, it's a good point you make. It is a totally different experience, isn't it, for Brisbane to Port Adelaide, and Port, to be honest, for them to have a training session where there's almost no one there and it just seems like a normal session for them is probably the best thing they could hope for, because Brisbane have been there and done it. They take it all in their stride. But for Port, I guess what they want to do is try to get back to their normal routine as closely as possible.
Exactly. You talk to successful teams, and when they travel, and we know that the Lions have done that in the past, and they always talk about getting into as much as a normal routine as possible. And we know with Port Adelaide that they train at Albert and Oval, but then they have their final session, say, at Football Park or at Amy Stadium. So this is very similar for them, just to get down to the MCG and have a bit of a kick and a catch, just for half an hour, 40 minutes. It'll be fairly low-key, but the players will be pretty excited as far as feeling pretty good about themselves. So, yeah, good move for them, and it should work nicely.
It's must be one of the great training sessions of your entire career, where really it's all about just a little bit of skill work, but as much as anything, it's more just to blow the cobwebs out, get over the nerves, and just remind yourself that you've got a game to play tomorrow.
Yeah, it's just basically a
kick and catch, as you'd put it.
A kick and a catch, a little bit of physical exercises. There's no, even though a lot of people would expect there to be a lot of intensity come grand final week, and a lot of, I guess, enthusiasm and a lot of importance placed on getting things right. It's exactly the opposite. It's just get out and run around and kick it around. And, you know, if there are skill errors, and there always will be at training, there's no real big importance placed on it. We just saw, Chad Corns just drop a catch there. I mean, all of a sudden, whatever, just go back and kick and run around, and, you know, the voice will be up. You always have your talkers inside your footy club who are the loudest at training, so they'll be vocal as per normal. But, as you can see, they're just sharing it around and just popping it through and just enjoying the afternoon. Now, that way training should be all year.
Exactly right. A major AFL story breaking this afternoon with news that Brad Ottens has announced to the Richmond Football Club that he wants out of Punt Road. Terry Wallace due to join us here on the program, understandably now. A few things have bobbed up for Terry. He's got his hands full at the moment. We'll endeavour to get him on the phone for a chat shortly, but we are joined by the new Kangaroos assistant coach, Donald McDonald, who joins us across from Hawthorn. Don, thanks very much for your time. Thanks for joining us on the eve of the granny.
Fine, Jace. Big week. And big week for Port Adelaide and Brisbane, and it's been a big week for myself, and bit of a change since the last time I was in here.
Congratulations on the appointment. A chance for you to get home to Arden Street, where your AFL career began. Yeah,
look, it's pretty exciting. We just made a decision yesterday morning to get over to Arden Street, and it's been a long time since I've been back there. It's been 12 years, but it's been 12 good years away from the club, where I've really tried to get my own sort of identity and feel on how I think footy should be played, and to go back there and help them out, I think it's going to be a good challenge.
You felt the time was right to get out of Glenferrie Oval?
I think it was only fair with Alistair being named a new coach. I just think it might have been a good opportunity for both myself and Hawthorn Park Company. I mean, they've been really good to me. They've given me a great opportunity. I mean, that opportunity to coach a side for the last 5 weeks was fantastic. And, yeah, I just thought that maybe the best step would be to step away. They can start again. They've really sweeping right through the football department and have culled a few players off the list. So it's time for change there.
And one of your old teammates has been announced as another assistant coach today, Darren Crocker, also returning to Arden Street. He'll join the coaching panel alongside yourself and Dean Laidley. Yeah, no, it's really exciting news. I mean, Croc's a real, you know, he's a real character in himself, but he's a fantastic North person and he's had a lot of success. He's a premiership player for the Kangaroos and, you know, I'm really good mates with Darren and I'm really looking forward to working with him. Now that you're back at Arden Street, the mullet, will that be back? Because that was, you were the king of the mullet back in your earlier Arden Street days. You had one of the all-time greats.
No, I don't think the mullet will be back, Jason.
You've moved on? Times have changed?
I've moved on, mate. I've got the silver streak now. She's nice and cropped and, yeah, that'll be the way to go, I think.
Well, Donald, thanks for joining us on Fox Footy's Grand Final Eve special as we take a look back at... These are live pictures from the MCG. Port Adelaide final training session ahead of the Grand Final. You're going to join us for the next hour or so and talk us through what is going on. Matthew Campbell also down at the MCG. Campbell, we'll bring you back into the equation here. Mark Williams has now blown the whistle, taken control of proceedings, and the warm-up's over. He's brought the players in for a chat.
Yeah, exactly right, Jason. This is the start of training and what they intend on going through. Just Mark at the moment just laying down what he's expecting over the next half an hour or so. Should mention, as we know, all 25 of the Port players are training, so all 3 emergencies are training, as would be normal for a grand final. So we see Ebert has been out there also, Cochrane and White. So everyone's there. Everyone's looking pretty good. I mean, there was speculation about Brendan Lade, but that's he's moving along quite nicely. So the difference between Port Adelaide and the Lions is that everyone's pretty fit at Port and there's no real question marks on their fitness and their physical capabilities at the minute and you'll probably see evidence of that very shortly when they break for their first exercise.
They've named an unchanged lineup from their preliminary final win over St Kilda. Donald, you've got some grand final experience having coached in a number of VFL grand finals. This last training session, particularly after all the excitement and hoopla of the grand final parade and turning up at the airport last night and there's thousands of people there ready to cheer you and it's all a bit surreal. This just gets back to basics, doesn't it? Gets the players' feet back on the ground and you can now refocus as a group, finish training here, go away as a group back to the hotel and it forms some sort of semblance of normality to a regular game.
Yeah, look, the important thing is not to get carried away with the event. You know, you just got to worry about focus on the game as a player and as a coach. I think that the Port Adelaide boys, you know, there's going to be a little bit of nervous anticipation with them because they haven't been through this sort of last week of September, whereas the Brisbane boys have been through it all. But, you know, Mark Williams is a very experienced guy. He knows what the caper is and he's got a few blokes on the side that have played in grand finals and premierships in Hardwick and Wanganeen.
Yep,
so Byron Pickett's been through it as well. Hardwick and Wanganeen, especially a guy like Hardwick, you'd think he'd be a leader type and a lot of the young blokes would probably go to him and have a bit of a chat. But the reality is you just got to keep it as simple as possible, have the routine as normal as possible, train well. You don't have to train at a million-mile-an-hour intensity. All it is just to get a good feel of the footy, get a little bit of confidence up and just enjoy the moment. That's the main thing. So that'd be the thing that Williams would be stressing to his boys. And I think the other thing is, you know, maybe there might be some slight changes in venue insofar as Amy compared to the MCG. With the stand there at the G missing, sometimes there's a little bit of a wind funnel, and it doesn't hurt to just. And I notice on the screen here they're moving the footy up and down the ground, which is good because, you know, you want to kick the footy long, and it gives the forwards a chance to get a feel for their positions out in the ground, and the defenders can get a bit of a feel, and midfielders working up and down in different spaces. So it's a great move to be able to train on the G prior to the game.
It's a fair point you raise. At different grounds, I guess you have different geographical benchmarks. If you're a forward leading out from centre half forward, you need to be able to look up and in your own mind assess where the midfielder is coming towards you with the football at any given time to help time your lead. That's a fair point, isn't it? So if you can get some familiarity with the ground, you can start to get a bit of depth and perspective as to if Roger James is tearing towards me, I don't want to take off too early. So if I can see that he's round about this part of the ground, geographically, especially when there's no stand on one side of the ground, it can just help familiarise you a little bit with it.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. I think that the G ground size compared to Amy, there isn't a lot of difference. Whereas if you look at Subiaco and Skilled Stadium, they're about 10 metres longer. So definitely as a forward, sometimes you probably don't want to start as deep, you know, close to the goal square. You might want to come out a little bit because, you know, players don't get that opportunity to run and carry the footy as much, especially if it's a tight game. And at the MCG, I wouldn't think there'd be, especially early tomorrow, there wouldn't be a lot of free-flowing footy. So you're right, you know, the players just have to get a feel for the surface and look at the depth of the players kicking and just, yeah, just get some basic parameters working amongst them. And, yeah, as I said, I reckon they've done well getting the train on that ground because the ground staff and the officials at the G are very reluctant to let sides train. I mean, I know Hawthorn, you know, it's our home ground. We couldn't get on there and train the whole year. So, and it was all because of the surface and this and that. Yeah, this is the biggest game of the year. They're letting Port Adelaide train on it. So they've done well.
It's a great thing, I think.
It is a good thing. And it's their first grand final. And I think both sides should get the option to train on the ground that they're going to play the game on.
You're watching Fox Footy's Grand Final Eve special. You're watching live pictures of Port Adelaide's final training session, just going through their run-throughs at the Melbourne Cricket Ground ahead of tomorrow's 2004 AFL Grand Final. Brisbane training coming up from 4 p.m. Eastern. Matty Campbell will duck across to the Albert Ground and bring you all the action from there as well. Jason Bennett alongside new Kangaroos assistant coach Donald McDonald with Matthew Campbell at the MCG. And Cambo, Mark Williams can control the physical preparation. They've got a great support structure around them. They can shelter the players as much as possible. But I guess the one area that you can't control is the players' mental preparation. That's something that each man has to look after himself.
Oh, absolutely, Jason. And more importantly, I just think that it shouldn't have to do anything. I mean, it should come from the players and it should come and it should be natural. I mean, they've spent so long, this team, at the top of the ladder, and to get through the grand final now, they should be just set themselves. I mean, they shouldn't be able to wait to get out there. And so I just think they've got this nice blend of experience and youth, and given the fact that there's a lot of these players that have played a lot of football together. Sure, they've had a couple of players come into the side that have done well of late. You know, Kane Corns has developed over the last couple of years, and Josh Marnie's come into the side, and also Hardwick's come into the side over a couple of years, and Bishop and whatever. But, you know, a lot of these guys have been together for quite a long time. We talk about Gavin Wanganeen, we talk about Peter Burgoyne, Roger James, and a lot of the midfield group, and Kingsley as well rolls through there.
Treasury and Lade. Yeah, right throughout, isn't it?
There's a huge group of players that have come through over 7 or 8 years. So that's every team, once they get to grand final time, they really want just a nice blend. And I think Port Adelaide have got that. And I think from the point of view of being set mentally for the game, I wouldn't doubt that in a minute. I just think they'll be right. It's a question of whether both teams have a good day. I mean, that's all we really want from the game. I mean, sometimes, you know, Warren Treasury said at the parade, he said, look, we're pretty happy we won. We had a bad day. And I guess you could say the same for Michael Voss and the Lions. Both teams got through to the grand final without having great games. All we really want on Saturday is both teams to have good games. And then it's just a question of game on, best team wins. And that is the spectacle we're looking for, because given that they've been the best two teams over the last 3 years, that's what the crowd want. They want to see Port Adelaide and Brisbane at their best, rather than, I guess, what we saw last year, Brisbane at their best and Collingwood off their game. So I wouldn't doubt that the Port Adelaide side would be ready to play some terrific footy. Yeah, sure, they haven't got a great record here at the MCG, but look, you've got to start somewhere.
Great to see Matthew Primus and Josh Franco out on the ground. They are two players that have been long-term players with the Port Adelaide side. They've been crucial cornerstone players in the development of this AFL club over the best part of the last decade. Great to see them, as disappointed as it must be for them, to be out there and at least feeling a part of it.
Well, it is. I mean, we've seen over the, you know, Josh Franco, and we know how important he can be. He's a runner-up in a Brownlow medal, and he's the instigator of a lot of their inside moves. And we've seen Kane Corns step up and take that role, which has been fantastic. And that's been the hallmark of what Mark Williams has done with this club. Is since you mentioned Matty Primus, he went down and Josh Franco went down, players have stood up, and Mark Williams has given them the game time and the confidence to be ready to take that next step, to be ready to take over what are very quality players. I mean, you know, you lose a Primus and a Franco, so hey, we just can't replace these guys. Well, that's not true. Port Adelaide have this self-belief that if you come into the group will make sure that you perform at that level, and they're out there now. And if you talk to Matty, if you talk to Josh, I haven't spoken to Josh, but I've spoken to Matty about it. I mean, they haven't got any bad feelings at all about not being there. They're part of the group, part of the team, and they're just as keen for everything to happen, even though they won't be there.
Before we take a look and talk some tactics and strategies with Donald McDonald, Matty, you know Mark Williams very, very well. You played together in South Australia, you played State of Origin football together, then, of course, you played together at the Brisbane Bears. From an outsider's perspective, he appears a complex character. What is the Mark Williams behind the public persona like? What's he like as a bloke?
Well, again, if you go on what Warren Treasury said at the parade during his chat with Craig Willis, he said, yeah, Mark's pretty relaxed, cracking jokes on the way down in the parade, and that is the sort of guy he is. And there is another side to Choco that people don't know. And we're talking to Pauline Williams at the parade as well. I mean, he's a lovely guy, Mark, and he does have a pretty cutting sense of humour, and he's a really enthusiastic, bubbly sort of guy. Sure, he can get a bit cranky, but there is another side that the players only see. And that's the Mark Williams that they respond to, and that's the Mark Williams that they trust, and the Mark Williams that they look up to. So there's a lot more to Choco than is, I guess, the public persona of being a guy that can be pretty cranky at times and want to have his say, but there's a lot more to Choco about it, and he's certainly a very likeable bloke, and he would share that with the players quite often.
He seems an intense character, always has, even from the days when he was playing at Collingwood back in the early 80s, an intense footballer. Was he always destined to be a coach, did you feel?
Oh, for sure. I mean, it comes from that great family, the Williams family, and Foss Williams is a huge name in South Australia, if not the biggest. He's an icon to the game in South Australia, Port Adelaide legend. And knowing the family as I do, you just grow up with that intensity, and it comes from Foss. And you could tell from a very early age when Mark was playing that he was destined to be not just a leader on the field, but a leader off the field. So whether it be a captain or a coach, he comes across that way. And of course, his brother Stephen's had success as a coach as well. So it's a family trait of doing your best, of getting the most out of your abilities and performing at a top level. So, it's a terrific family trait, the Williams family, and Choco's always been that way.
Jason Bennett, Matthew Campbell, alongside New Kangaroos assistant coach Donald McDonald. And Donald, we've seen them do the more expansive length of the field exercises. Just talk us through what's happening now.
Yeah, basically they're just doing some enclosed handball, and I noticed just prior to this drill they had young Stewie Cochran in there and just doing a bit of handball, put a bit of pressure on him, just a decision-making activity. And I think, the one thing you got to understand, with the viewers, I mean, when you're out, sometimes you can go through basic training drills and they don't really simulate the game. I mean, they're playing, they're going to play in less than 24 hours' time. So they don't want to be putting any drills in there where there could be some risk of injury. So, but what they did there, those full ground activities were just more ball movement drills like we spoke about before, and then they just bring it in a bit sharper with the quick hands and just some quick reaction type drills. And then now they've just done some basic handball where they're just, again, looking at having their hands pretty sharp and quick, because when you're in close and you're under the pump of a big game, the ball's going to be whizzing around and blokes are going to be trying to hit you. And
we're seeing some simulated physical pressure here, albeit pretty gentle for the reasons that you've just stated. Now, one thing we have seen in recent years before matches, and it's become more and more prevalent, when we go in and have a look in our cameras in the dressing rooms, a lot of clubs are doing similar drills to this just before a match, where they line up against each other and do bash in a lot harder than this, for what it's worth. What's that all about? I mean, just talk us through the logic behind doing that 5 minutes before you run out to play.
Well, they're just trying to simulate match conditions, because...
Is that to harden your body? What's the logic behind it?
Just to get aware of, you got the ball in your hand and someone's going to attack you. I mean, like, if you go out to the ground and the very first minute you get the ball in your hands and, you just got that split second off where you just think, oh, hang on a minute, I'll just try and pick the right option here. No good. Bang, you're going to get nailed straight away. So what you try and do is just simulate that physical contact, prior to a game, so you just get a good feel for it. Look, some players react to it, some players water off a duck's back. They're ready to go anyway. But I don't think it's such a bad thing. And even then, just looking at that, Mark Williams was in there slapping him around a bit, and I think that's probably more for Mark to let a little bit of his, he's probably got a lot of anxiety built up in him as well, and he's just trying to release it as well. So, no, it's good. And they were pretty excited about it. And you just see it. It was good, like you said, about Matty Primus and Josh Franco. I think it's really good from a mental perspective for the boys to see their two leaders who have been out for the whole year. Matty Primus, we know, got injured early in the season. Franco's been out for the whole of the home and away. I mean, to see those two boys out in the park, I just think from a motivational perspective that's good. And to know that they're there with them, that's another thing that I think it's a smart move on the Port Powers Brain Trust.
Now, every club does things slightly different. It's a variation on a general theme.
You've got a blood nose.
Yeah, so that's what we were talking about about damage in the final training sessions and the Port Adelaide. I wonder if it was one of the emergencies that copped him on the way through. It's an interesting situation. We were talking about that before. As a former player yourself, the emergencies report, Ebert, White and Cochrane, you must be torn a little bit in that obviously you want to see your mates go out there and do well, but at the same time you realise the only chance you're going to get possibly ever to play in a grand final might come if someone does have an unfortunate injury at the last training session. Now, you wouldn't wish it upon anybody, but at the same time there must be just slightly mixed emotions thinking, gee, I wish I could get into this 22. Yeah,
look, it's the old team-first environment, and but the thing about it is, I mean, if someone falls over and you get a look, that's great. I mean, it's great for you as an individual. It's not so great for the coaching staff because they want their best side out in the park and that individual player that gets injured. But look, most of the boys are aware that they've had their opportunities throughout the home and away season to get in, and once they're in the emergencies, they're part of the crew. But I think if one of the emergencies, you know, hurt one of the players.
Well, I remember Nigel...
think they might find themselves getting hurt.
Well, Nigel Lappin last year at the Brisbane training session, remember he had the rib problems and Aaron Shattuck was an emergency and they picked Aaron out of the crowd to say, righto, well, you go and test Nigel out because they figured no one's going to test him more than Aaron will, knowing that there's a spot in the grand final up for grabs for Aaron if Nigel doesn't come up. So if he can get through that, he can get through anything. Well, that's a different set of circumstances. I mean, in that scenario, if there's a player injured, and he's having a fitness test and one of the emergency gets chosen to actually test him out, we'll test him out. I mean, I've got no problems with that because if you want to expose your selected player to that sort of a situation, well, you know, you're going to have to take the risk that goes with it. But in a normal general training session, if you keep the emergencies away.
If Josh Carr's jogging around the next minute, Cochrane cops him with an elbow and knocks him out. It's a little bit blatant. So a blood nose there for Dom Cassisi. I think Brett Ebert's just run past him and said, look, that looks pretty bad, mate. You better go and get that seen. So I'm not sure if you'll come up tomorrow, but... Look, variation on a theme. Most clubs go through a similar sort of a routine throughout the week. What would Port's week, from an outsider's perspective, have consisted of? At what point do they generally pick a side? What point do you have your main team meeting? Do the players right now know what their roles are going to be tomorrow, what the tactics and the strategy is going to be, or is that left for later on? What's generally the plan across the course of a week from your experience at AFL level? How does it all pan out? Well, these guys would know what their roles and responsibilities are. So the main team meeting's already happened? Yeah, they might have one tonight, or they might have one after this training session, you know, but I doubt that they wouldn't be throwing any surprises amongst the boys tomorrow, prior to the game. Tomorrow's meeting, some sides don't even really have an in-depth team meeting prior to the match, but I'd say what normally happens at the start of the week, once you've... Look, going through Port Adelaide's week, what they would have done earlier in the week, they would have addressed their performance against St Kilda, and they would have looked at the positives and the room for improvements, and they would have gone through that because Port Adelaide, Mark Williams would have a game plan in place that he would coach to on a weekly basis. So what he would do is they would look at that game and say, OK, then what did we do that worked and what did we do that we could do better in? Just in his basic game plan, right? So then what would happen, that would be from the group perspective, but then each individual would then sit down with his own coach, his respective coach, and he would go through his game. So from the previous week. On videotape. On videotape. And look, it wouldn't be just about him too. They might have some stoppage vision where there might have been a boundary thrown in a back 50 and they mightn't have been happy with that particular player's starting position. So that would be done on a one-on-one meeting. So then, you know, from a physical perspective, they would really, at this stage there, everybody's fit. And usually everybody's they're all carrying something. So it's recovery is the number one thing that you've got to concern yourself with at this time of the year. So they would have, their first couple of sessions of the week would be really based around recovering and getting the boys up for the next week's game. Then what you do is you go into, the match committee would have met, and once they've reviewed the game, they would be, I mean, I'd say Monday night, and they know that they're playing Brisbane, they would meet as a group. The players would be allowed to go home because you've got to make it as normal as possible as those guys. You don't want them at the club all the time meeting and all that. You don't want to drain them out. Let them go home, but this is where the match committee have to earn their keep, and they've got to sit down as a group and really dissect the opposition, look at their side, look at the possible matchups, look at the tactics they're going to take into the game. Are they going to change their game plan? Because you've got two distinct different game plans here with Port Adelaide and Brisbane. So they would then have to say, OK, not only plan what they're going to do on the track, but also from a tactical perspective. So then when the next time that Mark Williams spoke to the group about their training and about Brisbane, it'd have to be thoroughly rehearsed amongst his match committee because this is his most critical time of the year, and he wants to make sure that there is no confusion as to what message he's going to give his playing.
So at that point, when he addresses them as a group, you're saying that pretty much short of any unforeseen injuries or in the Brisbane situation, players you're not certain are going to come up, they've made the decision in their own minds that this is the 22 we're going to take into the game. Does he announce that to the group? Does he pull aside, and I know everybody's different, but just your experience in AFL level, do you go to the guys who have missed out first so that they find out before everybody else does? What's generally the dynamic in a situation like this, which has got to be probably the worst time in a coach's career to tell a player that he's going to miss out?
Yeah. I mean, I think the coach has to really approach it in a predictable fashion. He's got to do it in the way he's done it all year. Now, there's some famous examples of players being told late, like, you know, Lee Matthews told Ronnie McEwen just prior to the team meeting on the day that he was out of the team. So he left it right up to that last minute because maybe Lee Matthews in his own mind wanted to make sure that he was making the right decision, because sometimes you can make a call on a player early in a week and then later on in a week your gut feel tells you, no, I don't want to go that way. So that's your right as a coach, but you don't want to create any disharmony amongst the group. So what you've really got to do is, I mean, from my perspective, I'd try and let the players know as early as possible, you know, if I felt they're going to get a game and if I felt what sort of a matchup he was going to have too. I mean, I'd really try and do that as early as I could, because then once you've done the review of the previous week's game, what you do move on to is the preview stage. So you prepare your group and your individual players, more importantly, for their direct opponent. Now, say, for example, Josh Carr, who's a midfielder, you know, he could have anyone. He could have Black, he could have Voss, he could have Lappin, he could have Power, he could have Akamanis all coming through there. Now, do you say, go and watch all their vision, or do you say, look, we just want you to lock into one or two of them? And even then it might be traits, because Josh Carr's an experienced player and he's played against these boys a number of occasions. So it might be just, you know, just a little thing like that.
We're seeing Brendan Lade come off the track early, as he did during the week. In their final training session on Wednesday, Port went to great lengths to assure everybody that that's just a standard management thing for Brendan at this stage. He's right to play, but he just doesn't need the full session. As you mentioned, at this time of the year, everybody's fit. They've had a bit of a run around. Some of the players are now just doing some basic stretches, etc., just to blow the cobwebs out and not do anything that's going to change things around by having a late injury and then having to reshuffle all the work that's been done behind the scenes, as you've just outlined, with players getting specific matchups, specific tasks to worry about, etc. When you're selecting a team, and I know it obviously differs depending on how strong your team is relative to the other side, but in this situation where you've got two very, very powerful lineups, how much of your selection is based around finding the right matchup for the opposition side as opposed to them having to worry about a matchup for your side? Do you get that? Understand what I'm getting at?
What you're saying. Well, I'll tell you what, one of the most important times of the year for a coaching group is pre-season. And I think you've got to meet like October, November, December. You have a lot of meetings and you're trying to find the right sort of way you want to play the game. Now, for example, forward lines usually throw up a lot of different combinations. Like, and you could talk, say, if you're a Port Adelaide defence, they know they could have anywhere up to 12 different players coming through the front half of Brisbane. So you got to build a defence and create a defence that can size and shape and that can handle a number of different combinations, so you don't get locked into one particular matchup. Now, you know there's going to be a couple of consistencies with Brown and Lynch, but aside from that, so you might have the matchup for Brown and the matchup for Lynch, but then she could be, you know, all over the shop. So I wouldn't be real keen. I wouldn't be real keen on going too far away from what I've been doing throughout the course of the year. Your defenders are going to have particular matchups. Your midfielders, you might have, like, and if you look at Port Adelaide, I think they've probably had more of a cannibal mindset throughout the course of the year than what Brisbane have, because you look at the roles that Cassisi plays, Kane Corns plays, and the other boy is Josh Carr. Yep. And Josh Carr, even James as well, they give you the perception that they're manning you up, but they're still looking to get their own footy. Yeah. So those boys, they don't want to say, for example, Josh Carr goes to Black and Black goes and plays on a half-forward flank after 10 minutes. Carr's not going to go back there with him. So that's where the communication between the groups have to be good. Like, the defenders have to make sure they're communicating with Carr and saying, you know, like if, say, Montgomery's on a half-back flank and all of a sudden he's on Voss slides up on the ball, Black drops forward, Montgomery and Carr have to have a really good understanding as a defender and a midfielder to make sure that, you know, one of these boys don't get caught out.
Yeah.
So, and that's where it's good to have a crew that's played together a long time, and that's the biggest strength of Port Adelaide. Those boys, I know you mentioned when you were talking to Matty prior that these boys have played together for a hell of a long time. There's not too many first or second year players in this group.
Matty Campbell is down at the MCG. Matty, we saw Brendan Lade come off the track. That was to be expected, I guess, given what Mark Williams and Port Adelaide had said about Brendan's preparation during the week. So no great concerns there, doesn't seem to be.
No, Jason, Brendan Lade's out of the grand final. He will never play again.
Fair story.
Dominic Cassisi has a fractured cheekbone. He won't play either. Brett Ebert, as we speak, is getting ready to go into the grand final. No, seriously, I was just watching Brendan before he went off. He had a good long chat to the medical staff, and yeah, obviously just part of that management process you mentioned, Jason. He was doing the ruck work exercise in the middle of the ground himself, and Dean Brogan and a couple of other midfielders jumping into the bag with assistant coach Phil Walsh. He went through that, did what was required, had a couple of dobs at goal, had a bit of a chat, said, yep, I'm feeling okay. In you go, son, you've done enough. As the way training should be. In you go, son, you've done enough. But we've seen half of the guys go in now. The other half are just going through stretches to warm down, and a couple of guys are just finishing off having a few kicks at goal. So basically, as Donald was talking about, it was a very simple session. It was just up and down the ground for familiarisation and warm-up, and then a bit of close hands, bit of reflex stuff, bit of body pressure stuff, and then some shots at firstly the punt road end and now finishing off at the city road end. So as to be expected, a typical last training session of the week, and just a kick and a catch and a familiarisation process. But all in all, looking at I guess it's probably not fair to compare to what's been going on over the last couple of years, but they look at a very relaxed group, and that's good to see. I think the body language and the signs I'm getting from just watching training is it's all pretty low key, and they're saving all the adrenaline and saving all the excitement for 2:30 tomorrow.
Yes, they certainly couldn't look more relaxed, could they? They're looking very, very casual. That's a good thing.
Jace. I was hoping to catch up with Matty Primus, but he's way over the other side of the oval, so I've been yelling and screaming and waving my arms at him to come over so we can get him. But Matty Primus, of course, Fox Footy's own Matty Primus, has just been out there helping the boys out, but unfortunately we haven't been able to get him. But we will try and find him somehow, even if it means sending the intrepid Tony Sheen over there to get him.
You won't be able to say that he couldn't hear over the crowd noise, that's for sure.
Exactly right, yeah, there's not many people here at all. And,
well, it was announced during the week, suggested during the week it was going to be a closed session, so that may well have kept quite a lot of Port Adelaide fans away, because otherwise you would have expected they'd come from the parade and just wander down to the G and take it all in. Yeah, so that information earlier in the week may have kept a lot of people away, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was the MCC rule. We did see a few people, as we pulled up to the MCG, wondering how they could get in and whatever, and it was just, as I mentioned earlier on, it was the MCC rule, closed to the public but not to the media and people like us. I guess you could have been a sneaky Port Adelaide fan. You could have bought an MCG tour and gone for a tour. And
there might be a couple of Brisbane scouts on that MCG tour.
I don't know if you could scout much, but I'd like to take home one of their Blazers. They're not bad. But, yeah, you could have paid your money for the tour and then just said, oh, yeah, I'll be right. I'll just stop here and watch the training for a while. Why you do that, I never know. But, yeah, I wonder where all the Port Adelaide supporters gone. They had good representation at the parade, so they're probably off to some of the Melbourne pubs now, having a few quiet pots and preparing for the big assault tomorrow.
Going through their own pre-match preparation.
Yes, exactly right, and it's always a big night in Melbourne, as we know, on grand final eve, whether you're a local or whether you're flying in from interstate to watch your team go. And as we're having a look at the pictures of the MCG, it's looking beautiful getting there, and the players are actually leaving the ground, so they've been told that's enough, no more shots at goal, no more kicks, and Mark Williams has said, come on, let's go inside and finish off our preparation. So from the point of view of training at the ground, Port Adelaide, they came out here at 2:05. It's now 2:50. They've been out on the deck for 45 minutes, and it's basically all said and done, and their preparation is complete.
Matthew Campbell down at the MCG, watching Fox Footy's grand final eve special. Jason Bennett, Matthew Campbell alongside Donald McDonald, the new Kangaroos assistant coach, and for Kangaroo fans, Darren Crocker has also joined the Kangaroo coaching panellists today. As a news release coming out to suggest that, to announce rather, that Darren Crocker's joining Donald McDonald down at Arden Street, a collection of the old blokes getting back together again, and we're just like old times, which is fantastic for the Roos. We've spoken about the preparation during the week and what a coach goes into and what the team will have gone through themselves, and the possibilities that are inevitably thrown up on match day straight away with so many potential different matchups, etc. Do the coaching panel as a group go through specific contingencies? What if they line up like this and we've got this guy and that guy, and then within 3 minutes he decides to move to that bloke? What are we going to do here? Is it that detailed that you've all got your little plans and your notes so that just about every opportunity is covered?
Yeah, it varies from coach to coach. I mean, I know of some coaches that would spend a day or two just sitting down, going through all the different scenarios. What if they put this bloke here, and what if they set up with a different sort of forward structure, or what if they go man on the zone, or what if they go, you know, like a 4-4-5 zone, or what if they, you know, what if they set up differently at a centre bounce. So there's all these different scenarios. But personally, I don't try to get too caught up in all that. I try and really make sure that the players are prepared from a physical viewpoint. I think that's the number one thing, to make sure that they're ready to go physically, because if they're not physically ready, it doesn't matter what all the little tricks you want to pull, they're not going to work, because the guys won't be able to physically take them out. And again, you can't overload your playing group with a lot of instructions, because really the foremost thing in their mind is when they get out in the ground is to win the footy. And when they win the ball, they can start being a little bit proactive and do things with it. But they want to try and do things with it that are predictable to their teammates as well, and that's why you have game plans. But coaching staffs, you know, vary from club to club, you know, and I just think, you know, coach, and it's the coaching panel, and each individual coaching member, what he brings to the group as well. I mean, some guys are really tactically minded and they think that's the number one priority, you know. Other guys, you know, want you to be really accountable and reactive to the opposition and really shut the opposition down. I mean, we've seen that with the Swannies. You know, how they just close games down, and that's their approach. So they might put a real lot of time into that sort of aspect of their game. So it varies from club to club.
Well, we'll talk tactics and break down the 2004 AFL Grand Final with Donald McDonald after the break. You're watching the 2004 AFL Grand Final Eve special here on Fox Footy. Plenty more to come as we build up to the biggest day of the year right here, Fox Footy.
Coming up tonight, we'll have the last word on the biggest day in football. The grand final less than 24 hours away, and tonight 3 of the biggest names in the game. International rule star and host Matthew Campbell, the irrepressible Slam and Sam Kekovich, and 2-time Norm Smith winner Gary Ayres take your calls. White Line Fever tonight.
It's all good, mate.
Go Harvey Norman now for 18 months interest-free terms. No deposit, no interest, no repayments till 2006. What a deal. Buy now and pay absolutely nothing for 18 months. Electrical, computers and communications, furniture and bedding and bedroom furniture, bed linen and much more. 18 months interest-free terms. No deposit, no interest, no repayments till 2006. Minimum purchase $500. Conditions, fees and charges apply. See store for details. 18 months interest-free now at Harvey Norman. Don't miss it.
On Sky News Active to vote on the issues of the day. But it ain't just about politics, man. You can vote on fun stuff, too. So if you want to get interactive, vote and get more from your news, sport or weather, man, just press your red button. Touch me. I rock.
Australia's Danny Green, trainer Jeff Fennick's golden boy.
Oh, there goes Bayer! Big right hand from Danny Green!
The WBC's interim super middleweight champion, face to face with Argentina's super middleweight champion, Omar Eduardo Gonzalez. The Green Machine, ready to rumble in the US of A. Live on Main Event, Green versus Gonzalez, Wednesday, 7 p.m. Call to book now. Foxtel Digital Press Box Office from September 27. Want to know what Summer 11 Fox Footy's giving you over the off-season?
Off-season? What's that?
Strap yourself in, because we're delivering you non-stop footy action. Find the winning combination as we open the Fox Footy Vault.
Malcolm Blind, it's a big kick, the tomato kick.
Relive some of the best footy action with classic quarters.
Straighten it up, bang it home, it's a beauty.
Delve into the Fox Footy archive. Get all nostalgic with the winners with flair.
Oh! Almost as
has been broken halfway up. And sit down with those grumpy old men.
Is his nickname the Bible?
Well, it wasn't.
No one can read him.
And if that's not enough to float your boat, we're giving you every game of the 2002, 2003 and 2004 seasons.
Season 2005 starts now.
It's all action all the time on Fox Footy Channel.
Welcome back to Fox Footy's Grand Final Eve special. Jason Bennett alongside Kangaroos assistant coach Donald McDonald. It's time now to take a look at some matchups and talk some tactics with Donald. He's coached against both these sides regularly over the last few years. So let's get his opinion on how things might set up, what tactics and strategies each side will look to use. And we'll start with the Port Adelaide forward line, their attack up against the Brisbane defence. So we take a look at the lineups. Brendan Lade recovered from a couple of knee reconstructions. He's a crucial player at full forward, Brendan Lade, because Treasury will get most of the attention, kicks most of the goals, but Brendan Lade does do some important bullocking work down forward.
Yeah, Brendan Lade, I think one of the real key turnarounds in this football side this year has been Brendan Lade and the Treasury combination, and how Treasury's been used a little bit differently. And Lade and Brogan work in real well together, but Lade straightens them right up, and it gives the opposition side another big target to worry about rather than just Treasury. All the focus has been on Treasury, whereas you get a mismatch with Lade. I mean, he's a very strong contested mark player, especially inside 30, and he's a good kick for goal, and he's been a real pivotal change in their game plan, I reckon, because when you come to finals, and this has been a big thing with Port Adelaide, is that because they've looked to have played a possession-based game, they kind of like go by the cape, whereas Lade has been able to straighten them right up. And if Treasury gets caught out wide, they can ignore him and still go long and direct to Lade. So he's been a real important addition. He's going to be a huge player from tomorrow.
They like to go with two tools, as you mentioned, Lade or Brogan or Thurston, someone to stay closer to goal. Treasury covers an enormous amount of territory at around about the 50, which therefore creates space in behind Warren for the likes of Dew and Pickett and Wanganeen. They've got some dangerous goal sneaks as well, and even guys like Sean Burgoyne, who is a taller marking mobile player.
Yeah, what you'll find is that Treasury will start off as a traditional centre-half forward, and then if there's a stoppage, say, inside 50, say there's a boundary throw in around about 40 or 50 metres out from goal, Lade will go up and take it, and sometimes you'll see Lade and Brogan at that boundary throw, and the opposition get a little bit confused, and then Treasury goes back to the goal square. So those two alternate their starting positions, and that's why Warren again's been able to take a hell of a lot of contested marks inside 30 or 40 as well. So you've just got to make sure you get the right sort of matchup on this boy.
He's kicked just 5 goals in his last 5 games against the Brisbane Lions. He's spent a lot of time up the ground. He's averaged 14 possessions and 6 marks, so he's been getting plenty of the football. But as we can see there, in that last highlight, and even that one there, he's involved in a lot of contests a long way from 50, and he hasn't kicked a lot of goals in finals, just averaging 1.5 a game in finals. But given the dominance he's had on the scoreboard as Port's major goal kicker this year, it's do you reckon he will play a little bit closer to goal than he has in the past? Because Justin Leppard should be more than happy for Treasury to be up outside 50 all afternoon.
That's why you need 2 or 3 key forwards, because if we own it in finals, the ball movement sometimes isn't as quick and direct. Treasury is going to find himself outside 50. He needs a target to kick to, and that's where Lade's been a bonus from this year.
Jason Bennett and Donald McDonald here in the Fox Footy Central for our Grand Final Eve special, right through until 5 o'clock Eastern this afternoon. Plenty more coming your way tonight, right through the night with the Grand Final Marathon and, of course, the TAC Cup and the big one tomorrow. Port Adelaide training while the side has just come off the track, so let's head back down to the MCG. Matty Campbell with their injured skipper, Matthew Primus.
Thanks, Jason. Matty's been good enough to wander across the MCG to have a chat to us, mate. Thanks for that. What about the session? It looked pretty low-key, pretty relaxed?
Yeah, very low-key. Just a feel-good session, as we call them. And, yeah, 20, 25 minutes just getting the ball moving around and just having to run out in the ground.
Given that there's been a lot of, there was, 5,000-6,000 people at training at Albert and over during the week, and then we've just come from the parade, this is probably a nicer option just to train by yourselves without the hoo-ha of the crowd being around.
Yeah, exactly right. It's just good to be amongst the players and the coaches and a few of the trainers, and just let the hype die down a bit, have a kick, no pressure on you. There's a bit of media there, but, the boys will get a bit out of that, have a meeting tonight and good night's sleep and come tomorrow ready to go.
So what is the process? There is a meeting like this afternoon, or they get together for just a last-minute chat?
Yeah, team meeting at 5 o'clock like we normally do, go through the matchups and how every different area wants to play, and watch a couple of little tapes and have dinner, and then do your own routine after that.
Well, mate, we've got about 3 hours to talk about it. So what are the matchups? We'll get an exclusive here on Fox.
Hang on, don't go too fast. I'm writing them down.
Yeah, okay, the matchups we've got for dinner, we've got roast with potato and pumpkin, and dessert we've got chocolate mousse. No.
Bit of a scoop coming through. Treasury's going to play forward.
Yeah, he will probably centre half forward, maybe. Yeah, Chad Corns maybe centre half back. So Daryl Wakeland fullback. That's about all I can give away, though, mate. Right,
mate. You're out there having a kick and running around. Yourself and Josh Franco enjoying being part of the experience, knowing you're not playing. But gee, you might have got a little bit of itchy feet.
Oh, I've had itchy feet for the last month, but that's as close as it gets. But yeah, it's great to be able to keep involved, and the club's flown most of the players over, so they'll be here tonight and tomorrow, and hopefully an enjoyable day.
Brendan Lade just wandered off, but he did what he had to do. He had a bit of a chat with the medical staff and then just wandered off. Just part of that management process? Yeah,
look, he'll be fine. They just don't want to stir him up at all, so there's no need to do it. You're not going to get any fitter or better skills with the couple of sessions we've had, so he'll be right Saturday, and he's pretty important to us.
Has the grand final week been what you expected? Even though you're not playing, you're so much part of it. Has it been what you expected, the build-up?
Oh, look, it's been terrific. They've loved it. As you said before, Wednesday we had about 5,000 people at training. Monday we had a few, and the grand final parade today. So yeah, the players have really enjoyed it, and so have I. And tomorrow will top it off.
Yeah, Matty, Donald McDonald, mate. Congratulations for starters on your demeanour, mate. You look nice and positive there, because I know internally you'd be really hurting in a way, because you know you're not going to be part of what's Port Power's biggest moment in their history. But have you had a role now that Alistair Clarkson's taken up a position at Hawthorn, mate? Who's filled the void there?
Oh, look, Phil Walsh, who's looked after the midfield all year, has taken a bit over that, and Jeff Walsh, who looks after all our young players, has stepped on too, and Treaders. So they've looked after the forward line area that Alistair had, and they've filled out. The players know how we want to play in the forward line, what setups we need, so it hasn't altered it too much. Just the coaches have taken that little bit extra on, but it hasn't affected us all in the past month since he's gone.
Matty Primus, Jason Bennett here in the studio, mate. Look, only 3 of your guys have played in a premiership before, in Wanganeen, Hardwick and Pickett. Have they had an extra additional role to play this week, or has it been something a little bit less formal where guys can go up and talk to them about grand finals if they so desire?
I think it's more that they've not really this week, but the couple of weeks, especially when we had the weekend off, they just spoke about their experiences, and I think every time they'd gone through, they'd had that weekend off and just spoke about it. And I think the players realised that they had played in grand finals, but the last time they did it, Damien Hardwick was 4 years ago, and Gavin was 10 years ago. So it realises that these opportunities don't come around that often, and when they do, you got to grab them with both hands. So that's been their main message, and their experience will come through tomorrow, hopefully.
Yeah, Matty, Choco's game plan, mate, was dissected, ripped apart, analysed by all the experts around the country after the last couple of finals performances. I'm talking about previous years, but this year, mate, you seem a little bit more direct, especially from centre forward. I mean, has that been a focus over the pre-season and leading into the season, mate?
Yeah, we wanted to change little things around. We knew we didn't have to throw the whole thing out and have it completely new. I'm only a little bit off, the top teams, especially in the finals. So we've created a bit more run from centre-half back, and Chad Corns has been a main reason because of that. And as you said, we have tried to kick a little bit more direct into our forward line, a little bit longer. And I think our taller options, Brendan Lay's kicked 30-odd goals, and Treaders has done pretty well. But just the way we've brought the ball into our forward line has helped us. And the main reason we wanted to do that was to help us in finals. And the last couple of weeks, it's certainly done that. So I'm sure it'll hold us in good stead tomorrow.
Certainly midfield-wise, Matty, we talked about the fact that Josh Franco was missing and players had to get inside and get hold of the footy. Kane Corns just had an outstanding season, and you just get the feeling that being a Corns, they love the stage, the family tradition, that we expect something special out of the Corns brothers tomorrow. Yeah, look, they are different personalities. Kane's just straight down the line and a pretty real determined bloke, and when he's switched on, he's ready to go. And as you say, he's had tagging jobs all year, but he's still been able to rack up 30 touches on some days, and he'll be really looking forward to tomorrow. And as I said, he's a determined bloke, and Chad's had a wonderful season, and wasn't all that happy with his game last week, so he'll be determined for a big one against Jonathan Brown, and that's going to be one of the matchups. I think it's going to be the one to watch.
Matty, very contrasting game plans. One more question from us before we go. Brisbane versus Port Adelaide, totally different game plans. You like to use a lot of uncontested possession and whip the ball forward. Brisbane obviously have got a very good, strong physical presence in close. Not to say Port Adelaide don't, but when it comes time to match up these guys through the midfield, it's going to be interesting to see how Mark rolls the dice in terms of how much you try to make the going yourself and how much you react to what they do.
Yeah, look, you have to. Yeah, you're right. You have to do react a little bit to them, but you got to worry about yourselves. And look, we do love to run and get the ball going, but sides think that they can shut us down and then play that contested footy and beat us. And this year we've had a fair bit of that, and we've been able to beat them with that style also. So, you know, we're quite comfortable that Brisbane will probably have a lot of stationaries and try and beat us in close. And we've got our players who are good at that, and also the ones who can run. So, there'll be a few little matchups and run with roles, but we'll be relying on Roger James and Josh Carge and Damien Hardwicks to get the ball out of those tight places.
Well, there's the siren. So that is the end of the interview here at the MCG. Mate, good to see you. Thanks for giving up your time. Good luck to you and the team on the weekend. And let's hope from all Port fans' point of view, next time we speak to you, you're celebrating and singing the club song, which it says will never stop till you're top. So if you come top, you've got to stop and get a new song.
Well, I think we'll sing it about 100 times. We won't stop if we win.
There's the siren. There's Matty Primus. Thanks, mate.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Thanks to the two Matties, Primus and Campbell. Matty Campbell will head down to Brisbane Lions training at the Albert Ground. That'll be coming your way here live and exclusive to Fox Footy in about an hour's time. Well, we've looked at the Port Adelaide forward line against the Brisbane defence. Time now to have a look at the midfield battle, Donald. I mentioned the importance of this one. So many big names for both sides, really. The Port midfield a little bit unheralded, but they've got plenty of players who can win the football and also do jobs on opposition's matchups. Yeah, look, I think the big addition here has been Michael Wilson. I mean, it's been well documented that he's had those 2 knee reconstructions over the last 3 or 4 years, and which has curtailed his input into this footy club. But he's hard, he's accountable. I've never seen a player work so hard offensively, but then on the transition gets back and works hard defensively. And he's been a great addition to him, and it's got a really nice blend. I mean, Peter Bergwijn, quick, offensive, really great user of the footy. Josh Carr, very aggressive, antagonistic type of player. You'd want to really knock his block off. He's that type of bloke. He just upsets guys every week. On and off the field. And on off the field. And Roger James, very unassuming, but again, racks up his 30 or 40 possessions a game. But you look at who they're playing against. It's an all-star lineup. I mean, Nigel Lappin, has probably had as good a year as he's ever had in his career. Michael Voss is the greatest leader in the game and such a hard, clean player who is so dangerous pushing forward, as we saw last week. Speaking of Nigel Lappin, he's polled twice against against Port Adelaide, Brownlow votes in the last 3 games, polled 2 out of the last 3, and had 27-plus possessions in 5 of the last 6 against Port. So his form coming in against the Power is excellent. Well, the dilemma for opposition coaching teams, and it's going to be the same for Port Adelaide tomorrow, is that, all right, who do we stand? Do we go to Lappin? Do we go to Voss? Do we go to Black? Do we go to Ackermanis? Do we go to Power? The thing about Nigel Lappin is, a lot of times he'll start off a half-back flank, so they'll let him go to someone, and then once the game unfolds, he'll slide up to that midfield position, and one of the other players will cover him off a half-back flank. So it just enables the opposition not to really get stuck into him from the start, and it gives him a free licence to do his own thing and get himself into the game. He'll be feeling pretty good about his build-up this year, Nigel Lappin, you'd expect, given that last year he went in with 3 broken ribs and a punctured lung. Another man who'd play through just about anything is Michael Voss. Inspirational leader, and just an incredibly difficult player to shut down, because he just about has all the weapons in his arsenal. He can be very good at winning the ball in tight. He's damaging when he gets some space like there, and also he can go forward and play as a pinch-hitting leading forward. Well, if Lee Matthews was the greatest player of the 25-year, when he got that greatest player of the century or greatest player of the previous 25 years, I mean, this bloke's got to be the best player over the last 10 and into the next 10 years. I mean, he's an absolute superstar, not just because of the thing he does on the field, it's just his presence and his leadership. I mean, I think a classic example was last year in the final when they played Adelaide at the Gabba, and the Lions were really struggling, and it was well documented the knee injury Vossi had. He came out in the park and the whole game changed. It was as if all of the players lifted with his presence out in the ground. And again, he's such a clean inside player and good user of the footy. Here's the other half of the centre battle, given, of course, both sides have about a dozen players that can rotate through the midfield at any point in time. Brogan versus Keating. Roger James, we saw his importance last week early against St Kilda in particular. And Kane Corns, as Matthews, Campbell and Primus mentioned, has had a sensational year and just added that additional element to the midfield that they really needed. And again, an all-star lineup with Black and Power, who is also one of the most improved players in the competition. Yeah, look, we talk about the depth of the Brisbane midfield, but Port Adelaide's really bolstered theirs up with the continued development of Kane Corns, and we've spoken about Wilson. We know James is a great player in his own right, an unheralded player. The other guy that's been a real big addition, and one of the reasons why I'm favouring Port Adelaide tomorrow is the loss of Jamie Charman. I think Jamie Charman's been
a fantastic player for Brisbane this year.
This is James early last week. We saw him cop that whack very early on. Looked like he could have taken no further part in the game, but he was just so vital when it was in hot. We saw that earlier. I mentioned that hit-outs to advantage. Port Adelaide are #1 in the competition. Brisbane are 7th, and what you're getting to is Port Adelaide's ability to maybe take control in the ruck, and that would bring a guy like Roger James into the equation even more.
Well, you look at the way Brisbane play. I mean, they just push the ball forward. You know, Keating will go in at the first centre bounce and he'll try and smack it 30 metres forward. Black and Voss and Power and all these blokes will run into it. Now, all of a sudden, if Brogan's winning the hit-outs and he's hitting it his way, all of a sudden it gives the Port Adelaide players the ascendancy to run on the footy, and it puts the Brisbane boys on the back foot. And that's why the ruck matchup is going to be a really big contest. And you've got Brogan Lade versus Keating and McLaren. And McLaren's done a great job at his own right as well, you know, and he went into that first final, he was 1 out. So that'll be, and they're all similar in the way they're not really finessey with their hit zones. They just like to get it forward, and they're all brutal big boys.
Burgoyne, Carr and James, the 3 leading clearance players for Port Adelaide this season, and they'll be the 3 again that are crucial for Port Adelaide. If they can get their hands on the football, as we saw with Roger James there, get it going their way early, then that will go a long way towards Port Adelaide working their way into this contest and ultimately prevailing. Now, matchup-wise and tagging-wise, it comes back a little bit to the question we posed earlier. When you face the Brisbane midfield, as you did as Hawthorn coach late in the season, depends obviously on the cattle that you have at your disposal, but if you're Mark Williams, you want to play the game on your own terms to a certain extent, but you also at the same time have to pay Brisbane the respect that they deserve for some of their damaging midfielders. Is it just an ebb and flow thing? Can you just sense as a coach during the game, now's the time I might try to release someone because we're winning a bit of footy around the ground. Now's the time I just want to get him out there, just lock down. Don't worry about getting the footy yourself in the next 10 minutes. We're under siege. Just get out there and stay on your man. Is it that sort of gut feel that Mark Williams will employ tomorrow just to try and stay on top of things in the middle of the ground?
As a coach, you've got to try and keep things as simple as you possibly can. I mean, like, when the opposition's in possession, you're going to man them up. I mean, that's a basic given. When we're in possession, we want to run and we want to be creative. We want to get the ball moving the way we've trained to do. And I think that the key thing with the matchups are, like we spoke about before, is not so much do you want to be reactive. I mean, is Mark Williams going to send his side out in a reactive frame of mind saying we've got to worry about Akamas, we've got to worry about Power, we've got to worry about Voss, we've got to worry about Black and Lappin? Or is he going to say, listen, let them worry about us? You know, when we've got the ball. When they've got the ball, we'll man them up and we'll run our blokes through the midfield like we have all year, and we'll get the Kane Corns. You know, Cassisi plays a defensive role as a forward, you know, which is pretty unique. So he might try and attract Chris Johnson and do a number on him, you know. So they're the sort of little tactical games that'll be going on. But one thing we tried to do against Brisbane was when I looked at their board and the matchups and there's about 8 superstars in their midfield. So I just thought, and our mindset had been pretty reactive, you know. So we said, look, let's instill a bit of confidence into our boys. I mean, we've got the stats and it's all the info technology we need on hand in the box. We'll wait and see who's doing some damage. I mean, Blackie might have had a bad night's sleep. He mightn't be having a good night. He mightn't be having a good day today. So, but it might be a Lappin that might bob up. So then you react accordingly. I think you've got to go in there in a confident frame of mind and say, OK, then we want to win the footy. We want to be proactive. And then if something starts to go wrong, well, then we can adjust from that in the box. And that's what you were talking about earlier. That's why you go through all the what ifs. You don't lay the what ifs to the players. You keep them in your own mind as a coach, because you're like a computer. You load the computer up with all the info during the week, and come game day, your responsibility is to go, bang, that's the matchup we're going to go for, because we've thought about it and I know the capabilities of our players and I know theirs, and that's the matchup I'm looking for. And I think that's the best way of going about it, because you don't overload your players with too much information. Just get them aggressive, focused and ready to go, and that's all tomorrow's going to be about.
We'll talk about the Brisbane attack in a moment, but as a nice segue into that is the Brisbane midfield have got such scoring potential of their own. Yeah. The top 5 Brisbane midfielders for the season have booted 117 goals, 89, which is an amazing return from their top 5 ball getters. Compare that to Port Adelaide, their top 5, just 56 goals, so less than half. It's an amazing attacking weapon, isn't it, that midfield of Brisbane? Not only do they get the football and create opportunities for others, but they are dynamite at finishing themselves.
And I think you'll find the main reason with that is Jace, is that they actually rotate their midfielders forward. Like, you'll find that Black will spend a fair bit of time forward now. Ackermanis plays forward, but he'll come into the centre square. You know, Lappin can go half-back.
Which makes your matchups even more important, doesn't it? You've got to be on top of it, because you've got to be at any point in time trying to work out what they are doing with that rotation. And is Black, at the moment, having a bit of a spell as a half-forward flank, or is he just genuinely following the footy around?
Well, that's why your players have to make decisions for themselves out in the ground, and that's why they've got to... The key word is composure. I mean, when you're playing against Brisbane, you have to have a composed back six, and that's why sometimes your wingers have to have that accountable mindset to be able to slide back and just give you some cover, because you don't know who's going to push forward. So that's why it always gets back to, we're going to try and win the footy first. If we win the ball first, then they're going to start being reactive to us. But I think you'll find that why Brisbane have kicked so many goals is because, and I think, you know, look at Vossi earlier in the year. He had to play as a full forward when Brown and Black, when Brown and Lynch and Bradshaw were out, especially that game. I think there was a game right at the start of the year when they went over to Adelaide. Vossi kicked 7 goals. Yeah. I mean, he played as a full forward. So that probably inflates their goal scoring a little bit more. And I think you'll find that players such as Carr and James predominantly play in the midfield. They don't go forward that much, so therefore they're not going to kick as many goals.
Well, Lappin's kicked 17, Black 13, Power 15, Voss 31, Ackermanis 41. So they're the top 5 ball getters. Yep. Just a good even spread across the way. And you compare that to Port Adelaide's midfielders: Kane Corns 12, Burgoyne 12, Schofield 13, Wilson 9, and Carr 9 and James 17. So what they don't have is that Voss Ackermanis contributing 72 goals between the two of them by having guys that can play mid-forward. They've also got, aside from their nuts and bolts midfield, the superstars, they've got so many versatile players, the likes of Pike, who's kicked 27 goals. Notting's kicked 27 goals. They've got those guys that can also bob up and do a job as well. Let's take a look at the Brisbane half-forward and forward lines and how they will possibly set up tomorrow. Across their half-forward line, 2 guys there that we're speaking of that can go through the midfield but can also kick goals in Hadley and Notting. Now, you've got to pay those guys some due respect as well.
Yeah, look, I'd be surprised if they started up like that. But I mean, they're both, at some stage, you know they're going to play in those positions. And Notting does more damage as a winger. You know, he really hits up on the side of the square, and you'll see on a lot of occasions this year he's kicked goals running through that. How many times have we seen him running through that centre square and kicking goals from outside 50? It's a beautiful kick on the run. Richard Adley, again, is another young bloke that's really added depth to that Brisbane midfield, if you could add any more depth to it. But he's going to have a big role because, you know, the underrated loss of this Brisbane outfit is Hart. I mean, Hart and Copeland play those accountable roles, but Copeland doesn't play so much as an accountable role on ball these days. He's more playing off half-back, whereas Hart, if there was a Port Adelaide player, like, say, Burgoyne cut loose, Peter Burgoyne, who's going to stamp him? You know, whereas Shaun Hart was always the boy that would go to him, you know, and you just knew you were going to get an honest, accountable effort from him, whereas now that job might have to fall to a Lukey Power, you know, so Pike, you know, is probably a little bit quiet, but against us, Pike killed us on a win. I mean, he's a great player, Pike.
Let's talk about Jonathan Brown, going into the game under a question mark. You would expect with his history that he'll get up and play the game. Such a crucial player in this Brisbane lineup, and what he is a fascinating matchup. He's a real conundrum again for Mark Williams. Do you put Chad Corns on him and lose a bit of Chad's defensive drive, or do you go with a Bishop, or do you even just throw one out of left field and put a Brett Montgomery or someone like that on him to try and just jump over the top and keep him sort of outside 50 a little bit more?
No, he's got to play Corns on him. Simple as that. And I'd be saying to Corns, listen, mate, this is your matchup. We want you to do the job on him. If you can curtail his influence on this football match, it's going to push us a long way to us winning the game. Not, you know, the rebound game from Corns will happen when they're in possession, but I just think his first priority's got to be to shut Brown down. Now, I think Brownie too, you know, like, I looked at him closely last week when he got hurt. Now, it looked like it was a bit of a severe knee injury earlier on, but then he seemed to run it out. So I think he was going to always be sore early in the week, and I think they're going to have a real softly approach with him. But I think you'll find that come the day he'll be all right. He'll run through it. He might look a bit proppy, but he's got a huge aerobic capacity, Jonathan Brown. He reminds me so much of Wayne Carey. It's not a joke. Wayne Carey had a great endurance capacity, and he used to take a lot of uncontested marks because players couldn't go with him. Everyone just looked at the size of him and thought, oh, he's a monster. But, I mean, he just took a lot of uncontested marks because of his running ability, and Brownie's the same.
I remember someone mentioned to me at some stage earlier in the year that it was one of the Brisbane players, might have been Michael Boss, that when they do their pre-season time trials, etc., Shaun Hart is the fittest bloke at the club, but Jonathan Brown, in endurance work, is second. That's just unbelievable. Ahead of the midfielders that are around him and the incredible athletes that they've got in this side. But for Jonathan Brown to be such an endurance athlete, that is the side of his game, you're quite right. That people see the power, they see the strength, they see the one-on-one, get rid of his opponent and take a mark. But what they don't realise, much like a Nick Riewoldt, is that he just runs his opponents off their legs.
That's right. And all the great forwards have to do that, because when you're playing at the MCG, centre-half forward is the most important position on the ground, because when you're under pressure and the opposition ruckman drops back and the ball's deep in your defence, you have to push up to the wing and give a contest. Then at times, you know, if the full forward leads out, he has to work extremely hard to be that option in the goal square. So he has to be able to run. If you can't run, you're going to struggle in that position.
And that'll be interesting to see how his fitness is for tomorrow and whether that does impact on a little bit on his running ability. Let's take a look at the full forward line now for Brisbane. Alistair Lynch, obviously the key at full forward, but I think I mentioned earlier, Daniel Bradshaw may be the best backup full forward in the history of the game. It's a little bit like Michael Roach and Brian Taylor at Richmond back in the early 80s. You've got a guy sitting there in a pocket or a half-forward flank who's capable of kicking 80 goals in his own right.
Yeah, and Lee's got that flexibility. I mean, rarely do you see him fire on the one day because it's difficult. But if one of them isn't firing, you can also... I mean, Lynchy can stay at home, Bradshaw can hit up really well. I mean, last week Lynch kicked straight. You know, the combinations worked a treat. So, and, you know, Bradshaw kicked his 4 goals, and he's a fantastic player in his own right, Bradshaw. The other thing with Bradshaw is that, say, Lynch is going all right and they want to play someone smaller out of the square alongside him, either like a Voss or an Ackermanis, Bradshaw can also go back and play in defence. So, I mean, they've got that mechanism there. But, yeah, look, it's a potent forward line, and you have to have 3 good defenders that can match Lynch, Bradshaw and Brown as a starting point, not to mention their small forwards.
We know Alistair Lynch stays roughly within about 15 to 20 metres of goal. He's very much a mark and kick player these days. We spoke of good defenders. Well, there's a few better than this man this year, Chad Corns, All-Australian. It's been a great reinvention, and look, I'm not sure that Mark Williams has really received the full kudos for taking a risk with Chad Corns, who was one of the very, very good marking forwards in the competition, and he took a huge risk on it this year and hasn't paid off handsomely. It was one that was from left field. No one saw it coming.
Yeah, but again, I suppose when you looked at Treasury and Corns, both of them, I wouldn't be surprised, to be interested to see how their endurance rates as well, because both of them look like aerobically they're great athletes. A couple of times in the past, you know, Corns, not this year, but in other years, Corns has gone back and played on Jonathan Brown, so they've experimented and tinkered it with a little bit, but it's always been throughout the course of the season, whereas they've made a decision straight up pre-season, we're going to play Corns centre half back, and he's provided, I mean, he'd be the leading rebounder in the competition by the length of the straight. And the good thing about him is he actually can leave his man, come third man in, takes contested marks, runs well, but he's got the skill to use the footy going forward, so you know that when the ball's in his hands, the rest of the boys can really be a bit more offensive because they know he's such a good user of the ball, and that's what makes him such a great offensive weapon for them.
He and Bishop are by far their rebound kings. So all the run and drive from deep inside defensive 50 comes from Corns and Bishop. He's had 117, Chad Corns, rebound 50s this year. Bishop's had 96, and then the next best is Wilson with 52. So it is such a huge gap, isn't it, that they are just such crucial elements. And the way Port Adelaide like to play their football, that run and drive across half-back is where it all starts, isn't it? It's where the attacking drive starts, from half-back.
Yeah, and it has in the past, and, you know, Montgomery's another boy that probably hasn't played how many games he's played this year, but I wouldn't say he's played every one of them.
He's played 13.
Earlier on he was out. And the other guy that slipped under everybody's guard, and they name him forward every week, but more often than not he plays back, is Shaun Burgoyne. And Shaun Burgoyne, again, besides Chad Corns, he adds that offensive flair, a great user of the footy, spots up really well, and it just goes hand in hand with their possession type game, because they need skill to be able to play that way. And again, it's freed up Wanganeen to go forward. So various stages of the game, you know, Wanganeen might slide forward and he might start as a defender, but if it's not working, he could go forward, Burgoyne can go back, vice versa. So they've got some real depth and flexibility within their lineup.
And Byron Pickett into that mix as well as a player who can fill multiple roles. So let's take a look at the Port lineup. This is the side that they will take into their 2004 Grand Final, their first overall. Look, we've spoken about the tactics. They like to play an uncontested, keepings off style of football, and that isn't a negative. People take that as us having a go at Port Adelaide. But what it does show, Donald, is you can't play that brand of football unless you are incredibly skillful and you're a very, very well-drilled side. And they are. They're as good as anybody at hitting targets, getting men out into open space, hard running and delivering the football and not giving opposition players a chance to get anywhere near it. It's not a negative, it's actually a positive. The way they do it is brilliant.
Well, everyone talks about contested ball. I mean, like, contested ball happens a lot when there's ball up after ball up after ball up. Because these guys are so good, there aren't too many secondary ballers because they
don't give you a chance, do they?
They get the footy out of contested situations, so that's where it can be misleading. And the thing about, you know, they've got a very experienced side. Even Josh Marnie, I mean, people have to understand Josh Marnie isn't a rookie player. I mean, I coached Josh Marnie in a VFL state side about 3 or 4 years ago. He's our best player on the ground. He's a class act. He's 26, 27 years old, and he's been a fantastic addition for the power side. So they're an experienced side that knows how to play this game that Mark Williams has built up over the last 4 or 5 years, and you know, they're ready to go. It's a good balanced lineup, and they're flexible. They can change things around if they have to, if the opposition are doing things. They can play a possession game if the game's been shut down, and then they've got the players and the strong bodies to play a contested type game. You know, they've got aggressive players in their side that'll make you look over your shoulder in Hardwick and Byron Pickett. I mean, if Byron Pickett starts teeing off the line, I don't care who you are. I mean, he's going to start hurting blokes. So, you know, they've just got that nice blend of what you want to win premierships, and I haven't seen too many premierships that have been won by sides that didn't contain a couple of sides that make the opposition a little bit toey.
You're getting me excited. It's going to be a fantastic game, isn't it? It's got all the ingredients for a ripping grand final. The Brisbane Lions side, let's have one last look at them before we go to an ad break. Again, we know their game plan, and that's why this game is so fascinating. You know how both these sides are going to play. They play completely contrasting styles. It's going to be whose will wins out on the day. Brisbane, we know they've got a very talented midfield. They are very, very good in close. They like to get the ball, push it forward to the centre, and then go long and deep towards full forward. They've got the likes of Brown, Lynch and Lappin, and Bradshaw, rather. And then they've got some talented crummers at their feet. It's a simple game plan, but it's very hard to stop.
But the other underrated side of their game plan is the fact that they're the best flooding team in the competition. I mean, you watch them at set plays, their wingers and half forwards are hanging 10 metres inside their man on the offensive side. So if the opposition win any of those set plays, they get numbers back in a hurry. It's very difficult to penetrate them, so that's why it's so important to win first possession against this mob, because they do get numbers back real hard, and when they're in possession, they're just on the bolt straight down the middle of the ground. The other thing with them too is that because they've got such an experienced lineup, players such as the Scott brothers, I mean, Chris Johnson, don't tell me there's a better rebounding defender in the competition than him, and he's a superstar, takes all their kick-ins, you know, more often than not spots up a target at 50. But the thing about their back half is too, if the opposition try the flooding caper against them, they'll hold on to the footy, they'll spot up, they're composed. You know, how often have you seen Lepage charge down the ground, look up, see that there's nothing on, and he'll kick the footy 30 metres sideways, so they'll hold on to the ball. So that's a defensive mechanism in itself. They're not just bombing it into the forward line and giving the opposition the opportunity to run it out again. So, you know, you've got a side that's flexible in the way it plays the game throughout the course of a quarter. I mean, they're not just run and gun the whole way through. They'll possess it with the best of them as well.
I just want the first bounce now. I'm getting excited. I wish it was 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. It promises to be a cracking game. We've got lots more between now and 2:30 tomorrow afternoon here on Fox Footy. Stick with us. Brisbane Lions training coming up shortly. You're watching Fox Footy's AFL Grand Final Eve special.
Forget about the Olympics. This is the marathon everyone's been waiting for.
The 2004 Grand Final Marathon. And up goes Jezza.
Join me, Jason Bennett, with Ron Barassi and Kevin Bartlett as we bring you the greatest grand finals in more than 40 years of football.
A chance of Green pops for goal.
Into the pocket, Harm still after it.
We're bringing you 12 hours of grand final action, so get training.
The Grand Final Marathon starts tonight on Fox Footy Channel.
I love my footy, and now if I miss a game or TV replay, there's an answer to my problems. A great multimedia AFL website made exclusively available to Big Pond broadband customers. You can access a quarter-by-quarter news service, exclusive coach and player interviews, and post-match press conferences. If you're unable to watch it live, you can access the video archive and see your favourite games, highlights and audio interviews on demand anytime you like. You can even create your own highlights packages and video clips. It's exclusive and subscription-free to Big Pond broadband customers. And Big Pond broadband ADSL and cable customers enjoy unmetered downloads. Check it out at bigpond.com or call 1800 131 500 to find out more.
We're here in Melbourne to relive a classic footy moment that has it all. Now, who else could give us all this? Who else but the maestro? Hey, James Hurd.
Hey, guys.
All right, so it's Essendon 131, West Coast 131. 30 minutes and 48 seconds gone.
Umpire does a build-up and it's on.
He's got it.
Hey, maybe Murphy should have kicked it. I'm not the umpire, I'm Bully. Bully gets it out the hand.
Wait, the fairy tale's complete. James Hart, you are a genius. Yes! Get a hug!
He made a bet, and she's got an agenda.
Oh, you are already falling in love with me.
I'm gonna make you wish you were dead.
How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days on Showtime.
It's amazing. It's extraordinary.
Oh, yes!
And it's never been seen before.
You better believe it.
Until now, it's Fox Footy Active Grand Final.
Port Adelaide are smoking.
This Sunday, Fox Footy Channel's taking the AFL Grand Final where it's never been before, with full active access exclusive to Foxtel and Austar digital subscribers.
It's another world first from Fox Footy Channel. It's Grand Final active.
Be part of the revolution. Be part of history. Just press red on your digital remote and you'll go active.
You won't believe it until you see it for yourself.
Select your own camera angles like Hot Shot and Wide Eye. Check out player profiles and stats. Access alternate commentary or hear the roar of the crowd.
It doesn't get any bigger than this.
Relive all the heart-stopping action quarter by quarter, all commercial-free. The big marks, great goals, season-defining moments. Only this time, you're in control.
It's Grand Final active, and it's exclusive to Fox Footy Channel.
Welcome back to Fox Footy's Grand Final Eve special. Stick with us very shortly. We'll be heading down to the Albert Ground to take in the Lions' final training session. Will Jonathan Brown train? Will Craig McRae train? We'll find out very, very shortly. These two sides have met just once this year. It was back in round 11 at the Gabba. Let's go back and take a look at the highlights of the last time Brisbane and Port Adelaide squared off.
Corns on Ackermanis. Kane Corns gets the #1 tagging job each week.
Black to Power on his wrong side, but that doesn't matter. The Lions away.
The beauty of the kick, Tim, was that it was hard and low. Didn't spend much time in the air.
Scott running into space. Another good kick. Now Black and now Power. Can he make it two? Oh, I think he can. And he'll probably take the mark and give to Voss. He does just that. So Michael Voss runs to the 50. He can have a shot from here. It's not a bad effort. Voss has kicked a beauty.
To White.
Didn't come off, so another chance here for the Power. Kane Corns pops it into the hole. And he makes no mistake. Right through the middle for the Power second.
Now, this young man with the footy is leading their hard ball gets in recent weeks.
Into the goal square. Pike! This is better from Port Adelaide. Drives it to half forward. Good kick. Finds Thurstons. Too far out to score. Oh, no, that's good footy. Good hard running. Will he kick it like a backman? No, he doesn't. It's a goal to the Power. So Port looking much better the last 5 minutes or so. Long driving kick. Tread raised one out with Lepage. Great tussle off the back of the pack. It's Marnie. Michael Lowe for Pike. Brennan calling for it. That's not where he wanted it. McGrath's dangerous though. Now Black and Brown.
I would think that if Brown would be in front.
It's a big goal for the Lions, the steadier. Chad Corns into the face of it with courage, but Brad Scott there for the spillage. Now Corrie, Brisbane press again. Brown has the set, and he takes it. After the mishap a moment ago. And he doesn't, and the Lions stretch the lead. That's better. Wilson, quick kick out of the pack. Tip of the goal square, and the man in front is Ebers to put Port Adelaide right back in the hunt. It's ugly, but it's good enough. 50 out from the Lions goal. Notting, quick kick out of the pack. Bradshaw, beautiful tap to Power and gets his third. Oh, dropped the easiest of chest marks. And there he's held up by Corns. Ball still alive. Pike. Around the body, into the goal square, it's bouncing, oh, Bradshaw might get an easy one. Almost Bradshaw, can Ackermanis weave some magic? In there is Poulton, now Notting, look at the pace, the acceleration, the goal. For Wilson, not much to go to, puts Wanganeen under pressure, just about gone
Wouldn't have mattered. Brisbane on the break. Ackermanis, lovely creative ball. Notting to Lappin, goes for home and makes no mistake.
Treasury, he really had his supply cut off in the third quarter. Now he has a chance. From the boundary line. Nice kick. That is a sensational goal. Power into the corridor. Brown backing back once again. Couldn't hang on to it. Corey to Hadley, and he kicks a goal.
Again, they're taking it the long way towards goal, and they'll turn it over. It's becoming a bad habit. Copeland. Here's Ackermanis. Here's the chance. No, he's giving them away. He's altruistic tonight. Corey can drive it home.
So then it was Brisbane by 37 points at the Gabba. 9 of the last 11 clashes between these two sides have been won by the home team. And they meet on neutral ground for the first time tomorrow afternoon. And Donald McDonald, do you think that's pretty significant that Brisbane, as dominant as always at the Gabba, but maybe just a touch more vulnerable away from there?
Yeah, it's just a little theory I've got. I mean, I don't know if it's going to be proven correct or not, but I just think they're slightly more vulnerable these days away from the Gabba. I think the Gabba's a fortress for them. You know, they're just a sensational side there. They're comfortable in their surroundings. You know, it's normally a bit warmer. The boys just are in their own rooms. They've got their cool chambers and all this sort of stuff. I mean, they're very composed in that environment, but I just think away from the Gabba, they're just a touch vulnerable. And, you know, I think Port Adelaide are ready to go. You know, and the thing you got to understand is that when you get a player like Warren Treasury, it's a bit like when Wayne Carey was at the Kangaroos. You got to win a premiership with those players. I mean, you know, they're once a decade, once a 2 decade type players that come into your group, and he's ready to go. And it's not a matter of him being best on ground tomorrow. It's him just to present and compete as often as he possibly can, because that'll draw the attention of maybe 2 or 3 Brisbane defenders, which will give someone else a look. And that's where your Pickett's and these sort of boys that'll run onto the footy, your Jews, might just become the danger men. So, yeah, I just got a feeling that Port Adelaide are ready to go. And the other thing too, the mental side of it, I mean, they've been humiliated in the Adelaide press the last 3 years, so surely that's toughened this group up from a psychological point of view. So you'd think there'd be this inbuilt resolve amongst this group that no matter what happens, they're not going to turn it up. So, it's going to be a great game, but I just get a feeling that Port Adelaide can do it.
For Port to win, and this is a question without notice, but for Port to win, what are the 2 or 3 major things that Mark Williams would have on his whiteboard that he needs to get ticked off? We need to do this, this and this for us to win the game.
Need to be ferocious early. I mean, they've got to be, but it's got to be a controlled, aggressive approach. It can't be a stupid approach where you're undisciplined and you're giving away free kicks, because the third factor in these games that people don't understand is the umpires. I mean, the umpires are nervous. They're going into a game. They're going to a grand final. It's their biggest game for the year as well. So it's a bit like a big title fight. You've got to get the respect of the referees, and you've got to get it early. You've got to get them on side, and you've got to show that your intent is to play the ball, but to play it hard and to tackle hard and fairly. So I just think if you can get Williams would want to be saying, right, let's get the initiative early, all right? Let's be ferocious. Don't worry about the scoreboard. Just let's worry about our attack on the ball and our mindset, you know? And the other things are your controllables, all right? All your starting positions, you know, like your kick-ins, your zones, you know, your forward structures, you know, your setups and stoppages. You know, we've got to make sure that we're very, very switched on and we're composed and we're communicating with each other. They're just probably 2 things. You don't need to put a lot of things up on the board. I mean, they've been told 1,000,000 times about what they've got to do, but they're probably 2 of the things that you can control. They'd be the 2 things I'd be stressing if I was Mark Williams.
And conversely, in the Brisbane camp, you're leaning a little bit towards Port Adelaide, and we'll get to your specific tip in a minute, but for Brisbane, for them to win tomorrow, what needs to happen for Brisbane?
Oh, same old, same old. I mean, they've done it the previous 3 years, and if guys like, you know, Power took a heavy knock last week, Voss took a heavy knock last week, Jonathan Brown was sore. I mean, these guys have to be, you know, in good peak performance, and again, they need to start well. And it's interesting, we spoke about the last quarters and how Brisbane's probably got a better record over the year than what Port Adelaide have. But I just think that Brisbane again need to start well, and again, the thing that they need to do is be able to be comfortable in their positions, especially down back. Mel Michael likes to play close to the goal square. You know, Lepic likes to play at centre half back. I mean, Lepic isn't as comfortable deep. you know, Michael isn't as comfortable out, you know, and that's where your Treasury and your Lade and the Brogan, the tricks that Port Adelaide have been able to pull throughout the course of the year might bring him a little bit unstuck. So their back half needs to be nice and settled, you know, and again, like Chris Johnson likes to be coming up the ground a bit, you know, so you've got to have someone that's attracting Chris Johnson's attention. So, I mean, yeah, they're a powerful unit, and a lot of it stems from their back half. So they need to be nice and settled and composed earlier on.
You spoke of their last quarters, and there's a bit of a perception building throughout the week that if Port can be close at three-quarter time, they'll run over the top of Brisbane. But looking at the numbers, Brisbane haven't lost a last quarter since round 13. So they're no slouches at finishing games either. There's no cut and dried scenarios depending on who's in front at three-quarter time. Although one thing that history does suggest, whoever is in front at three-quarter time will win more likely than not, because only twice in 32 years has a side come back from being behind at three-quarter time in a grand final to win, and the last time was back in 1984 when the Bombers came flying home over Hawthorn. So it's pretty handy to have that break.
And on that particular day too, the Bombers hadn't won a premiership, I think it was for 23 years, and once they got a sniff, they just went for it. And I think this is the thing about Port Adelaide, you know, they've been there, they haven't been to a grand final before, I know that, but they've been the best side in the home and away for 3 years, and they've been denied the opportunity to play for the premiership. And you'd think that once they get that sniff, and the players, you know, they've got a lot of players who aren't going to become any better players individually, you'd think they'd say, this is it, we're going to do everything we possibly can.
A tip from you?
Port Adelaide, you know.
And a margin?
Oh, I reckon by about 17 points.
And a Norm Smith medalist?
Kane Corns, because he'll do a job on Ackermanis.
So there you go. Donald McDonald has Port Adelaide winning the premiership and Kane Corns collecting the Norm Smith medal. Don, thanks very much for your time. We really appreciate it. Congratulations on the appointment at Arden Street, and all the best for what's a hectic couple of weeks coming up, and doesn't wait for long. He's straight into trade period.
No, it's a pleasure, Jason. Just say to all those kangaroo people out there that are thinking about buying a membership, get on board the Roos, because they've got a really exciting young coach and a great bunch of young players coming through. So I'm really looking forward to my association there. Donald
McDonald joining us here on Fox Footy. Plenty more Grand Final Eve special to come very shortly. We'll cross to Matthew Campbell, who is at the Albert Ground here in Melbourne for the Lions final training session. All that and more coming up right after this.
Coming up tonight, we'll have the last word on the biggest day in football. The grand final less than 24 hours away, and tonight 3 of the biggest names in the game, international rule star and host Matthew Campbell, the irrepressible Slam Sam Kekovich, and two-time Norm Smith winner Gary Ayres take your calls. White Line Fever tonight.
I love my footy, and now if I miss a game or TV replay, there's an answer to my problems. A great multimedia AFL website made exclusively available to Big Pond broadband customers. You can access a quarter-by-quarter news service, exclusive coach and player interviews, and post-match press conferences. If you're unable to watch it live, you can access the video archive and see your favourite games, highlights and audio interviews on demand anytime you like. You can even create your own highlights packages and video clips. It's exclusive and subscription-free to Big Pond broadband customers. And Big Pond broadband ADSL and cable customers enjoy unmetered downloads. Check it out at bigpond.com or call 1800 131 500 to find out more.
International One Day and Test Cricket, plus the Australian NBL, tennis and Super 12s rugby coming soon. So if you want to get interactive, vote and get more from your new sport or weather, man, just press your red button. Touch me, I rock.
If you don't know Conan O'Brien, here's the lowdown. He's a geek. He's got big hair and he's damn funny. So repeat after Conan, who's got the coolest Tonight Show on TV?
Why, you have, Mr. O'Brien!
Late Night with Conan O'Brien, hot off the satellite, direct from the States every single weeknight.
It's just Conan.
So, if you want exclusive guests and the best gags...
That's it, mate. You're the best.
Tune in to Conan, weeknights after Leno, only on the Comedy Channel.
Monday on Fox Footy, get ready for the On the Couch season finale. All year long, the boys have brought you all the issues, opinions and analysis of the AFL while asking the biggest names in the game the questions you want answered.
I'm interested about where Stephen Milne stands in the context of the St Kilda Footy Club. It seems to me that you can't win a game and you need a crummer and you won't play.
This week, the panel wrap up in style as they cross live to the captain of the winning Premiership team. On the Couch Premiership Special, Monday, exclusive to Fox Footy Channel.
Welcome back to Fox Footy's Grand Final Eve special as we build up to the biggest day on the AFL calendar, AFL Grand Final Day, and lots to look forward to here on Fox Footy, so don't go away over the next 24 hours. Very shortly, we'll cross down to the Albert Ground. Matthew Campbell on hand to take us through the Brisbane Lions final training session. Jonathan Brown and Craig McRae, the question marks over them. We'll find out some more very shortly. And then tonight at 8:30 Eastern, the AFL Players Association MVP Awards live and exclusive to Fox Footy. Join host Clinton Gribus and a cavalcade of stars. One of the most important awards ceremonies of the year. And then from 10 o'clock tonight, get comfortable on the couch, pull the doona out, get the coffee ready. The Grand Final Marathon, one of football's great traditions. Myself, Ron Barassi and Kevin Bartlett for 40 years of great Grand Finals. That'll go right the way through until tomorrow morning from 10 o'clock. We'll head to the MCG, live and exclusive. Myself, Matthew Campbell and Kevin Sheehan. Yes, I'm picking up on the no-dos, there's no doubt about that. Eastern Rangers and Calder Cannons promises to be a fantastic game. The traditional curtain raiser before the AFL Grand Final. Then at 1 o'clock Eastern tomorrow, the Grand Final preview. Join Clinton Gribus, Jared Healy, Terry Wallace, Tony Shaw and a panel of experts to preview all the action from the 2004 AFL Grand Final. Before we head down to the Albert Ground, former Brisbane Bears player Richard Champion has joined us again. Champs, been out to the Hall of Fame in the last couple of hours, taken a tour group out through there. Haven't been there myself yet. Just talk us through the AFL Hall of Fame and the sensation there at the Queen Vic building in the city.
Well, they've got the naming rights spot on there. Sensation. It is sensational. It really is. I tell you what, if you haven't got there yet and you haven't been to Melbourne and you plan to come in the next 6 to 12 months, I tell you what, do yourself a favour and get along. It's the closest thing to actually being out on the ground and getting introduced to a grand final. It is just fantastic. Heaps of stuff for the kids to do and for the oldies as well. It really does make the hairs on the back of your neck stand up as you're about to run out onto the ground and you've kicked the winning goal in the grand final to win by a point. It's just fantastic. Very well done. Credit to the AFL and to the guys who put it together. It really is well worthwhile and pretty good value too.
Speaking of sensation, Shaun Hart has definitely been a sensation for the Brisbane Lions over many, many years. Played with champs all the way back in the Carrara days. He's been one of the great clubmen at Brisbane. Won the 2001 Norm Smith medal, but unfortunately won't be taking his place this grand final day. A horrible collision with Daniel Bradshaw, severe facial injuries to Shaun Hart. So he's resting here in Melbourne. Has caught up with the team, and we caught up with Shaun during the week.
No, I certainly would like to take the chance to say to all, particularly Lions supporters, that thank you for your thoughts and all your prayers as well. And I am feeling quite good considering how I thought I'd be feeling. And it'll be a slow recovery and an easy recovery, but I'm very, very thankful that the doctors have done a wonderful job, and I just want to let everyone know that I'm going pretty well. Thank you.
Take us how scary was it at the time and the hours after, and what you thought might have actually happened?
Oh, I suppose really I can't remember being scared or anything like that. Certainly, there's a bit of blood around, and your face doesn't feel all that normal. But I really. I didn't have any word from the doctors or anything to suggest that it was too dangerous or drastic, but certainly having spoken to the surgeons who performed the corrective surgery, I now come to understand that it was quite an injury and something that was possibly in a location that was more fortunate than possibly where it could have been up a bit higher.
Shaun, when James Hird suffered a similar injury a couple of years ago, he said the pain was just like nothing else he experienced. How was it for you?
I can honestly say that I can't remember having any pain. I don't know why that is. I know there's a lot of people out there praying for me, and I believe in the power of prayer, and so I'm putting it down to that because I've heard James talk about that, and when, like I said, the doctor has described the type of injury it is, it's comparable accordingly to having no seatbelt on, having a car accident. So to me, that should suggest a deal of pain, but I just can't get over the lack of pain that I've had.
Shaun, have you actually watched the incident on replay?
Yes, I have, unfortunately, and it's not pretty, is it? But I've watched it a number of times, and yeah, it's just a very forceful impact, and I'm fortunate to be probably, so soon standing up and being able to talk here today.
How's your wife taking it?
Oh, she's good. She's down in Victoria now with me, and as my two boys are, and she's I think a whole lot more peaceful that she's down here now. But I imagine she had a couple of sleepless nights back up there.
And your kids, you mentioned that your elder one perhaps was a little bit upset and so forth when he saw you.
Yes, yeah, my oldest son saw the incident and did get a bit emotional apparently, but my youngest son was too busy playing, probably not watching the footy, so fortunately he didn't have to see what happened down.
Just take us through the extent of the damage, Shaun, in terms of how many fractures you had and exactly what procedures you've had done.
Yeah, well, I believe, to my knowledge, that both sides of my upper jaw were sheared completely off, and it was just a very extensive fracture. That needed, I believe, 4 plates put in there, and the two doctors that have done the job, Dr. Heggie and Dr. Shand, I'd particularly like to thank them for their wonderful work and their follow-up work as well. Particularly Dr. Shand has been quite brilliant. I'll see her again on Thursday in the city to get a bit of another X-ray and a follow-up report on how it's going. But at this stage, my knowledge is that both upper jaw bones were completely fractured off.
What's the expectation then in terms of the longer term? Do you need to have further surgery and further medical support?
I don't believe so. I haven't been indicated that, but yeah, maybe Thursday will indicate that a little bit to me. I would suggest probably that I would have been told those sort of things are possible down the track already, but I haven't. So I'd hope that this is all that's needed. Plates will stay in probably forever. The wire will come out in 4 to 6 weeks, and I'll hopefully be able to clear my nose in about 10 days because I'm unable to do that until the real bleeding factor stops.
Do you think that you'll play AFL again?
That's a good question. I'm certainly at a stage in my career where I'm not quite sure, and I'll be sitting down with the club shortly to work on that issue and see what's happening, whether there's any future, and so I can't really answer that yet.
But you would like to play on?
Again, I'm not quite sure. I certainly love my football, and I love playing at the Lions. It's a terrific football club. And, yeah, I get the feeling that I would like to play on, but I'll certainly have to sit with the Lions and with Lee Matthews and see what they're thinking and certainly see how this progresses in the next few weeks.
So is this one of those things that you could take it as going either way? You could, all too much to go through this sort of thing, but also, well, I want to give it another go because I don't want to be cut short.
No, I don't think the injury really is going to truly stop me from going on. If I feel like I want to go on, the club would like me to go on. It's just something that's happened. Unfortunate, wrong spot, wrong time. But no, that's. I don't think that actually, come to think of it, will play a part in my decision. It's more whether or not the club feels I can fill a role still, and or whether or not that role's going to be filled by someone else. And I think that's been the case with guys like David King and the likes, and working out just your value to the team and to the club still, and I think it'll be made on those factors, my decision.
Well, every grand final has its hard luck stories. I guess for the Brisbane Lions, certainly Shaun Hart, one of those. Then you think back to guys like Jamie Charman, who have been a key part of the Brisbane campaign, Bo McDonald. There's plenty of guys on both sides that are going to be missing the opportunity, and then obviously Matthew Primus and Josh Franco, amongst others at Port Adelaide. But look, you know Shaun Hart very well. You've known him for the best part of 20 years. For all of us outside who don't really understand Shaun Hart, but we've seen an enormous outpouring of emotion from within the Brisbane camp this week. get a bit of a feel and an indication for just how important and how special Shaun Hart is as a person.
Well, he is truly loved by all his teammates and everyone at the club. A better man you wouldn't meet, great family man, got a couple of kids now, and has really made the most of what he's got. And I think he was at the crossroads probably about 4 or 5 years ago, and I think he realised that. He worked very, very hard on his fitness and his body. He's one of the fittest blokes at the club, and really has put in the hard yard. So I think that's why everyone's so sympathetic to what he's been through over this last week, that he's going to miss out on a final, and I hope he doesn't go out on this note. I don't think he'd like to either, so I'm tipping he'll go on for another year. His footy this year has been great. He's been very crucial with taking over a rotational role in tagging some of the midfielders of the opposition side, so I think he's still got a fair bit to offer the Brisbane Lions and the game of AFL, and I certainly hope Hardy goes on next year, but yeah, really feel for him to miss this game.
Well, we mentioned fitness isn't a factor. He's such a fit bloke at the club. Has had some problems with concussion in the past. That's why he wears the helmet. But we haven't really had any discussions about that this week, so we can only assume from that there weren't any concussion-related complications.
I don't think he was knocked out per se, so I don't think that did play a part. But yeah, that's the reason why he's been wearing a helmet, I guess, for the last half a dozen years, or the best part of his career, I guess, is an incident very early on in his career, and the doctor thought that that's probably the best way to go about it. Better to play safe, and he gives one of those away after every game, takes it to the sidelines and gives it to one of the kids. But unfortunately, no one will get to get a Madison helmet this time around.
Well, let's go back and recap today's grand final parade. There was some question marks as to whether people would turn out in numbers. Well, they certainly did. It was a fantastic crowd in the city a little bit earlier when the two teams made their way up St Kilda Road, Swanston Street, into Collins Street, and were presented to the big crowd in front of the Treasury building. The captains and coaches then went in and had their final press conference. We'll be crossing shortly to Matthew Campbell down at the Albert Ground for the Brisbane Lions final training session ahead of tomorrow's grand final. There's Brendan Lade, Adam Kingsley, enjoying the experience. It's been a long time coming for plenty of these players. They've been around an awful long time. Many of them played with the Port Magpies in the SANFL before Port Adelaide came into the AFL competition back in 1997. Total opposite ends of the spectrum, really, for so many of the guys from Port Adelaide who have never been there, have longed to play in a grand final for the best part of a decade, if not all their lives, really, compared to the Brisbane guys who are doing it for the 4th time in a row. Completely different psychological mindsets.
Jace, I think everyone who was going to be here has arrived. I was walking through the streets of Melbourne just before coming back on air again, and everyone is out and about. The excitement and the enthusiasm is really starting to build. Everyone's in the pubs and down the streets walking with their Guernseys and scarves on, and they're ready for this clash. The excitement is certainly starting to build.
We saw Brett Ebert and Damon White, two of the Port Adelaide emergencies. Mixed emotions for them, I guess. They've got through. News from the MCG, if you're just joining us here on Fox Footy's Grand Final Eve special, is that Port Adelaide went out. They were out there for about 45 minutes, had a bit of a kick and a catch. It was all pretty gentle. Brendan Lade left the track early as expected, but it was very, very relaxed atmosphere. You could have been forgiven for not realising they were playing in a grand final tomorrow, because they looked like something that you're doing in pre-season. It was very, very simple, very relaxed, very calm. And look, we can expect a similar thing from the Brisbane Lions at the Albert Ground shortly.
I think so, Jace. I think there's going to be 3 very nervous people there tonight, one being Jonathan Brown, one being Craig McRae, to see how they will how their bodies will fare, I guess, through that training session, and Lee Matthews as well. He may have to ponder, OK, well, if these guys aren't going to come up, who am I going to replace them with a tall guy, with a short guy? So there'll be 3 very nervous guys, but the wait doesn't end there, of course. I mean, once they get through tonight's session, if they do, is how they pull up tomorrow morning. I mean, it's fine to get through and, yes, feel good, and while the body's warm, they'll be feeling good and feeling very positive and confident about it, but I mean, after a night's rest in a hotel room, your body can seize up again. So I think the big test will come tomorrow morning when both of those guys wake up. All of a sudden, it's a little bit sore than what it was yesterday, and that'll just cast a few more doubts in their mind. So I think we've still got a bit of waiting to go yet. As is often the case with grand final day, seems to be every year there's a couple of injury doubts one way or the other. We may not know until the two teams lodge their team sheets 45 minutes before the opening bounce at 1:45 tomorrow. Interesting, the Brisbane emergencies, McGrath, Corrie and McDonald. They've already brought Darryl White into the side, replacing Shaun Hart, so they've already got an extra tall into the mix there. So if Jonathan Brown wasn't to come up, they'd still have Lynch and Bradshaw inside the forward 50. Then the question mark is, what sort of role would Darryl White play in this side? I think he's best suited to a half-back, just a floating half-back role. I think he'll probably... I think he probably will start on the bench. I mean, I don't think there's any reason to sort of change what sort of structure they had, but I think the majority of the game he probably will spend it at half-back flank, sort of floating off. He comes over the top, helps out some of his teammates in the back line. That's where he's best suited to.
Which would free up someone like a Martin Pike if they needed to go forward. He's kicked 27 goals this season and provide a little bit of that flexibility and just a third tall option. This is all assuming, of course, Jonathan Brown wasn't to play. I
think that's probably the secret of why the Lions have been so successful as well. There's so many guys in that side that are versatile. I mean, you mentioned Darryl White, you mentioned Martin Pike, can play half-back, has played wing and played up forward, as does Voss. He plays on the ball, has a rest up in the forward line, kicks a couple of goals, and I think that really helps their side. So, yeah, Lepic as well, if things aren't quite working at centre half-back, he can also push forward and play a role there. So I think that's the key to why they've been so successful over the last 3 years. And, yeah, they've got guys they can throw around the paddock, and, you know, you look at their bench, who they're going to line up with. It's a pretty good pretty good luxury to have, those experienced guys coming off the bench.
And back at ruckman in Dylan McLaren. In fact, both sides are going up with plenty of tall power, which is we've seen in recent years has been vital in grand finals. We've seen ruckman go down early in games. We've seen ruckman dominate grand finals. So no reason to suggest that it'll be any different tomorrow afternoon. The ruck duel will be vital. Well, time for a break here on Fox Footy's grand final eve special. Back with the Brisbane Lions training live and exclusive from the Albert Ground right after this.
Tonight on Fox Footy.
There's been a fair bit of action down at Hawthorn during the week.
There has been, Peter.
Not the scapegoats at all.
Well, you have to weigh up what you think the currency of players are. And if you keep gobbing off, you might find your name coming up at Trademark.
That's the gospel tonight on Fox Footy Channel.
Your average no-frills home loan doesn't do much. But Home's no-frills home loan really performs. It gives you a super low variable rate. It doesn't charge an upfront application fee. And it lets you avoid transaction fees. So call us about our no-frills home loan with frills. Life simpler at home.
Go Harvey Norman now for 18 months interest-free terms. No deposit, no interest, no repayments till 2006. What a deal. Buy now and pay absolutely nothing for 18 months. Electrical, computers and communications, furniture and bedding and bedroom furniture, bed linen and much more. 18 months interest-free terms. No deposit, no interest, no repayments till 2006. Minimum purchase $500. Conditions, fees and charges apply. See store for details. 18 months interest-free now at Harvey Norman. Don't miss it.
UKTV puts on a jolly good show every night of the week.
It's a capital idea, Joss.
From well-known favourites...
I find that rather difficult to believe.
...to all new shows.
This way we get 2 bites of the cherry.
Ooh! Comedies and fantastic new dramas.
At home with the Braithwaites.
Do you fancy me?
Well, obviously.
And you want some?
Whatever your taste is, we've got it.
No throwing up from the gallery?
Whether you like it hot and spicy or just plain feel good.
Come in.
Turn to UKTV.
Want to know what Summer Love and Fox Footy's giving you over the off-season?
Off-season? What's that?
Strap yourself in because we're delivering you non-stop footy action. Find the winning combination as we open the Fox Footy Vault.
Malcolm Blind, it's a big kick. It's a massive kick.
Relive some of the best footy action with classic corners.
Straighten it up, bang it home. It's a beauty.
Delve into the Fox Footy archive. Get all nostalgic with the winners with flair.
Oh, the high post has been broken halfway up.
And sit down with those grumpy old men.
Is his nickname the Bible?
Well, it wasn't.
No one can read him.
And if that's not enough to float your boat, we're giving you every game of the 2002, 2003 and 2004 seasons.
Season 2005 starts now.
It's all action all the time on Fox Footy Channel.
Welcome back to Fox Footy's Grand Final Eve special. Jason Bennett alongside Richard Champion. We'll be crossing to Matthew Campbell at the Albert Ground for the Brisbane Lions final training session shortly. Before we do, time for a completely useless statistic. The team listed first alphabetically has won 8 of the last 9 grand finals. So how about that? The Kangaroos in 1999, the exception. So, again, if you followed that model, Brisbane would win again this year, but then again, unless they played Adelaide and they got there every year, they just kept winning forever. So, as I said, it was a completely useless statistic, just to fill in some time. I hope you didn't notice. We'll just chat amongst ourselves. Richard Champion, jokes aside, routine is vital, as we know, in football, as they're creatures of habit. For the Brisbane Lions, it's got a very same feel about it. It's the third time in a row that we're sitting here on this day. Matty Campbell's down at the Albert Ground. Everything's as it was and as it has been the last 2 seasons. It's if it can ever be comforting going into grand final day for a team, I'm tipping it is for the Brisbane Lions. They couldn't possibly feel more at home than they do in this environment.
No, you're dead right. They've been used to it for the last 3 years, as you mentioned. But I think the thing different about today is I think the first year especially, it absolutely bucketed down rain and they had to call the training session off a little bit earlier. Last year I think there was a bit of a drizzle.
Rained a bit, didn't it?
It rained a little bit.
Lee's got that organised again today. We know he's got plenty of stroke throughout the AFL.
He's got a bit of pull, hasn't he? But today, perfect weather. There won't be any raining on their parade today. They'll get through a full training hit out, which I would presume would be around about the sort of 25-30 minute mark, and then they'll just dawdle off. I don't think there'll be too many autographs or sort of photos sought by the public there. They'll be whisked pretty straight back to the hotel room, have a meal, have their meeting tonight, and rest up for the big one.
It's only the second time in 8 years that the top 2 sides at the end of the home and away season have made it through to the grand final. The other example was back in 2001 when Essendon and Brisbane finished 1-2 and both made it. This is the grand final in many ways we've been waiting for 3 years. The 2 undeniably best sides of the last 3 seasons, factoring Port Adelaide's September failures to one side. But as far as challenges go, I don't think there's any dramas at any time of the year for a side to come up for a grand final in any sort of circumstances. But do you get a feeling that this one is seen as being a bit more of a challenge than maybe the last couple of years? But then again, having said that, it's never panned out the way we anticipated. No. In the first season in 2002 when they played Collingwood, it was expected that they'd belt Collingwood. Collingwood almost rolled them and really had their chances to win the game. Then conversely last year, everyone expected that Collingwood would really give them a run for their money, and Brisbane pantsed them. This year we're expecting a close game again. It just goes to show, come grand final, you just can't tell, can you? You can't tell whether one side's played their grand final before they've even got there.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, no one knows. You mentioned the Essendon game in 2001. The Lions were underdogs. They got up there. They were expected to win 2002, and they did. Not by as much as what a lot of people thought. And last year, as you mentioned, everyone was expecting Collingwood to get a lot closer than they did, and the Lions blew them away. The Lions are certainly favourites going into this game. There's no doubt about that. But I'm surprised how many people are tipping Port this time round. I guess you go through the lineups, and me, I mean, I can't lose really. I'm from South Australia originally, and I've played for the Bears and the Lions, of course.
Oh, beautifully done. Yeah, you've squared that off beautifully before you've even given us your tip. You've squared it away.
But
my grandfather's South Australian, and I holiday in Queensland regularly, so I'm in both camps as well.
Yeah. But seriously, looking at the lineups and the experience that the Brisbane Lions have over Port Adelaide and finals experience we're talking here, Jason, I think that counts for a fair bit. You just can't go with Port Adelaide. I mean, there's a gut feeling there with me that Port will do really well and could possibly win this game. But looking at the teams on paper, and I know what you do with paper. I mean, they're in our toilets, and you know what they do with it. But seriously, you cannot pick against Brisbane, I don't think.
Well, 7 teams in league history have won the flag in their first grand final. Brisbane one of those in 2001, and Adelaide before that in 1997. In many ways, Port Adelaide are a little bit different, and what I mean by that is that, yes, it is their first grand final, but they've been a great side for 3 years. And I know that doesn't necessarily count for grand final experience. Of course it doesn't, as we take some live shots now at the Albert Ground. We'll cross down to Matty Campbell shortly. But it's almost like Port Adelaide have done a 3-year apprenticeship to get them to this point. They're no flash in the pan that suddenly jumped up and made a grand final out of nowhere. It's been a steady building process over 4 years, and from that perspective, I think there's an inner confidence within their group that, hey, look, it might be our first grand final, but we've played big games now for 4 years, and this is no different to that. We've just got to make sure we deliver in the 2.5 hours that really matter.
They've probably been the most consistent side over the last. Yeah,
absolutely. They've got the best winning record in the last 3 years.
Yep.
Just nudging out the Lions.
And I thought Warren Treasury handled himself really well at that press conference. No doubt he would have been nervous. It's his first crack at it, and he did look very, very focused. He looked very, very steely, and you know, I think they are ready for a big game. As you said, this has been 3 years in the making, and they are ready. There's no doubt about that. But the inexperience just might go against them.
Just doing a warm-up lap. Good crowd, a healthy crowd in at the Albert Ground again. It really is a sense of deja vu, isn't it, for you and I, sitting here doing this 3rd year in a row. And I'm sure a sense of deja vu for the fans and also the players as well. Craig McRae out there, as we've seen. We'll keep an eye out for Jonathan Brown. He'll be out there. He'll be in that mix there somewhere. There's Craig McRae in the foreground. Brad Scott back into the lineup. Chris Scott back into the lineup. So we talk about it being same old, but really it's not. I mean, there's so many players in this side that either haven't played in the full 4 or certainly didn't play last year and have got a chance to come back in again this year for whatever reason, be them a younger player like a Dylan McLaren gets his first shot at the big time, or guys like Tim Notting who missed through form, or the Scots who missed through injury. So there's always new blood filtering in to make sure that everybody stays hungry. And I think the Lions are beyond the whole concept of, oh, we're not as hungry as we used to be. They seem to have risen above that somehow. They've got a formula to do that.
Lee Matthews was asked the question throughout the week that is the 4th one any easier, or does it mean any more? And he said, no, well, it's just like having the same cake with a different coloured icing on it. You know, he said, you're after that same trophy each and every year. Every year's different. It's just got that little bit of difference to it.
Yet to see Jonathan Brown yet. We're keeping an eye out for him.
Haven't spotted him yet.
So pan across the group. I'm not sure that he's out there. We'll get a confirmation on that from Matthew Campbell shortly, whether or not he's doing some stretching away from the group or whether he's at the moment getting some physio and will be coming out shortly. But Matty Campbell's our man down on the spot here for Fox Footy, so we'll keep you abreast of everything that's happening as it happens and whether Jonathan Brown is out there.
Lee Matthews, look, this is totally different to what Lee's philosophy has been, I guess, over recent years. Everyone has had to pretty much complete a full training session prior to them being chosen in the team. Now, with Brownie not there, I know it's a pretty crucial game and he's a pretty crucial player. Had it been anyone else, I think they would have needed to produce their best effort tonight.
Does that differ from during the season? If Jonathan Brown was in exactly the same situation, we were heading into a round 13 game against Geelong or something like that, would he be expected to get through the final session, or is that a blanket policy?
No, I think he would have. I mean, we only had to look at last year with Nigel Lappin. This time round, maybe Lee's changed his thinking a little bit, and I was wondering actually whether, given that Brownie didn't turn up for the grand final parade, whether he would actually front here tonight. It wouldn't surprise me if there's some secret location that they might try out either later on
tonight the time.
Or first time tomorrow morning.
Well, we've got official confirmation from Matthew Campbell. We'll hear from Cambo shortly that Jonathan Brown is definitely not out there in the Brisbane Lions final training session, so we'll get Matthew Campbell down there at the moment, as we mentioned, sniffing around trying to find out what he can for us, and we will check in with him shortly.
It just adds a bit more intrigue to it now, doesn't it?
There's one every year, isn't there? Last year it was Nigel Lappin, this year it's Jonathan Brown. And as we know, he's got an amazing propensity to play through pain. So unless it is a structural issue in that he physically cannot run, he cannot get through. If it's just a pain issue and they can jab him up, you'd expect that he would play and take the consequences later.
Well, maybe, Jace, he's thinking along the lines, great minds think alike. As I said back here a couple of minutes ago, because of the fact that he will probably pull up sore tomorrow, maybe he's just leaving it until tomorrow, get his body warmed and just go straight into the game, make the call minutes prior to the game. I reckon that's probably the way he's thinking at the moment. Craig McRae, the reason that I think he will get through okay is because his body language right throughout the whole week has been very positive. He's been buoyant, he's been joking with the guys, he's been mucking around, being his normal self, and that to me would suggest that he's quietly confident of getting through. Otherwise, you would have been down in the dumps thinking, I've got no hope of playing in this grand final. So we'll have to wait and see whether he gets through this right. There he is at the moment, just sort of going through the warm-up, moving quite freely, but we'll have to wait until they get into a full tilt before we make a judgment call on that.
So the emergencies for the Brisbane Lions, Ashley McGrath, Anthony Corrie and Joel McDonald, suddenly just an additional spring in their step, possibly.
You would think so. I mean, that would give them an air of confidence to think that, OK, well, one of us are a chance anyway. You know, it's probably a toss of the coin which league goes for, but you've got a 2-to-1 shot there.
The travel factor, Port Adelaide have been at home for the last 4 weeks and in fact played a round 22 game at home as well. So they've basically had 5 weeks at home, a settled routine, a settled build-up. The Brisbane Lions have had to travel repeatedly over the last, well, they certainly travelled last week and then and have had like a reasonably difficult schedule in the run home. Does it make any difference, or are they so seasoned now that it makes little difference to a side as professional as this one?
There's no doubt that travelling takes it out of you, and Port Adelaide's travel is far less than what Brisbane's is when you look at flight times and the less they've had to do, of course. But yeah, that might go against Port as well. Brisbane are in the routine now of travelling a fair bit. They're pretty used to it. They do this each and every time they play down in Melbourne. So this would just be like a normal build-up for a game. Whereas Port, I'm not sure whether they come over and actually have a training run prior to their game the following day. But this is what the Lions do each and every away game here in Melbourne. So it's all pretty much the same for them.
The one difference with their routine this week has been that generally throughout the season, Lee Matthews leaves it up to the players' own discretion as to when they travel. They have a certain window, a time frame, that they travel between lunchtime on this day and 5 o'clock on the following day, or whatever it might be. And the players themselves then have the option to fly on whatever flight that they want to. This time they come down as a group, but it's been a revolutionary approach to travelling, and it seems to have worked.
Well, I guess they really wanted to get away from treating these guys like school kids and saying, look, you have to be here at a certain time. We're all going to travel together, stay together, hold hands, all that sort of stuff. So they put a lot of responsibility onto these players and said, look, you know, you're adults, you're professional football players, you do what you think's the right thing to get prepared for each and every game. A lot of guys like to go and play golf a couple of days prior. I know the Scott boys come down and play here down in Melbourne prior to a lot of the games. So just whatever they feel comfortable with prior to a game.
And we see Michael Voss with his precautionary knee brace. His knee's certainly in a lot better condition than it was this time last year when he was under a major injury cloud as to whether he'd be able to get up for the big game.
I think they're in better nick than what they were last year. We've mentioned the Nigel Lappin thing. Voss's knee was far worse than it was this time round. The Scott boys are back in. Dylan McLaren's getting his first game. They are missing maybe one more big guy, which is a Jamie Charman who's out at the moment. So I guess from the big man stakes, they are a little bit down. But if you look at Port Adelaide's forward line, there's probably one big guy too many. I mean, Mal Michael will be the guy that may have to be the floater here and take the call. But it wouldn't surprise me if one of the smaller guys actually goes down and plays full back.
You're watching the Brisbane Lions final training session, and here it is. Jonathan Brown is out on the ground. He's come out late, and he's just going through some basic drills at the moment in the full tracksuit as we head down to the Albert Ground. Good afternoon once again to Matthew Campbell.
Good afternoon, Jason. This is the third leg of the trifecta. And certainly a sense of deja vu, knowing that over the last 2 years it's been a storm has come through and hit the Lions' final training session. I can tell you it's very dark here at the moment. There's some big dark clouds, but I think we're going to get away without any rain in this very short and sharp session. Now, the story about Jonathan Brown is, as you can see, he's just doing some stationary work over there with Craig Lambert, just ball back and forth. He's got a big smile on his face. Now, while the parade was on, at 1:30, now John was, he was rushed down into a car under a blanket, and then they...
Must have been a big blanket.
It was a huge blanket for the big man, and they sneaked over to the Wesley College, Jason, your old hunting ground.
Yes, my old stomping ground.
And he went through a private fitness test while the parade and while the press conference were on, while the rest of the focus around the country was on the two teams being presented on the steps of the Treasury. Jonathan was going through his fitness test by himself over at the Wesley College. Now, the mail coming out of the Lions is pretty good. Certainly our intrepid reporter Belinda Mellon was speaking to Gubby Allen, and he had a big smile on his face, certainly when talking about Jonathan Brown. So he's gone through his fitness test privately, won't be training in the session today with the rest of the team, but certainly the body language, and without being too over the top, the message coming out of the Brisbane Lions camp is that Brown will be fine and ready to play. McRae, as probably mentioned a couple of times today, went through a private fitness test this morning again, and he appears to be moving fine here this afternoon. So all in all, the Lions have been a little bit secretive about their two players that have been under the injury cloud, a little bit different to last year when, of course, Nigel Lappin went through a public fitness test, but they've been a little bit secretive. But the message for Lions fans both here and watching Fox Footy right around the country is that they're both expected to play, so it should be named, teams named as selected. And can I just say, gentlemen, the crowd is the biggest one they've had for their 4 grand finals. So the place is full here at the Albert Ground at the moment, and they're certainly on board with what will be a pretty short and sharp session. And as we speak, Lee's just calling him in for a bit of a chat.
So Jonathan Brown, will he have anything more to do before the big game tomorrow, Matty? Will they take him and assess him tomorrow to see how he's pulled up in the morning and do anything like that?
Oh, certainly with any injury, there's always that management process that we always talk about, and so he'll be assessed again tomorrow morning, and barring anything silly happening tomorrow morning or anything untoward, or there's some sort of problem that as a result of today's session, then something will happen there. But the message we're getting is that he did what he needed to do. And I guess we've been getting that message from Lee Matthews all week, haven't we, that he was going to be sore and wouldn't be able to complete training as such at 100%. But the message is at the moment that he's not going to do any more except stand around and handball and get everyone to watch him, and then he'll be right for tomorrow. And as we know, he's such an important player to not just the win, but just the way they're structured and the way they go about playing their footy. If Brown's mobile and running, well, then they're a different side.
Interesting point you make, Matty, about the crowd being the biggest that they've had in the 4 years they've been down here for the grand final. There seems to be a big sense of history amongst the fan base, more so than the players. The players have tried to insulate themselves from that, and every time it's brought up, they say, look, we just worry about, one game at a time, etc., etc., etc. But I think it's really the fans and the supporter group behind the scenes that have really embraced this as an opportunity to maybe go along and watch a piece of history tomorrow.
Yes, there's that certain sense, isn't there, of history, and I find it quite ironic that in the Port Adelaide club song, which I've been on about a couple of times today, there's a line in their song that says that it's history in the making. Well, I guess it is for them for their first flag, but from the point of view of this sense of history that is surrounding the Lions at the moment, we've got the biggest crowd we've ever seen, and there's a lot of people who are, I guess, 50-50, but are saying, look, I just want to see a team win 4 flags in a row. I want to be there. I want to witness it. I want to see what is possibly, I mean, this would be argued for all time, the best team in the history of the game. It's very hard to compare, and we probably shouldn't, but there seems to be a sense around Melbourne of a lot of the neutral supporters thinking, well, I just want to see another win, and I want to see what is a very talented football team. And let's take nothing away from Port Adelaide. Both teams play attacking, attractive football to watch. It's not as if we're going to see a couple of teams come out and try and be negative against each other. So a lot of people are saying, OK, I want to see this team win 4 in a row, and hence there's an enormous feeling around here at the Albert Ground, not just the crowd-wise, but I don't know, it's a different environment to what we've seen over the last couple of years. Certainly we're not wet, that's one thing, but there's it would be a completely different scenario had Port Adelaide trained with their crowd at the MCG today. It would have been loud, it would have been enthusiastic, it would have been raucous, whereas here it's a bit of sit back, relax, and watch this unfold in front of them. And I should mention, also, as the guys go through their sprints, we talked about Jonathan Brown just doing some handball drills. Michael Voss isn't taking part in the training session as well. He's just been doing some stationary handball and also just some kicking. And again, this isn't any news story. This is basically the management process of Michael Voss's knee right throughout the season. So this is nothing new for the Lions. And Voss, as we know, is probably in better nick going into this game than he was last year.
You're watching the Brisbane Lions final training session live from the Albert Ground here in Melbourne as part of our Fox Footy Grand Final Eve special. Jason Bennett, Matthew Campbell alongside former Brisbane star Richard Champion.
Jason, never ceases to amaze me, and Matty, that the extremes that clubs go to these days to I guess, get their players over the line, or to actually exclude them from the public scrutiny and the pressures involved in that, taking Jonathan Brown under a cloak or a rug or a blanket. A cloak sounds so much more intriguing, doesn't it? Sending him off to a private
parachute
session.
He was under a parachute. He was that big.
Oh, was it? And of course, chartering a plane cost them $122,000 so they could fly at a lower altitude in which to look after the players. It's just amazing the lengths they go to now. It's been well documented about the intravenous drips they've used, and the ice vests, and the cool rooms, hyperbaric chambers, all this stuff. Year after year, we're just finding that little bit more of an edge to try to overcome the opposition. Just amazing stuff.
Yeah, if you think back to the mighty Magpies in 1927-30, they would just shake their heads at this. It would have been a cold beer and a pie in the rooms after the game, and a big steak and
the bigger the steak you ate, the better you played the next day. Well, that's what Wolsey used to say in the early days.
Well, I remember speaking with Sam Newman and Bobby Davis about the trip from Geelong way back when. That was the big deal, and they used to stop the bus halfway at Werribee and get out and have a big meal of steak and whatever at Werribee to break up the trip, because it was such a long bus journey up from Geelong. And they'd also, in those days, subscribe to the theory of having no water whatsoever, have no liquids in your system at all, because then they just slosh around in your tummy as you're running around on match day and make you feel bloated. So they'd all have salt tablets and whatnot, and no water whatsoever, so that they would and train that way as well to build up the resistance to it, so you could keep going. But medical science has certainly changed immeasurably over the years.
And they probably had to pay their subs way back then too. You know, cost you 50 quid for your subs and for your shorts and Guernsey and all that stuff. It's just amazing how it's changed.
Oh, I can't imagine Bobby Davis paying for subs. I can't imagine Bobby paying for anything, Philip.
He wouldn't have paid for the steak either, Cambo, I'm tipping.
No, I think he's still got some of the corn he earned from the 1963 grand final. But I guess if we look at the difference in styles of the training sessions, the Port Adelaide session was pretty relaxed, up and down the ground sort of thing. They train here at the Albert ground. This is their normal ground, the Lions, and so they would have had the option to train on the MCG, but they don't want to break the routine. So this is a normal Friday training session when they're playing football on a Saturday afternoon. The cricket pitch is up. So there's no up and down the ground. There are no goalposts to have shots at goal. It's basically just to loosen up and just get some run in the legs and just kick the ball around. So it'll be less intense if that's possible, given how relaxed Port were. But a different style of training session, and they won't use any full ground drills. It'll just be up and down with a few kicks, maybe some short reflex stuff after this. And that'll be it, basically. Maybe some individual stuff, but very, very easy going Friday afternoon for a team that knows what it's all about. They know what this Friday is all about, training in front of a big crowd at the Albert ground, and they know exactly what's required, and it's business as usual, guys.
From here on in, Matty, what's the Brisbane Lions routine? As we mentioned, it's certainly a set one. They've done it 4 years in a row now. Do they get together as a team tonight? Do they go their individual ways and do whatever they like? What's the plan for the next 12 to 18 hours?
They'll have a dinner, and then they're basically left to their own devices, because that it's a process that's they're very well rehearsed in, as I've mentioned, but it's also that they don't want to read too much into it. And so it's a normal Friday night routine as what they do for a round 2 game. So they won't change just because it's a grand final. There won't be an extra team meeting or anything like that. They know that what they'll do, they just have a meal, and then they're left to their own devices. Left up to the individual, whether he sits in his room or he goes for a walk or whether he does whatever. So,
speaking of the individuals, Matty, you know some of the guys pretty well. What are the habits and the pre-match characteristics of some of the bigger name players?
Look, I mean, again, it's if you had asked Brad Scott and Chris Scott what they'd do, they'd go out and play 9 holes tomorrow morning if they could sneak that in. But no, it's basically they just take it easy at the hotel, and that's along those lines. I mean, it's not a question of you might get a couple of guys go for a walk and just stretch the legs or whatever. But yeah, most of them will spend time just at the hotel, catching up on a movie and catching up with each other. And some will stay to their own devices, some are quiet, and some will keep chatting to their friends. Some can't shut up like us.
I guess it's a little bit different this time around. I mean, if they were to go for a walk at night, I guess, from their hotel room, there'd be a fair few more people floating around the streets, sort of keen to have a chat to these guys. So that could be a bit of a distraction, I guess, if they were to do that. But there's nothing worse than being cooped up in your hotel room. They have buckets of water in their hotel room now to actually try to keep the moisture in the air so they don't get dehydrated through the air conditioning, etc. So they go to these little lengths. A couple of guys would probably normally go to the movies. A lot of guys like going to the movies, but again, you run into that. You run the risk of running into a lot of diggers. Matty, you would know what I mean there. A lot of fans keen to have a chat, and that could be a little bit annoying at this stage of the year.
Yes, of course. Rhyming slang there, Richard. Diggers rest pests, I think you were trying to say. There is actually extra security on their club hotel, or the hotel they use here across the road from the Albert ground, because the hotel is full and a lot of people are down for the grand final, so there's a little bit of extra security to at least give them some privacy. They're not like rock stars like the Dream Team staying on the QE2 during the Olympics, but certainly there's a few more people in town, as we know, and by the looks of the crowd in the background of that shot there, I mean, they're all down and they do want to get a piece of the players. So yeah, they're a little bit more mindful of just more people being around and more focus being on them. So trying to just keep it routine as much as possible.
Family and friends, Cambo, obviously not generally down just for a normal home and away game during the year. Obviously, all the players would have family and friends from interstate coming into that obviously aren't Victorian-based players. Do they stay with the players at the hotel, or do they stay separately? Or
no. Remember we talked to Catherine Chappell, Simon Blake's girlfriend, earlier on. They're actually staying.
That was about 12 hours ago, wasn't
it? Yeah, very true. And we're off shopping later on, Catherine and I. But she actually mentioned after we finished the interview that they're actually staying in the same hotel as the Port Adelaide team, that being the AFL hotel. And we know that the Brisbane Lions are outside that system, if you like, and like to stay in the same hotel they've stayed in for 4 years. So the girlfriends, wives, partners, whatever, staying in the same hotel as Port Adelaide. So Catherine mentioned that she'll be up every hour knocking on all the doors.
There'll be a few fire alarms throughout the night.
And there'll be room service going every night, every 2 hours. Another pizza to room 2412, thanks. Mr. Treasury, what would you like on your pizza?
And Matty, this is one of the main reasons why they wanted to stick with that hotel that they have stayed at for the last half a dozen years, is because of the Albert ground here. It is just so convenient to step across the road onto a beautiful surface there and actually train of the night prior to a big game. And I think that's pretty much the sole reason why they wanted to stay at that hotel.
Absolutely, and it's all about routine, but it's all about doing the little things. And as we know, as you mentioned, Richard, about some of the things they've done in the past as far as the medical rooms are concerned. It's all about the little things. All the little things add up to making sure that they have the best possible opportunity to perform at their best.
We spoke at the individual habits. I interviewed Michael Voss for an article in the Footy Record about a month ago, and we were talking about the psychology involved in this Brisbane team. And he's saying that they have a team psychologist that does personality profiles on every player in the team. That information is readily made available to players within the team. So someone like a Michael Voss will get a personality profile on every player in the side. And from that, they then take their own, I guess, anecdotal knowledge of blokes' personalities and how they react in different situations. And they've got it down to such a fine art now that even in the team bus on the way to games, the bus naturally segregates itself into guys that are noisy go to the back of the bus, guys that are quiet go to the front of the bus. And everybody understands that they go through different routines and they've got different match day personality characteristics. And they're all aware of it. Michael Voss said that, look, it's a useful tool to know just purely because he, for example, likes to be quiet before a game. He doesn't like to talk to people. He likes to just be a little bit more inward and reflect on his own thoughts. And then, of course, you've got guys like Jason Ackermanis, for example, who love to chat and love to, that's the way they release their nervous energy. And early days, Michael used to remember that guys would be in his ear pestering him before a game, whatever, and he couldn't understand why, just leave me alone. But now he understands that, everybody's got their own different ways of going through games, and they do segregate the bus, for want of a better term, where the guys who love to chat and get amongst each other and they know that that's their little cliquey group, they go and sit at the back, and the guys who want to be quiet sit up the front, and it really is that scientific now.
Dr. Phil Jauncey is the sports psychologist for the Brisbane Lions and for many of the Australian sporting teams around the nation. And I think there's 4 different categories. There's the Mozzie, there's the enforcer, there's the thinker, and Matty, there's one more which it escapes me at the moment. But you are a full-blown Mozzie, aren't you? You are just buzzing everywhere all the time.
Yes, I did go through that psychological evaluation with Dr. Phil Jauncey, and I was the most Mozzie that he's ever met. And using that analogy of having blokes, the quiet blokes at the front of the bus and the loud blokes at the back, he actually would recommend that I'd come on a trailer behind the main bus.
Underneath with the bags.
He actually did say, he said, this guy, he likes to talk too much, but you must not pay any attention to anything he says. And there was a special 5th category for Richard. It says entertainer.
Yes, we still remember Richard's Barnesy impersonations from over the years. There's Daniel Bradshaw. What a handy player he's developed into in the last couple of years. Started his career as a specialist forward, but certainly in the last 18 months, in the absence of Justin Lepich from midway through last year, was reinvented a little bit like Chad Corns has been this year as a centre half-back, added a completely new dimension to his game, and well, what a lethal weapon he is now at either end of the ground, just adding to what is an already incredibly flexible lineup.
Absolutely. Like, he's been so critical for the Lions when an Alistair Lynch has either been injured or crook.
And he's an insurance policy for Jonathan Brown, really, isn't he?
He is.
If Jonathan Brown wasn't to play, it wouldn't be as devastating a blow as it would be for most other sides in the competition to lose your specialist centre-half forward.
That's why Lynch and Bradshaw are so critical up in that forward line, especially on the full forward line, because every game, if you look back through the stats and the goals kicked, either one of those guys have kicked their 3 or 4, which has got them over the line. So if both of those guys were to be out, Bradshaw and Lynch, that's when you find that the Lions would really struggle. But yeah, he has played at centre half back this year and done a sterling job, and he can move forward. He was the difference, last time with 4 goals, and he is just so critical to them. And Lee Matthews is probably probably taken him from the ground a fair bit over the last 3 or 4 years. When things aren't working out right, Daniel's normally the first guy to be dragged off of the ground. And it's been a little bit unfair to him at times, and he is a real confidence player. He does lose confidence pretty easily, so I think Lee's learned from that. He does tend to leave him out there a little bit more, and that's why he's given him the opportunity at half-back as well, so that he doesn't just feel that he's a forward pocket or a full forward sort of pinch hitter.
Kick your goals, you stay on. If you don't get any goals, you come off. Yeah. Well, Matty, we've spoken many times over the last few years and nothing's really changed, that Brisbane's so dangerous because they have an amazing spread of scoring options. When we look at their goal kickers for the season, Ackermanis leads with 41, Lynch 40, Brown 39, Bradshaw 37, Voss 31. So they don't have any player in the competition who's kicked more than 41 goals for the season, yet they have 5 blokes who have all kicked above 30. Contrast that to the Port Adelaide side. You've got Treasury on 80 goals for the season and then Dew and Lade back on 30. So it really is just 2 contrasting forward setups.
I think certainly with Alistair Lynch missing a few games this year, I mean, he normally kicks about 70-odd goals for the season, so that has made that statistic a little bit more, I guess, accentuates the difference between that and Port Adelaide. But what we know, Jason, as we've seen many times, and you mentioned Ackermanis, is that the Lions have always got goals out of their midfielders, always got goals out of Lappin, Voss when he was playing there, not so much going forward, and also Simon Black and Luke Power. So they've always had the ability to not just rely on Brown and Lynch to kick all their goals, that they get that run through the midfield. When they start to run forward, when Simon Black starts dishing out those handballs, they get the players crossing the lines and finishing off with goals. So, look, you know, their feats as a team have been mentioned so many times. We don't really have to go on about what they've done in the past. It's just a question, really, whether they all turn up to play at the same time and with the same attitude. And they know, and without being arrogant about it, they know that they need to just play at their best and they'll win the game because they've proven at that level and proven at the grand final day.
Yeah, that's the X factor, isn't it? What will Port Adelaide bring to the big dance tomorrow? We know Brisbane very, very well, and we know that they'll perform as they do a final lap of honour for their fans, just to thank them for coming, and one last opportunity to soak up a little bit of atmosphere down at the Albert Ground. It's whether Port Adelaide can really come to play tomorrow that will be the key. If they do, and they play well, they are certainly well capable of beating this Brisbane Lions outfit and taking home the AFL Premiership. That will be the X factor. What will Port Adelaide bring to the game tomorrow?
I think there'd be a couple of guys there who would be relieved. Nigel Lappin, Clark Keating, Alistair Lynch, who had niggly ones, calves and quads throughout the week. They seemed like they moved all okay there. I think they'd be very, very relieved, and Lee Matthews would be very happy if the Brown and McRae have got through. It looks like they are fine. They will line up as named, and he would be a relieved man.
Deja vu, Matthew Campbell.
Certainly a sense of deja vu, Jason. Standing ovation from the crowd here. The Lions back on Albert Ground for the 4th year running, their 4th grand final in a row, and even with the injury problems, not so bad as last year, as we all know, but they seem ready to go once again, and who knows, maybe it will be 4 in a row, but only time will tell.
Matty, I don't think there'd be any autographs being signed or photos being taken with any of the fans. They'd just pretty much whisk them straight off to the hotel. Yeah, look, I mean, they'll try and get up. There'll always be a couple of people that actually sneak through, but yeah, they'll try and get back to the hotel as quickly as possible. They're not going to knock kids over that pop asking for an autograph, but it's not a public meeting as such where they want to get together their fans and sign autographs. That comes later. That comes after the game, and certainly for the next week, as we've seen in the past, you know, they've celebrated right through until the following presentation night, the following weekend.
Matty, dust off.
So Jonathan Brown has had an easy night, a bit of a chat there to Gary O'Donnell and John Blanky, the assistant coaches, but as I mentioned before, it was never a plan for him to train, given that he's done his private session before.
Gee, they're looking good trim, Gary O'Donnell and John Blakey, don't they? They're looking very good, Nick.
They are very fit, actually. They join in training quite a bit, and Johnny Blakey actually led a couple of the longer distance runs throughout the year. He is still cut as, and he joins in, and he's just a freak, Blake, so he can still be playing now.
Matty, dust off the crystal ball. How do you see the game panning out tomorrow?
Well, I think it'll start at 2:30 and finish about 5, Gas.
Thank you very much. More insight than usual from you, I must say.
Yeah, it'll be 2.5 hours shorter than our live coverage this afternoon, which is quite amazing, really. Look, I think it comes back to a question of Brisbane. We know we'll try and be physical early, and we'll try and make a statement as far as not so much knocking blokes over, but having their head over the ball and being clean with their hands. What we've seen a couple of times in the final so far this season is the team that's clean with their hands early that's been the one that has got on top. You know, you don't need to see any fumbles, but it's game on, really. I mean, I just think that from the point of view of you shut down Simon Black, you're a chance. And I know Port Adelaide have got some terrific midfielders with Kane Corns and Josh Carr, and get maybe some run with roles. But if you can shut down Simon Black, because Simon Black brings into the game the run of Luke Power, brings into the game the run of Nigel Lappin and Jason Ackermanis and your Tim Noddings and people like this, who once they get hold of the football can really hurt you and deliver to a Brown or a Lynch. We know that Treasury is going to be hard to stop from Justin Leppage's point of view. He's a wonderful player, Warren Treadray. But I think it starts in the middle with Keating getting his hands on the ball first and getting it to Black. If Keating and Black got on top early, it could be deja vu.
Yeah, I think the start's going to be all important. I was just thinking, Matty, how the Brisbane Lions probably... most of those guys would be household names now right throughout the nation, but a couple of their staff are as well. Of course, if we look back, I guess, a half a dozen years ago, the head trainer, Murray Johnson, was brought back from the dead by our runner, Robert Dixon, and a couple of other guys helping out on the sidelines. Dr. Paul McConnell, of course, was made famous back here 6 or 7 weeks ago when he was down by Damien Peveril, and there's quite a number of the staff. Peter Stanton, of course, one of the best physios going around. Gubby Allen is a character within himself and known right throughout footy circles.
Craig Starcevich.
Stars, of course, the runner and the
Collingwood Premiership player,
fitness coordinator. It's just really not just a team of stars, but a club of stars.
Yeah, we just saw, we see Craig Starcevich there in the middle of the bunch. We just saw on the left, that was Peter Stanton, who's their head physio. And you know, when you talk to the Lions guys and when they get up to receive awards, the first people they thank are the physios in Peter Stanton and Victor Popov and Craig Starcevich and the doctors and people like that, because you know, we talked about the cutting edge stuff, but it's also the time and the effort that they put into them, and they are part of the group. They are a fairly tight-knit bunch, and it just doesn't mean the 25 players or the players that aren't part of this 25. It's also the staff that go with them. So they've been there right in that journey, if you like, from back in 1998 when things went a bit wrong. The medical staff and the people around the club have been with them all the way through to where they're at now, on the crest of a wave, and perhaps... you know, as we mentioned, perhaps to a fourth flag in a row.
The Brisbane Lions have finished their training session. They're making their way across the road back to their hotel there next to the Albert Ground. Matty, good crowd in, as you mentioned, probably the biggest crowd of the 4 final training sessions we've covered in recent years. Your grand final tip and your Norm Smith medalist.
I knew you were going to do that. I was trying to sneak out of here before you actually asked that. Certainly on the crowd, just before I got in, the biggest crowd of their training sessions that they've had, but also the quietest. So that's a very interesting, also the driest over the last 3 years. We've managed not to get wet. My tip, I'm going with the Lions. Even though the last 3 years, each time, as you mentioned, Richard, each time the game hasn't panned out as most of the experts have tipped, but I'm going with the Lions to win by about 5 goals. I think about 30 points is about the difference between the two sides if they're both at their best. For a Norm Smith medal, my heart says that, and a lot of people are saying that they'd love Nigel Lappin to win, because he doesn't have any awards at the moment apart from all Australians. Simon Black wins everything else, and Michael Voss. So Nigel Lappin I'd love to see win it, but I'm going for a real smoky here, a real roughie, Blake Carosella.
Oh.
There you go.
Man, it's a roughie.
Yeah, well, it is a roughie, because if I get it right, we can replay this throughout summer and I can be a genius. If I get it wrong, people will just forget about it.
No, they won't from now on, I can tell you that much.
Nothing different for Jason Ackermanis there. All of the group walked off. I'm not sure whether you picked it up on camera back there a couple of minutes ago, but Jace pretty much shot off it himself, ran across the mounds, under the fence and back to the hotel.
I thought you were going to say he did a practice handstand. I was going to say that'd be impressive.
No, he didn't, but Jace pretty much does his own thing now. I don't think Lee's too phased by it these days, but there you go. That was the Brisbane Lions training session, and all got through okay, apparently. Jonathan Brown and Craig McRae going through some private training sessions.
Matty, you said in your prediction of Brisbane win by 5 goals, if both sides were to play at their best, of course, that's the big question. How close to at what percentage level, I guess, did you think that the Brisbane Lions played at last weekend against Geelong?
Sorry, mate, I was just talking to Belinda Mellon, of course, who's been over there having a look at Jonathan Brown, and I apologise for that, but it's a scoop. Brownie's all smiles. He's very happy. So
hold the phone.
Hold the phone. We know he's a happy guy as such, and he's a very affable young man and enjoys a beer. But Belinda was just over there. He's all smiles. He's all happy. He'll be playing. So Jonathan Brown playing in the AFL Grand Final. All clear. Now, what was your question?
Now back to my question. Now that you've answered one I didn't even ask you.
Yeah.
How close to how much more improvement have Brisbane got from their preliminary final effort against Geelong? Because you mentioned in your analysis that if both sides play at their best, that's obviously the big if. What percentage were Brisbane running last weekend?
It's a tough question to be finite about. Probably
that's why I asked you.
Yeah, thanks very little. Probably at about 85, 90%. But yeah, the same could be said about Port Adelaide as well. I mean, they were off their game, but they still managed to beat a very talented side in St Kilda. So probably ran at about 85, 90% last week. A few players down on form. Not all the team will play well tomorrow. That's a fact. Some players will just have a day out and some will just have a quiet day for some reasons, whether it be physical, a niggling injury, or they just have a bad day at the office. But I think if they improve to about 95, then that should be enough.
Time for a break here on Fox Footy's Grand Final Eve special. We're back with more from Richard Champion, Matthew Campbell down at the Albert Ground, and myself right after this.
How devoted they are to the team and how important they are to the team structure is probably the thing that I vote most on Most Valuable Player. Whoever wins this award this year, the Most Valuable Player award, should be rightly proud of that they've been recognised in that manner because it's, you know, amongst your peers and often that's where you want to be respected the most. I think that with this particular award, it's only going to gather, you know, much more momentum and it's become a very respected award. It is a respected award amongst the players and it's something that I'm very proud that I've been able to achieve. You know, to be able to be looked at in that manner and that people enjoy the way that you go about your football is something that you should be pretty proud of to take away and you can compete as hard as you possibly can out on the field and they also recognise that you're probably a different person off it sometimes.
The countdown to the election has now begun, and this time you'll be better equipped than ever to make the big decision. All major policy announcements, breaking news, and bulletin coverage around the clock. Our own nightly election show and tough weekly analysis.
In an election campaign, credibility is everything.
For the first time on Sky News, there's a dedicated channel for digital customers with all information at the touch of a button. And you can have your say on the issue of the day.
Press the red button to vote.
Finally, on the big night, watch the election unfold with Australia's first ever digital multi-screen coverage. It's a revolution in the making. Monitoring the election run-up 24/7. Sky News Election 04. Get informed. Get involved.
It's amazing. It's extraordinary.
Oh, yes!
And it's never been seen before.
You better believe it.
Until now, it's Fox Footy Active Grand Final.
Port Adelaide are smoking.
This Sunday, Fox Footy Channel's taking the AFL Grand Final where it's never been before, with full active access exclusive to Foxtel and Austar digital subscribers.
It's another world first from Fox Footy Channel. It's Grand Final active.
Be part of the revolution. Be part of history. Just press red on your digital remote and you'll go active.
You won't believe it until you see it for yourself.
Select your own camera angles like hot shot and wide eye. Check out player profiles and stats. Access alternate commentary or hear the roar of the crowd.
It doesn't get any bigger than this.
Relive all the heart-stopping action quarter by quarter, all commercial-free. The big marks, great goals, season-defining moments. Only this time, you're in control.
It's Grand Final active and it's exclusive to Fox Footy Channel.
Welcome back to Fox Footy's Grand Final Eve special. We've seen the Port Adelaide side train, we've seen the Grand Final parade, we've seen the Brisbane Lions train, but there's plenty more between now and the opening bounce tomorrow afternoon to get through the MVP awards. We've got the Grand Final marathon tonight from 10 o'clock and then live and exclusive to the MCG tomorrow morning for the curtain raise of the Under-18 TAC Cup Grand Final between the Calder Cannons and the Eastern Rangers. That is from 10 o'clock Eastern. Jason Bennett alongside Richard Champion, another absolute great of the Lions. He was one of the all-time greats of the Lions. I speak, of course, of Matthew Campbell. Here he is with another guy, Laurie Serafini.
Thanks very much, Jason, and thanks for that beautiful build-up. Laurie Serafini, we've managed to catch him. He's been watching training before he moved on, of course, a director of the football club. And Laurie, a big crowd in this afternoon, probably the biggest for the 4 years that they've been down for the grand final.
Yeah, we're just talking about I'm here with the family checking out the form, and I think you're right. I think everyone's here. I think that the Lions supporters are here, but I reckon there'll probably be just some football followers around, just to see a pretty special team going around. I think that there's probably some general people here just to see the likes of the Ackermanis and Brown and Vosca around and Black and so forth. It's fantastic. Also, probably one of the few Fridays that hasn't rained.
Yes, we mentioned that. We've managed to stay dry. It's a bit grey over there, so this could be a quick interview. Yeah. But a bigger crowd, a quieter crowd, I thought. There's just an air of like we just want to sit back and not get too excited about it, but also, as you mentioned, just have a look at this team and what it's perhaps about to achieve.
Yeah, pretty phenomenal team. I think the guys were just a 20-minute lazy walk around and a bit of a stretch and have a kick. They're pretty subdued. They're probably very excited with the crowd. You tend to play up a little bit, and I did some of my best work in front of big crowds like this. Down at the Junction, one final, I was training, I played all around the boundary line, and Wolseley picked me up after training and said, mate, you didn't move very far. And I said, oh, the crowd was clapping. So I think Acker enjoyed that. Yeah. And I think the crowd loved it, and the guys know what they need to do. Subdued, I think, big test. Every year's been big. The first year, it was all about Essendon and, the changing of the guard. The second year, I think we were favourites.
What favourites?
Yeah, and Collingwood played sensationally in the wet. Last year, we crawled in there. Great last quarter against Sydney Swans, and absolutely turned it on. So I guess anything could happen tomorrow. I'm pretty confident. I know it's going to be a really tough encounter. Port Adelaide's got a lot to play for. They'll be gunning for it. They'll be really geared up. They've got a lot to prove. Great for them, and it'd be great to knock off the Lions for all the reasons we know. Similarly, I reckon the Lions are switched on. Lee knows what to do. The boys have been there before. Don't know, what's the weather like?
19 and sunny, they reckon, tomorrow. I believe it when I see it, but that's what they say.
Yeah, bit cloudy here. Dry track, so I think that could be to our advantage too. I'm expecting a really tough game, but I think the Lions can get across just with the experience and the real grit. And I think it's a team of champions, but I think you've got a really special bond, and that can sometimes get you over and above the skills.
Laurie, have you noticed that a lot of the ex-Fitzroy supporters have jumped on board, I guess, in the last couple of years? There seems to be a lot more support generally down here in Melbourne now than what there was a couple of years ago.
Oh, absolutely. I think when I got on the board 7 years ago, we had about 2,000. And now we're just nudging 7,000. 3 premierships can do that for you. I think that the Lions fans, to their credit, pretty gutted back in '96, and some probably sitting on the fence. There's a couple around here looking, and they're pretty pleased with the 3 premierships, and that's fantastic. And success has helped enormously, but a lot of people in Melbourne and Lee and Vossi say that coming down here is a great fillip, because at the parade and at the games, and tomorrow you'll see it, there'll be a lot of maroon and gold and blue running around. So now the old Fitzroy people, they're there, don't worry.
Well, and certainly some of the high-profile people like yourself that have always been involved since the merger. But, I mean, Bernie Quinlan, I heard him on the radio yesterday. I mean, he had a bit of a sour finish at Fitzroy, but he could be presenting the cup tomorrow at the grand final to Michael Voss if he wins. I mean, when you've got high-profile people like Bernie saying, look, I'm behind the Lions now, it gets that filter going through a bit more once you get those people doing it as well.
Yeah, that's been sensational. Most of the guys from my year in the 80s have all jumped on board. Look, it's not the club that we played for, but it's resurrected, and it's been fantastic. I think the board, to their credit, if I sort of step back a bit from a Melbourne person, we've got the colours, we've got a bigger line on the chest that we ever had. We had a little one on the lapel. The theme songs there, they've been really good. We've got a Melbourne club down here. The Fitzroy people have been fantastic, and it's great from every quarter, from Graham Downey through to Bernie Quinlan. Gary Wilson's on board. Kevin Murray's a great identity. He's on board. The guys that I played with, the Leon Harrises, the Grant Laurie's, Mick Conlon, Matt Rendell's at St Kilda, and Scott Clayton's at the Bulldogs, but I know they want us to have some success, and Scotty was very much involved. So, look, it's all been fantastic. It's been absolutely brilliant, and I think it's set us up for what's to come, because there's a few 30-year-olds running around out there, and we've now got a great base of support here in Melbourne, and young guys coming through as well. So it's a good, strong club. We've now really broken the market in Queensland. We're making some money. We're looking after the players, and I think that the players and Lee have been a great example for just the values for everyone. Been tremendous.
Oh, mate, you mentioned 30-year-olds. You're 39. You look as though you could run around there as well.
I know you and I are available. Just that I've got to go. I've got to talk to Lee, maybe just in the back pocket, you know, to help Mel.
Yeah, just jump across and help Mel.
If I can, anything I can do. No, it's great, and we're looking forward to it.
Mate, pleasure to have you on the show. Thanks, Larry.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Matty Campbell down at the Albert Ground, one of the all-time greats, the Fitzroy Football Club. Laurie Serafini, what a fantastic fullback the old number 10 was, Laurie Serafini. Well, before we go, champs, let's formalise your thoughts on tomorrow's game. We know you're leaning towards the Brisbane Lions. Tell us why.
Well, I guess their finals experience, not only from a playing point of view, also from a coaching point of view. I'm not sure a coach can do a great deal once the players are out there and once the preparation has been done. I guess there's a few minor changes he can make throughout the game, but it's pretty much getting them to this point. But Lee's got it all over Choco as far as experience in grand finals especially. Yeah, all those things taken into consideration. I mentioned the fact it's going to be tight and hard for the first probably quarter and a half. And I think once the second half of that second quarter is underway, I think you'll find that Brisbane's experience will come to the fore. Their skills are just slightly better than what Port are. On paper, they've got that experience, and I think that's going to equate to about a 5-goal margin. I'm tipping a 32-point margin in favour of Brisbane. And if you want a Norm Smith, I'm going Simon Black for a back-to-back Norm Smith.
And let's have a look at the other tips. I've gone a draw because I couldn't be committal to our producer, so I said, well, just whack up a draw then. There we go, beautifully done. Nigel Lappin for me for the Norm Smith medal, which would probably suggest I would expect Brisbane to win, and I expect that the Lions will get home in a very close game. Matthew and Richard also going for the Lions. And as we mentioned, Don McDonald adamant. In fact, he said to me during the ad break, Port Adelaide are morals to win tomorrow. He is that confident that Port Adelaide can get over the top of Brisbane and go about their business. He thinks they're absolutely primed and ready.
What was his reasons for that?
He just thinks that their build-up has been superb. They're ready to go. A sense of destiny about it, but he reckons they have the game plan and the personnel to be able to counter the Brisbane game plan 5 hours through. And the voice finally cuts out with like 5 seconds to go.
You need that Garana in there, I think, because you've got a big night, a big day ahead.
I'm getting emotional. It's been 5 hours and we're down to the last minute, so you know it's been a marathon for all of us. So plenty more coming up here on Fox Footy. The AFL Players Association MVP Awards, the only awards voted for the players by the players. Join Clinton Gribus and the team tonight from 8:30 at the Park Hyatt, live and exclusive to Fox Footy. Then tonight from 10 o'clock, hopefully my voice has returned. Myself, Ron Barassi, Kevin Bartlett will be hunkering down for a big night of grand final action. 40 years of great grand finals, one of the game's fantastic traditions, and you'll see it all right here on Fox Footy. Then 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, I'll be joined again by Matthew Campbell and Kevin Sheehan, the AFL talent manager, for the traditional curtain raiser, the TAC Cup Under-18s grand final, followed at 1 o'clock by the grand final preview. Clinton Gribus, Jared Healy, Terry Wallace, Tony Shaw and friends. Richard Champion, thanks for your time. Best of luck tomorrow.
Pleasure, JC. Yeah, thanks very much for having us along. Really enjoyed it.
Thanks for joining us as well this afternoon. It's been Fox Footy's Grand Final Eve special. Don't go away. There's plenty more to come as we build up to the 2004 Grand Final.